time, you know, and he stood for everybody, and he's been fighting for everybody, you know, undermining all the wars and all the propaganda, all the names calling, and all the threats on his life. He still stands firm. I think instead of doubting or trying to castrate him, what we Biafrans should be doing, anybody that has any connection or any DNA to Biafra, what we should be doing is praying for this man. We should be praying for him that Chukwokike should grant him more wisdom, strength, and give him that strength of a warrior to conquer that zoological Nigeria. And we believe, and I know, I strongly believe 100%, I'm not saying 99%, Biafra has come. Because if you go through the words of our leader, he says, if they are not calling your name, they are not talking about you, it means you are doing nothing. The Zoological Republic, they are not lamenting about the DOS or according to their powerless or whatever and so on and so forth. They are not lamenting about them because those guys, they know them. That those ones are sellouts. But the main person that is giving them tough nut is our prime minister, who is dealing with them, giving them WOTOWOTO promise. So we should be happy with this guy, you know. We should stand firm with him, support him with all our willpower, with all our prayers, and most especially financial aspect, the IOU, the donations. My brothers and sisters, we need our own jet fighter. We need our own helicopter, the ones that are about to you know. We need everything so that when they come in the air, we'll suppress them in the air. When they come in the land, we'll be there because our men are doing the needful. Imagine how small is the Biafran Liberation Army. Let me say just 1 year, and we are dealing with the zoo. Even, I've been saying it, I don't even know who is the information minister of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria in this regime. Who I call the information minister is Musa. He is the one taking everything, lamenting, doing the work of information minister, doing the work of the COS and everything. Man, it shows that that man, that Apoda, that Ekperima in Finland, that small boy, that guy is doing a whole man's job. We should praise him. We shouldn't be exercising all those doubts in our minds. Those people that are still sitting on the fence, that are believing that it might come or it might not be because of maybe 1 or 2 investments they have outside the land of Biafra. But for me, it depends on them to make their choices. Biafra has come, and Biafra has come to stay, and nothing will stop Biafra from coming. We're just waiting. It's just some few months, and that's why you see all these shenanigans and all these propagandas are rising, all these spaces coming up, people to tell people that they are not Igbo. You know, imagine when we were small, when we were in school in Nigeria, when they ask you in your exams who found River Niger, you only know of Mungo Park, the history of Landa Brothers and so on and so forth. That is the route that the Afonjas are wanting to deal with us. That is the route the Fulanis are still using, because it's the same thing that same Utsman Dafodo used by conquering the north, telling them that their Serikis are destroying them, that their Serikis are not loyal, that their Serikis are dealing with them. But before they know it, they killed all their Serikis, killed all their leaders, and now gave them rulers, which is the emirs, the sultans. And today they are feeling the heat. You know, that is what they are trying to do with us. But they don't know that we are far above them. We are wiser than them. You know, they wanted to kill our morals in the days before, telling us that the Igbos, they are not educated, the Biafrans are not educated, that is only from the West, as in the Yorubas, the Afonjas that are educated. Woe betide them. If not that, for what do you call him, the guy that invented internet, if not that he's from our land and a black man, who is big to be richer than him? Because there is nothing you do in this world, even this space we are hosting, if not for internet. Emagware, or what they call his name, if not for internet, my brother, this space will not hold. No matter, Elon Musk cannot buy Twitter and turn it to his space and is working. It's all due to internet. Biafrans, we are well educated and we're blessed. It's because that Nnamdi Kanu is a Biafran, and that's why the world is keeping mute in his case. They know that that man is a just man. He did no wrong to the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. But because they know that if Biafra springs up, just like what he said, that they told him in United Nations, I think somebody made mention of it here, that when he wanted to speak, they all left, according to his space during those days. And somebody called him and told him the reason why people were leaving, and told him that they never wanted another Japan to come out from Africa, because Japan that came out from the Asia today, from Japan, you have China, you have Taiwan, you have Indonesia, you have Malaysia. It's all because that Japan arose, and those why those other countries arose. You know, when they said that, when he said that Africa died, in Biafra, Africa died, and in Biafra, Africa will raise. It is true, 100%. There is no going back. If Biafra stands today, many countries will spring up in Africa, and Africa will be great again. So, my brothers and sisters, I also want you, the hosts and co-hosts, not to be so angry when you see people venting their vaccinations. You know, we've suffered a lot, my brothers. We've suffered a lot. It's not today. I mean, you know, people that the kids, only kids that they are giving record of the genocide, saying is over 3-point-something million kids. We don't know how many of our grandfathers and fathers and mothers and sisters that they've killed, you know, and they are still killing us up to date. They are still fighting us up to date. If any issue in that country, they will say is an Igbo man. Even the protests will say we are not protesting according to their hunger protests. At the end, they still said that we are the ones that still organize the protest. Imagine, what wrong did we do? After the war, they said no victor, no vanquish. It means that everybody should be settled equally. If you have a land in the north, that land is yours. But at the end, they gave every one of our fathers or our forefathers, they gave them 20 pounds. But their anger and jealousy is after that 20 pounds. Where are we today? The sit at home is causing a very big problem in the Nigerian economy. Because why? No matter you have ports in the Lagos or their international airports, the GDPs that we, the Easterners, let me say it like that, the old Easterners produce in that country, my brother, you don't need to think about it much, you know. We are the one that is upholding the economy of that Zoological Republic of Nigeria. And that's why you see that everything is going gege today. Everything is going backwards today. They are all lamenting, crying, because they know that if we leave, they are doomed. And they are doomed. And they will release our leader, and Biafra will come. They cannot hold us back. Chukwukike has ordained it, and so shall it be. He said, I hit my mic, bro. Thank you for having me in this place.
Master host, I would like to give a supporting statement to what he said he's delivering. I want to give a supporting. Please allow me 2 minutes. Let me just give a supporting statement to what he said. I want to give a supporting statement regarding when he said that our referendum is authentic 100% and there is no appeal on it. And I want to say that a country that didn't come through a referendum does not have the power to give us referendum. You can't give what you don't have. Nigeria was never created through a referendum. So Nigeria cannot determine whether, cannot invalidate our referendum because they didn't come through a referendum. Biafra as it is now is more valid, more legal, more legitimate than Nigeria. Nigeria never came through a referendum. Nigeria is a product of conquest, product of terrorism. So they have no right, morally, spiritually, to question our referendum. I just wanted to put that out. So for those of people that are saying, well, Nigeria, if they give us a referendum, Nigeria never came through a referendum. If your ancestor voted in a referendum, let that person come and debate us and tell us that Nigeria, that our referendum is not valid, that we cannot go because we have conducted a referendum. We are doing something. The referendum we conducted is being recognized world over because it is valid, and that is why we are being listened to all over the places. And some relevant authorities and research groups and people that understand how international law works, they acknowledge it. It's just a matter of time. And even the Nigeria state itself and their missionaries, they acknowledge it. That's why they are panicking. If they don't acknowledge it, they will not be running around. Of course, they don't understand. So all the people who don't understand, who have been miseducated in Nigeria, but they are blowing grammar. They don't understand that there is difference between blowing English grammar and being educated. They have to, well, we will teach them, we'll educate them. So we want to educate them that you cannot give what you don't have, and you have no right to question what you have, we cannot produce. You are a country that existed through terrorism and conquest and colonialism. And you have no right to question a country or people who have conducted a referendum. Because as it is, Biafra as an entity is more legitimate right now, even as we speak, is more legitimate than Nigeria. And when you hear them refer to our prime minister as a non-state actor, like one fool was making one kind of analysis on television, was saying he's a non-state actor. I don't understand what he means by non-state actor. Our government is binded by international law. Our government is registered over the world, legitimately recognized in different countries, and we have license offices all over the places. And our government has the right under international law to conduct a referendum, to have political parties, to establish a military. And that is why we have all of this. And our people have already given their mandate. We just need a convention on 2nd of December to make it public and official, and so that we have witnesses. It's like when people have agreed to marry themselves. Actually, they've agreed to marry themselves. But when they have a wedding or a ceremony, they use the ceremony as, to be able to bring people to witness it so that it makes it official. But as at now, we already free, like we already a country. And let me tell you something, the biggest part of the Biafra coming is the fact that you mentally, you have left Nigeria. If you're here and you no longer have your allegiance to Nigeria, that Biafra has come. So Biafra is the people. So the people of Biafra have said yes to Biafra. So that is Biafra has come. So 2nd of December is just to make it official for everybody to witness, so that we have our allies and friends from around the world to come and witness it and say this, and produce a document so that everybody will say, yes, I was there, I witnessed it, it was televised, that Biafran people have organized themselves and said we are a country, and we depend on it. And we now begin to demand for our legitimate position in the scheme of things around the world. So that is what is going to be happening on 2nd of December. And please let us stop using this if. There's not if. Okay, it is Biafra is sorry, we are already in Biafra, and there is no if about it. What we are going to do on 2nd of December is declaring that officially, proclaiming it to the world that we are a country. That's what we're doing. Okay, proclaiming it to the world that we are a country. That's what we're doing on 2nd of December. For anybody who doesn't understand it here, please, we need to learn, the right way to, carry a narrative and our words, so that we don't play into what the enemies are trying to do. They want to make you to sound incoherent, to sound discorded, and not being confident in what you're doing. Please, we are a country already, but on 2nd of December we are making it official and getting the world to witness it. That's what we're doing. I think that is what I want to add to what our brother has said. And your brother, you have spoken very well. I love the way you said it is 100%, but I just want to bring that logical part, that a country that didn't come through a referendum has no right to question our referendum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, United States of Biafra. Yeah, Nigeria died in Biafra. Hello, are you there? Is my co-host around? Oh no, she's not around. Evan has been raising up. He's on for a while, and also Mazi Chibueze. Mazi Chibueze, will you go before Evan? Are you there?
Yes, so I'm here, my brother.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
thank you, my brother. I will touch some little points, and because before I go, I just want to say there one everybody, whether you can hear me or you cannot hear me. There was hello. So, my brethren, all protocol observed. Thank you for the host and co-host and all the speakers for all the resilience. It's not easy, and what we are doing is a spiritual stuff. As the spirit moves you, go ahead. I appreciate each and every one of you. But the way I am going to go, it might sound somehow, some people may not like it. Please, I want you to just cut me just a slack. Let me finish up. I want to remind you some little things. You may not know, you may know. I know each and every one of us is highly heartbroken, frustrated. You could use any word you want to, uh, say it as you feel. You are not far from the truth. We are all. I want you to understand something that brainwash is a very big problem. If you are being brainwashed, you just like as stupid as anything. You may not know. For you, you may think you are sound. For you, you may think you are okay. At point, I'm using myself as a case note. I was once people who stand say Nigeria, work for Nigeria. You know, anywhere I go, I was proud. Carrying their uniform, carrying or whatever, their badge or whatever. Go anywhere, stand for them. Then I know not better. Many of our people you see that are making noise, talking, they tell you they can kill person, this and that. Most of them are still in that brainwash. I know many of us are start realizing where we are, who we are, and what we're supposed to do. It's great. But I want to please, we will talk to them. I'm not saying we're going to romance them. Yeah, we will talk to them, but please, we'll still educate them. That thing is very, very important. There is one thing my grandmother always said when she was alive. He do tell us. He said, brain, wisdom is not what someone should have and die. Because there are people they say common sense. There is nothing like common sense. It's a very big thing. So that's what most of us have been, that have taken away from us. The white people came to us, brainwash us, victimize us. Then we don't even know, even when we see the good thing we think is bad. Like I do say this all the time. I was born and brought up in a 7 Days Adventist. when we go to church, sorry about that, man. When we go to church, our elder will tell us that as
You don't enjoy money.
I'm sorry about that. when we go to church, our elder will
You
tell us
don't
in the
enjoy
church.
money without them.
Yeah. Am I still coming out? All right, thank you.
We have space.
So
We are
they will tell us in the church as the day breaks today. Can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. So they tell us when we go to church, they say, as the day break now. That's how it has break all over the world. For the elder that was preaching in the church back then, that's early 70s, 80s. He believed he's telling us the truth because based on his own little knowledge, his own understanding, he think what he's telling us is true. And now we that are listening to him in the church thought he was telling us the truth. When I grew up, went to school, traveled, I found out there are some places in this world that 6 months there is nothing like day. They still in night. So those kind of
I can't hear him again. Or is he still speaking?
I hear him too.
I think Mazi Chibueze went into the matrix. Mazi Chibueze, can you hear me? Mazi Chibueze, I think he went into the matrix. Man, all this network and the issues, eh? I think I said Evan will be the next after Mazi Chibueze. Mazi Chibueze, I'll bring you down and bring you back up. So we'll settle the issues with this. Just a second. I think I just invited him back. So yeah. Evan, are you there? Evan is not on this device. Mary Telkamp, our Mary, are you there?
Yes.
Let's go with your submission. Good evening.
Hello?
Yeah, is it? Hold on. Mary is going to make a submission. No, just hold on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, Mercy. Decker. Good evening, Ife, David, Reggie, United, and Ewin, and Mobility, and yeah, everyone, Tina, Otunwanya, everyone here, Christopher. Good evening, everyone. Yes, open my. Oh my God, my people. I'm just here, I did not listen, but at least we are here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Grace.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, my people, Biafra, we move. Nigerian State government is crying. Nigerian State government is crying because we are going, my people. You see, this time is very, very tough time. I'm coming in another way this evening because I'm so happy. This was in my mind to say about, because there is something I watched in my brother this morning about this our people in the West. They said when if they release our leader, then Nigerian Sul government will get contact with Nigeria. Then these people, by then our Itare Kondo, our PM, they will get time to arrest him, or in short, not arrest, kidnap him. Then they put him in the cell or in the dungeon. What they did to these people, my people, can you listen how the kind of hatred, the kind of evil mind these people have for us? These people did not think about, they are not talking about what is happening in the northern side. These people is not talking about the kidnapping and the terrorists in Nigerian Sul government sending people in their own land to somewhere else. Biafrans, these people, just because of our leaders said, you can never have freedom in Nigerian Sul government. You can never have life from Nigeria. But these people are not seeing it. They prefer to dwell in the blood of innocent. But Biafra said, enough is enough, because Nigeria doesn't know what is humanity. They doesn't know what is human rights. And Yoruba people, these ways, they are so dwell with Fulani and BRGIE by destroying other people's land. They cannot even make a sample by houses. Look at the Rory. Look at Yoruba land. Everywhere these people are taking over, they press their own emir for everywhere. Because in our land, we said you can never come to our land and press those agents of demonic where then they suck blood. What Arabs get for the world? They come by sneaking to your land and force you to worship what you don't want to. Why Fulani, why Muslims are forcing the world to believe what they are believing? Why? Is it not demonic? Why other people are not forcing Muslims to believe what I believe? Instead of that, then force other people to believe what they don't believe. Look at this UN. Is it not a terrorist organization? Is it not people who don't want life, they want to forfeit your land? UN. And they think they can try with my own land because of terrorists. They are Nigeria. Look at the people sitting in that house. Look at the people sitting in that so-called their court on a Muslim jihad. They are jihad. But Biafra said, we will be the enemy of jihad in our own land. They can never, my people. Who want to be Nigeria, my people? I come here to speak my heart off, because I don't have time. We don't have time. Our PM Kondobon told me, he will take it by force, by power. We don't have time. UN are manipulating the jihad. They are the agent of with Britain. The leader of Muslims, they fix all their demonic people all in everywhere, both in Europe. They allow this jihadists enter to their government and become a bloodbath. And we, Biafra, said, we would never, you can never penetrate our land anymore. We'll never be in Nigeria. So you better listen. Our leader will come out. If you ever dream, said, because of our leader, Biafra, when they do that, you are making a worse mistake, because our leader will come out. We are declaring Biafra 2 December. We can never go back, said, because of you want to be a bloodbath, you want to steal Biafra land. You are not seeing what is going on in your own land. You are not seeing that Yoruba land, the rest Nigerian names Sul government, all of them, that is crying everywhere. There is blood. They are killing children. They are destroying mother. They are burning houses. They are burning children, sending people into the forest. Which kind of people is that? Did Biafra do that? Did Biafra go to the northern and send the north people in the bush? Did Biafra, did Simon Ekpa is the person sitting in Samfara, killing woman, killing children? Did Simon Ekpa bringing insecurity for the north? Oh God, channel television. You are so mad. I know you people are the most worst thing can happen to humanity. Because nobody get any news television in Nigeria. It's only Yorubas. It's only in the north. Sorry to say this. It's only them, and they cannot use this opportunity to say that what happening in the West is unbelievable, is an abomination. They are killing their mothers, killing their fathers, fulfilling everything from you. You don't have say. It's only Imam and Ajia and what so called them, where they give how did they call this their chief of Northans. All this jihad. They install all of them in their land. Then they cannot see. They cannot say your focus for Biafra. Why Biafra said, I don't want to be Nigeria. We will never be a Nigeria. We said we want to go. Is that a problem for you? We don't say don't answer your name of your Nigeria. Why it can't become problem for you guys? Why it become a problem? Because our PM said, we are never look anybody face. If you come with fire, we give you fire. In short, more than fire self. If you come to Biafra land, we are not ready anymore to accept Nigerian government in our own land. You must leave. What belong to Nigerian government and Britain? You must leave. All what belong to UN? You cannot belong to us. We are not jihadists. We are not the Muslim. Christianity, we are natural. We are natural land. We are not a bloodsuckers. And we can never be. You hear me? We are a lover of Christian. We are a lover of Christ. You can never penetrate our land. We are not a demonic where they suck blood. You don't have humanity in your mind. No, we don't be. So you can come and destroy our forefathers, my own land, my precious land, in the name of you want to take oil, you want me to force me by force, by power to worship what you worship. That can never happen, Nigeria. That can never happen, UN. That can never happen, Britain. That can never happen, America. That can never happen, the whole wide world leader. The evil ones, it can never happen. Humanity must stand with the right, and we are standing with the right and our freedom, because Nigeria can never give you freedom. Nigeria is a dead ground. I'm telling you the truth. If you don't know, you know now. Nigeria is the worst, darkest place where a humanity can never exist in that kind of name. You must stand up and take your land. Where your land, where your name, where you belong, where your father come from. You must stand up, say, this belongs to me, not Nigeria. Nigeria is just a name. Before your mother, your father born you come from Mbele, answer Nigeria. So you must wake up and know who you are, or all of you people will die because of the name of Nigeria. So my people, thank you for this opportunity. I come in here to voice my heart off, because I'm so provoked with this two where all of them look by yellow banana. All of them are sick. They don't even see how their houses is burning, and they focus their eyes. Oh, house is so, South is so, Igbo. Did you tell you that it's only Igbo? We are Biafrans. Igbos are so many. And now we wake up. We don't wake up for that place where we are sleeping. Our leader wake up us. Our leader use mouth talk. And you people kidnap him. And this time around, we are using heart. We are using mouth. We are using machete. We are using everything we know we can use to make sure we destroy Nigeria. We will use it. We are not going backward. We would never look back. No way. Biafra would never accept for you. Because whatever things you know, Biafra know more than you. Hear me? because we don't want to share blood anymore. We don't want our land to be bleeding. Our forefathers are crying for avengers. Everybody are crying for peace. So we to send these demonic people out of our land and wait till December. Sue government. You know, I'm telling you guys the truth. I'm not joking. UN, we are not joking. We can never be jihad. No way. No way. There is no way in this earth. And if you come our land, after we declare it, you will know what is happening. Because we can never be Nigeria. Anything where you people fight with Nigeria is Nigeria. But Biafra land, as the East, as coastal region, you can never penetrate. You can never. Because Italian don't do finish, and we must stand with it. Thank you, my people. Please love your land, love your government. Make sure you fund your soldiers. Love your soldiers. Be security conscious, because this time around, ending is not a joke. Nigeria is crying. Musa is crying. The whole world is crying because of Ichade Kondo is dealing with them mercilessly. And we Biafra will continue to deal with them because they can never. It can never be anymore. Israel is fighting for their life from this war come, and you people don't want us to be right. Who born you guys? We will never, your propaganda can never sell anymore. No way, no way. As other people fight and they can never notice, if they don't want to notice us, they will notice us by force, by power after 2 December. Thank you, my people. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Fund Biafran. Love your Biafran, love your nation, because that is what you are. Freedom is not given, it's taken by force, by power. And we must end Usman Danfodio and Lord Lugat legacy. He is not going to wake up anymore. Thank you, my people, for this opportunity. Let me give mine to others.
Lovely sister Mary Telkamp. That was a very, very beautiful submission from you. We are going to move with the hands up. I think I see Arinze there. Arinze, are you there? Shinazom.
Yeah, thank you. But I don't want to talk for now.
Okay,
But like,
okay.
like
We're just chilling.
Yeah.
United States, do you have anything on your chest you wanna drop? I think United States is not around this device. Okay, let me see. Zion Claret.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Yeah, you can drop your submission. 5 minutes.
I don't really have much to say. I just want to commend you people. I want to thank you all for all your efforts, especially the Prime Minister. We have seen how he's rolling everything, and they couldn't believe it. So I just want to say thank you for all your effort, your voice that is being heard, your effort, the strength you are putting in for our land, especially on the security side. You know, we know how these people have been killing a lot of people, and Nigerian government, they are not doing anything about it. You know, the human life doesn't, they don't value it anything. They don't value it for anything. So I just want to commend our people, especially our forces, for taking the initiative to protect lives and properties in Alibo. So in the whole of Biafran land, I just want to commend all your effort. And I want to say thank you for everything you people have been doing. 2nd December will be the ultimate date. And we are in NX. We are really, really expecting it. So I just want to say thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, Zion. Yeah, we're waiting for our declaration day, our redeclaration day on December the 2nd, where we're going to settle the scores, put everything in public, panel beat Nigeria, and seal it up. We're just waiting for that day. Thank you so much for your submission.
Thank you.
I see. You wanna say something, Zion?
I said thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right.
I see Fun Girl up here and David and Anna. David and Anna, do you have something to say before Fun Girl goes?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mazi. Mazi, if you don't mind, if Chibeze has been here, if he can speak before me, I will appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's true. I think Chibueze didn't finish his submission the other time. The network kicked him out. Mazi Chibueze, you can like round up your submission. Sorry for that network.
That's okay. I know what we are going through, so it's on everybody. Thank you, my brother, for giving me that audience. Let me finish my thoughts. All I am trying to say, all protocol observe, everybody, and wherever you are, thank you for all you are doing. So what I wanted to chip in there before was to encourage each and every one of us, no matter how your heart heavy, no matter how the agony that you have at heart, we're supposed to be angry. We're supposed to be bitter. For those who have realized where we are, who we are, what we have gone through, we're supposed to be bitter. But I still want to let you know that we have to continue to evangelize to our people, those who have not yet where we are, because they are brainwashed from birth. They don't know better than you do, because they have brainwashed us from our stomach. So when we came out, we just moving, following them sheepishly, not knowing, thinking that what we are doing is right. I was opportune to come across something I know before about the war that we have before, around that 18 something, that they demolished, the British did that during the imperialism. That war is the tallest war and the heaviest war in the world. It's bigger 4 times than the one China has. It could go United States around 3 times. I am glad that the people who are giving that story was all the light-skinned people. It was not black, so that they would not say we exaggerate. But thank God that they could do their, findings and find out. But because of the hatred they have on us, because of the way they plan to put us down, made them not to say it. The first constitution that was written in this life was from us, but they will not let anybody know they lied. We have. Why? They don't want our own to surface. They don't want our own to be out there. That's why they kill it. They brought Christianity in order to kill the way of our life, the way we speak to God. What makes us like we are away from God? Because we left God and follow strange God. That is where our problem started. Because these people are crafty. They are criminals. They knows how to come and take away what you have. They know the only way they can be able to penetrate us is to divide us so that they can conquer us. But I thank God, I thank Chukwu Okike Abiyama. Chukwu Okike Abiyama is our own God. You know, people here, when they call God, they don't know meaning of God. They thought Chukwu Okike Abiyama, his name is God. No, God is what is what adjective you call it, quantify whatever you think. You may make anything to be God to you. God, you may think it is the one you know that they call it. They may call whatever they want. Our Chukwu Okike Abiyama, the God our forefathers serve, that answers them, speaks to them direct. It is not the one you will. We don't pray. We order things, and it happens because he gave us the power, the strength. But now that we have to go back. That's not how. So they took away our power from us. But I thank God our brain is start coming back. We start finding things. We start reading. We start researching. Knowing this is the beginning. That is why they're scared. They're not scared because God allow us to mingle with them. But they're scared because they know that once we know who we are, they are finished. And they are finished. There is no coming back for them. Because we are going to take away back our power and who we technology. We know what we invest. All this they playing. Check. They can stay 5 years, 6 years in reading of one thing. But we can do it within a week, 1 month. That is why they're scared. They won't be empowered because they know if we empower, we are creative, we innovative, we are everything you can think of because God gives us the power, the wisdom. God speaks to us direct. And when God is speaking to us, we will make. That is why they're scared. But it's not the bone of contention right now. If they like, let them scare. Let them even, let the ground open, they fall inside. That's not our business. We are taking back the position that belongs to us, that the Chukwu Okike Abiyama have for, because he says in the crook paper that they said, if my people who are humble by name, who are called by my name, shall understand, know who they are, and come back to me. This is what they crook. This is not our own way of life. We call God and God answer us. I don't want you to be offended, a Christian, this and that. I was once there before, but my eye open now. I know better that all these crooks, all these things they forge, put us, is what took away our strength. So it is time for us to go back to our way, our forefathers, the way that God has made us before. Our name is, our land, Kebulan. But you know, when they come, they took you away because they want to deviate you from the right thing, you know, paint it for you in a way that it tell you, oh my God, you know, if I think how it is in my heart, you know, it will be bad if I can be able to carry it out. But I still thank God because he still give me the strength to hold on. I will wait until everything comes out to clear. So I just thank everyone. I won't go much, but I still urge you, please, one, give them instances that will make them to understand who we are. That the brainwash, they have brainwashed us before. We need to research in their book that they brought for us to take away our power. It speaks, it says, in all you do, get understanding. In all you do, get understand. The highest thing you can do for yourself is to research. Know about things, whether it is true or not. So you will be able to stand to tell the story. You will be able to know whether you are doing the right thing or you are not doing the right, or they're lying to you or they're not lying to you. Because they keep on saying the wrong thing over and over, makes it to look like it is true. No, that doesn't make a wrong to be right. They can paint it as the way they want, but one day the truth is coming out now. That you see the whole Ohamadike. They don't hold it because of what he said. No, because he has opened many people's eyes. So it's mad as hell. That's why you see Sunday Boho, who talked to him again. You see the one from the north who talked to them again. No, because they know that we've been educated whom we are. Problem has come to them. And now problem has come to them. No going back. We are going to possess that position that belongs to us. Nobody is going to stand on our way. Anyone that stood on our way, his name or her name will be sorry. Because I can never imagine what will happen. Thank you, brethren, for what you are doing. Let's keep on doing. I want to remind you, look at what happened yesterday and today in Israel. All these criminals, they are running away so that they won't find out where they are. They stop using cell phone because they will detect their location. They start using beep and what they call these are walking talking. What happened? See what Israel did. Those are our blood. They create up something. All those beavers are killing them now. The walking talking are killing everywhere, is running helter skelter there. So this is the kind of wisdom God gave us. With wisdom, if we can have the opportunity, we are going to do wonders. And that is what they're fighting against, because they don't want us to have the opportunity. No one can cover the light. Igbo people says, he who holds a child's stuff and takes it up, because the child hand will not reach there. It's not going to be forever. Whenever the hand now started penning the person, the hand will be weak. And once the hand comes down, the child will pick up what for her. So I urge you guys, man, let's keep on talking to our people. Let them know. Say, yeah, we understand where you're coming from. We understand you don't know better. What we want you is to do your research. If you don't know, ask questions. Because knowledge is power. As we keep going, you will understand that 10 years ago, we were not many like this. We were not supportive like this. But today, look at what is happening. Last 2 months, even the IPOB Nigeria, look at what happened. All run back. They all cry. All say, hey, we are here. Because they are seeing that what we are doing is manifesting. No matter how they use their media, they try, but we are still forging and we are still showing what we are doing. Thank you guys, and I appreciate you guys once again, and thank you for the host for giving me the opportunity to speak. and our co-hosts, all of you, all the speakers that were able to listen to me, all the listeners. Thank you for what you are doing and what you are going to do. Let's keep pushing. We're almost there. Few days. I am counting days, minutes, and hours, and I will be there if God keep me alive to witness this declaration. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Mazi Chibeze, it's a pleasure to see you again. I'll hear from you. It's been a while. It's Mazi United States that is talking. It's been a while, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I want to hear from my co-host. I don't know if he's somewhere around. If are you there? I think he's not there. Yeah. Okay. I think he's busy or something. So we move to, I think, Fun Girl. Fun Girl.
Okay, can you hear
Oh,
me
you
now,
have something to
please?
say, United States.
Yeah, you were calling me. Actually, I wanted to say something after our sister Zion Claret spoke.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just I wanted to say that she was welcome, and I wanted to confirm that she is supporting the government, because the reason for this very space, two major things. The space is for awareness, awareness about the activity of the Biafra government, and also explaining to our people the reason that we must support this, our new baby, the Biafra government, which is actually the train to freedom, the only channel to freedom, and and the limelight. You know, it's not as if we've not been speaking. Many years, like just like some people will say. I've been following the activity of our leader Mazen Namdekano for the longest time, and I see what they were doing when I watch online. I see the agitation, they go to protest, they got killed. A lot of things happening. And I remember when our leader said, let's go to Twitter, we are tagging this person, tagging Okeke, tagging Okafor, tagging UN, tagging, we tag and tag and tag and tag and tag. We shout, we speak, we talk, we talk, we talk. But our voices will never come out. Host, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So everybody is tagging and tagging and tagging, but we were making noise and we're speaking. Nobody could even listen to us or hear us. You know why? Because we didn't have a legitimate channel through which we can actually, express our views, express our, our pains, our register our grievances. So. And that is why that everything we were doing was not effective for many years, you know. But thank God that the game changer, no more Mazinam Dekano, when he saw Simon Ekpa, says we must go and listen to him. That is bringing a new dimension to the awareness we are making. That we must listen to him and share his videos and all his messages. And that is how this journey began. you know Today we have a government. So, and we must understand that most of the success we record today in our liberation is because of this government. So, and that is why we must cherish this government. We must support this government. The greatest task and responsibility we have is to support the government financially. To support the government, there are many avenues we can support the government. We can support the government by participating, depending on your where you live. You have a family. Of the government has families in different places in different countries. You can get registered, participate in their monthly dues, participate through fundraising. Our government has a website. You can go to www.ipob, I'm sorry, ipobusa.org/donate, or you can go to the Biafra Republic Gov. Biafra Republic Gov.org/donate. So you can use those channels and support the government, the activity of the government. And then you can also participate in the IOU through the website still. The IOU scheme is for people who have bulk money that you are keeping at a bank that has nothing uh, doing there. You can actually loan it to the government of Biafra on restoration complete. Money is going to be paid back to you with 100% interest. That means if you gave the government $10,000, then government will give you back $20,000 in return on after restoration, and everything is settled, which of course we expect that is gonna happen in no distant time. So these are the ways you can actually support the government. you know so there are many avenues you can support the government. If you have connections that you think that the government will benefit from, you can actually write the government. There is a channel for you to actually write the government. If you have some concerns that you want some further explanation, you can actually write the government, or there is also a channel for you to actually reach out to the Prime Minister himself if you are concerned about your privacy and all of that. So there are every avenue for you to participate in what we're doing. I've been in space where some of our brothers who say things like they want to do something for the people on Debo, but they don't want to go through the channel of Simon Ekpa. That's where they call him. But I want to let them know that this is not Simon Ekpa, this is Biafra government. As long as you are an Onyibo or any, whatever you call your name, call yourself, you are from that old eastern region or the places that have been marked out in the Biafra map. Of course, you know that there is a compiled and updated map of the United States of Biafra, and I want to encourage everybody to go and look at that map and see, the territory, the part that are part of Biafra. These are part of the citizens' education. We should educate ourselves. We can also educate ourselves by also learning the Biafra anthem. It's very important. So, and these are the things we can do to begin to reorient our mind. And of course, in Nigeria, they taught us to, look down on everything that is what would I say? That is organic to us, whatever that belongs to us. They want us to make us to look down on it. But it's time for us to begin to, remember that Igbo adage that says, "Onye kpọọ ọbẹ ya mkpọkọrọ, ndị agbata obi ewere ya mee kpọọ afịfịa." So it is time for us to value our own, so that our own will, it will serve us. So we have arrived. I want to let our people to understand that we have arrived, and we arrived through this government, and that's why we must support this government. Anything, all the effort you've been making, those of you who've been doing charity movement, you've been, doing what they call selfless service, philanthropy, and all of that. You're building borehole for your community. You're building one or two or the other for your community. I'll tell you, if you take half of that money, all you need to do is take half of that money you're spending in all of those projects and give it to this government, and you see a multiplier effect. You don't need to begin to do all those individual efforts. It's no longer important. What we need is to have, help this government to secure control of our territory, manage our resources, and be able to human resources, and also provide security for our people. And that is all you need to do and you see the result, because every year you're doing you're giving people money, you call a youth, give them empowerment, 20,000. This those things are counterproductive. It's good that you're doing those things, but I tell you, it will be more useful and more productive for you to support this government, and this is the way you can actually support those individuals. So you doing all those little charity. Our prime minister is a clear example. He used to do that, but he realized that the best thing and the permanent solution to all of this is to actually give the people government. The greatest gift you can give to our people is freedom. So support this freedom project. If you ever love Ndibo, if you ever love your people, you must support this freedom effort to give our people freedom. What our people need freedom. It's not those rights you are giving them in Christmas. No, it's not that borehole. It's not that street light that in just a fee it cannot be maintained. Those things are not sustainable. The only thing that is sustainable, that will make sure that every Biafran child had education without, even having any, anybody to sponsor him, but the government sponsoring him, ensuring that when we give birth, our mothers give birth, they are not taking hostage in hospital because they don't have money to actually pay their bills. The only thing that will ensure that everybody can get a job without needing to sleep with anybody. You can go to school and your lecturer will not harass your daughters sleeping with them in order to give them mark or one thing or the other, is a freedom, and that is Biafra. So this government is a government, and this is the only way that you can actually help the people. If you truly love our people, you must support this government. Thank you very much. And let me just keep it here and let other people speak.
Thank you so much, United States, for that detailed explanation on what our government is, the works, and what they've done for this little time we made up the government. Yeah. So thank you so much for that detailed explanation. We move on to Phone Girl now.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody on this space. Thank you for hosting Mars Day K. I really appreciate you all, my sisters and brothers. Everyone, I greet you guys again. So we have all spoke very well. All this propaganda and everything that is happening, everybody is shaking, it's because of December 2nd. They thought that we were joking. I mean, for real. I mean, how can you think people like me, like our COS and our prime minister with all our education, every one of us that are in the ministers, with people who are doctors, lawyers, and engineers in their respective residence, who are very comfortable, could be here joking. Like, I mean, they thought it was a joke. Like now in their brain, in their minds or brains or whatever, they're like, how we know people say like play. So we were like letting them think like play. Okay, may have Vamnaya. They were like play. We are playing. They called us online country. They called us Biafra. They called us internet country. All the manner of names that they called us. But it's kind of becoming a reality. It's becoming a reality. That's why everybody's shaking. Everybody's shaking. The zoo is panicking and all their animals. The zoo is panicking and all their animals are panicking. They are shaking. They are shaking. And all their animals. I mean, can you imagine? Guys, imagine. These things, I remember when I was back home, it's been a long time, and I was a little girl. I will watch some movies or some shows, I see all these, that was in the 90s, You see all these shows, the American accent and the white people and all that, you see their lines, you're like, oh, there was a thought then that if you come to America, right? that you don't touch the ground, that you will always like floating in the on the cloud, you know, that that money is like on the floor or even on the tree, you know. And that was then. I mean, I don't know if anybody had that thought, but I know there was a talk then that I was growing up. They were like, if you go to this country, like there's no sand, there's no this thing, you'll be floating on the air clouds, and all the money is like on the tree. You can just go out there. That was my thinking. Maybe because I'm a child. I don't know if somebody put that in my mind. I don't know, but I had that idea. But I eventually came to America. I came to America. I said, oh my goodness, well, where is the cloud? Where's the money on the tree? I don't see all that. I found out that people will work hard for their money. You know, people really work. Stress carry people. People are stressed out, you know, for these good things. You know, if y'all are ready, y'all ready? Because we're about to bring good things. But the difference is this, that we have learned from other countries' mistakes. That is the difference. Okay, we have been all over the world. I've been in America for a minute, and I see their mistakes. So we are gonna bring it back home with better version. Do you know what I'm saying? Better version. If you're in Biafra land tonight and you're talking from Biafra land, and you are wondering what would this Biafra look like? You know, what are we expecting to have? I mean, one of these days, I hope to host a space like that. What would this Biafra look like? What are you expecting as a Biafran for this new Biafra that we are seeking and we are fighting for so hard? What do you think it will look like? It will look like us bringing almost America, Finland, with different good ideas from their mistake, making it better for our land. Because, you know, everything, I always believe in this, everything happens for a reason. This thing that happened to us and that made us all over the world has given us experiences, given us to learn languages, given us to, you know, meet different people, different ideas. Now we're going to make it good. Like our prime minister always said, he said, Ojukwu did his own, fought, he learned from him. Our leader did, Wazirike, even though he messed up or whatever he did his own, he learned from him. Our leader, he learned from him. So that is the same thing, our own. We are learning from the places where we are residents. Even some of us are even citizens of, right? We are learning, and we're gonna bring it home. Imagine having to be laid off from work, right? And you can go, you can go to your government and you've been laid off, or you can go and report that you have no money, and they can be able to, or you have no job, they can be able to help you temporarily while you get back on your feet. Imagine that. Imagine, right? Overnight, I know you are not feeling well, and probably you have an insurance, something I don't know, some people may not know. It's something, a way of insurance, many people know what it is, of you having the medical care that you need. You have that insurance. On that back of that insurance, it has nurse advice line. You don't necessarily, you think, okay, I'm not feeling too well. You're not a healthcare professional. I'm not feeling too well. Should I go to the emergency room? Should I go to a downgraded health care, like called urgent care? Should I go see my doctor? I'm questioning this. How is it really difficult? You know, am I having pain that can I stay until tomorrow to go see? So you're having this. Then you have this thing in your card that looks, you have your insurance, you have nurse advice line. And you call up your nurse. They, assess you, listen to you, talk, ask you some questions, determine to say, okay, I think you need to go ahead and go to emergency. This is life-threatening. Or go ahead and, you can wait. Let's wait, make an appointment with your primary care tomorrow. I give you some tips of what you can do tonight to feel better. Imagine that from your own home, and it's free. Imagine not having to, something is wrong in the middle of the night, midnight, 2 a.m. Your mom, your dad, your mom, your child is sick, seriously sick. And you call whatever number we decide it will be. 411. This thing has happened. My son is sick. They can't breathe. You know, they can, on that line, they are telling you start doing CPR. You may not had that training, but can tell you just put your hand on the chest. Imagine if somebody who was CPR trained was available when Junior Pope was drowning, when he was brought out from the sea. This guy probably will be alive today. Imagine that. This is just a tad bit of what Biafra is going to be. A little bit. And we got more. The day we're going to talk about, everybody bring you examples from wherever you are. This is just a little bit of what we are bringing back home. So many of us are comfortable, but there's no place like home, y'all. There's no place like home. Imagine you can go get trained in your dialect, right? You know these people they call meteorologists, the people that predict the weather? Do you know that that's possible in Biafra land? You know they can go to school and actually learn the ways of saying it in Igbo language and people can understand. No, what is tomorrow going to look like? Is it going to rain? Is it going to be sunny? Y'all, Biafra is going to be great. Just imagine the zoo is panicking. They know what we can do. Ndibo, they know how sophisticated we are. They know what we can bring. We are all, God blessed us from the womb, from our parents, our mother's womb. We are blessed. I just read up something with one of these DOS individual, Emeka, whatever his name is, right? He said he's about to advise, he's thinking about advising his DOS people to declare war on the zoo. This is because December 2nd is coming. Oh, they want to try to take credit. They want to try to take credit where it does not. They would doze out. All this while, our leader had been locked up. They would doze out. You know? Guys, just imagine. This is just a little bit of what is coming. Biafra is going to be great. I'm excited. So us who are professionals in all our areas where we have can come with our experiences to make it great, to make it wonderful. Learn from the mistakes of wherever we were and bring it home. That's why Biafra will be so wonderful. Oh my gosh. So if you're a Biafra or an Igbo person who think that they are looking for Igbo nation and you're not interested, like my sister Enna said in the last space, pack and go. The ones that are interested are coming. People in Virgin Islands, our Haitian brothers, our Jamaican brothers and sisters, they're looking to come back home. So we need space. Carry your load and go. Nobody's forcing you. You don't have to be identified, you know? When we get our Biafra, whoever that don't want to be with us, you people know who we are. You guys know that we will never force anybody to stay. We will make sure that they have referendum. If their people decide to go, they can go. We will not force anybody to be with us. But you know that even non-Igbos, non-Igbos are packing their load. Some Yorubas are packing their load to migrate to Biafra land. If you guys don't know that. One of our brothers read something. I think if he read something about one thief guy or whatever who's getting ready to come, who's ready, to relocate to Biafra land. So guys, they say people, you don't know what you have until you lose it. You don't know what you have. Other people who are seeing us from the outside are saying, wow, look at these people. These people have some guts to stand up to a whole so-called country and countries who supporting them. People have guts, and I want to be a part of this. And you are here saying whatever you are saying. Anyways, I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. Biafran, just hang in there. We're almost done. You know, we're going to redeclare and then we will face them. And then once we face them and everything is okay, then guys, we'll build our nation. We are there. You know, we are there. We're ready. But send fund. If you're in America, please fund. If you're in North Carolina, reach out to me. Let us fund this movement. Give whatever you can. And it takes money, guys. It really does. So let's fund our movement. I appreciate you for this opportunity. Master K, thank you so much. I greet everyone. I yield.
Thank you so much, fun girl. We need funds. We need funds for our liberation. We need funds. There are a lot of things that we would use money to do. The money for buying weapons, the money for almost everything that concerns the government. So yeah, we need funds. We need funds anywhere we are around the world. Please, I want us to fund our liberation. Christopher Okenwa, I see you waving there. You have something to chip in?
Yes, my brother, I'm here again. I just when Funge was speaking, you know, I hope say you dey hear me, Mazdake.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you, because it dey pain when person they follow himself talk. When Funge was speaking in my mind, I was like, typical zoo person. Go think say this thing a film trick. Say na Hollywood movie she dey talk. You know, first things first, Funge, shout out to you. You know the thing about American dream. There is a saying that the American dream is called the American dream because you continue dreaming and you never wake up from the dream. It's like you're sleeping, you dream, and you never wake up. You know, but reality check when you are in the system itself. Regarding what you talked about, like the social security, social benefits, welfare states, and all. Do you know, say this place where I dey, yeah, in Scandinavia, one of the Scandinavian countries. If I have 0,000 in my account, I will go to the welfare office and tell them I need some money to feed myself for that day. And they will give me that money. So I'm not joking. I am not joking. They will give me money that at least I will be able to feed that day. They'll try to encourage me. You can job, you can do this. Don't you think you know? Because they know that you're not an animal in the zoo. I don't know if I'm still coming out because my Bluetooth just did do anyhow. Hey, Mazdake, you dey hear me? Okay, thank you. They know you are not an animal in the zoo. They know you should live a life of dignity and you should be respected. So they have to actually take care of you and motivate you because they know that as human beings, we have tough times, we have good times, we have bad times, you know. So you have a system that supports you, even though there is no system is perfect all around the world. I have been wondering, where are the end bad governance organizers? This is not a joke. I heard that over 500 people died, though. People by because they said they wanted. My master, do you understand what I'm saying? People went. No, look at this comparison, yeah. You claim. I hope OJ, if OJ is here, OJ will say he loves Nigeria so much, and Mazi Nemeka, that one, that smelling Afonja illiterate that calls himself an Igbo person. I hope you can hear me. That your zoo where you are very proud of. You stand up one morning and you cry to them and said, "I am hungry. A bimpawa. Loi is too expensive. Reduce the price. Give us food." The military comes and shoot you. And me, where we say they no born me for this place where they. If I dey hungry, I go government office. Government go say, "Okay, Christopher, take this or go and eat, but try and look for something to do." Can you see the difference? Now, somebody was arguing with me December 2nd, blah, blah, blah. So I asked the following questions. Number one, Are you a proud Nigerian? The second one, are you obedient, or do you believe Peter Obi, if you are APC, Tinubu, whatever, will give you a new Nigeria? Number three, do you know that Nigeria expired in 2014? Do you know that Nigeria is not a real country? Do you know that Nigeria is a terrorist state? Yes, it is there. What do you think about the massacres and ethnic cleansing in British northern Nigeria? Who were your grandparents or parents before 1914 amalgamation and the fake independence in 1960? Do you know that the so-called Nigerians are not real citizens? Do you know that the Naira is one of the worst currencies in the whole world? And speaking of the Naira, my brother Mazdake and everybody here, do you know that Somalia currency is oh my God. The currency of Somalia, as they speak, so is stronger than Naira. Afghanistan currency is stronger. Pakistan currency is stronger. Let's not even go to Ghana. Ghana cedis, that one now, pata for where Naira they. Back to my questions to this person. Do you know that your Nigerian passport is one of the worst in the world and can mostly take you visa-free to failed and failing states? And the last question, is Nigeria a failed state? So anybody where they say you are talking about Biafra, this and that, when you can answer these questions, okay, and give us and justify these answers, then come and ask us about Biafra. Now, back to the gentleman, may he so rest in peace, I spoke about earlier, who is our Prime Minister's role model. And our Prime Minister has spoken with the Finnish president, the leaders, that they should emulate, you know, his steps. His name again is Matti Ahtisaari. He was a former Finnish president. I'm going to read again from this document. His life in peace mediation. Because mind you, the Prime Minister of the Biafran government has told the so-called Nigerian government that he's ready to go sit at the table and let Finland be the mediator. Dialogue, and we can do our thing peacefully and mind our businesses going forward. This former Finnish president, Matti Ahtisaari, was elected president of the Republic of Finland in early 1994 and served one term in office. Until early 2000, sorry. After leaving the presidency, he took on various tasks in the areas of peace mediation and conflict resolution. Finland, they are good at this. That is why the Prime Minister has been hammering on this. In 2005, he helped facilitate the peace process between the government of Indonesia and a movement that was calling for, autonomy. He facilitated it, and they got what they wanted. From late 2005 to early 2008, this man was special envoy to the Secretary General of the United Nations for the future status process for Kosovo. We all know about Kosovo. You can go and you can Google it. Matti Ahtisaari was also awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2008 for, as the Nobel Committee press statement put it, his important efforts on several continents and over more than 3 decades to resolve international conflicts. These are the people where our PM they use as role model. Ahtisaari was far from being a ruthless cosmopolitan, and I'm getting to when the PM says he will bring Finland to Biafra. Listen to this. The Finnish and Nordic model of social justice remained of crucial importance to his thinking, and he was an ardent believer and proponent of the Nordic welfare state model as an inspiration for others throughout the world. Now, you ask me, what is this Nordic welfare state model? Mazdake, do you know, say, this country where they get oil? Like this oil where we they talk for Biafra, you know, but their oil no reach half of within even the ordinary delta. But everything, all the money they make from this oil, all the profits, it is out there. I can check my internet now, go browse, and I will see everything there. It's open. Do you know that here, when I born Pekin, this Pekin, from this oil money, from the profit, go they get pocket money till the Pekin turn 18 every month of at least about 200 ejema. That is $200. Just so that you will say you be papa and mama, the Pekin go they get small in the pocket, feeding money, buy small clothes, this and that. They also do it in Alaska, where every year they share the profits from what they make. This place where we did that, like I told you earlier, my brother, in addition to that, it is almost illegal to not have an address. In other words, you can almost not find any homeless person here because you have no business being homeless when the government has all this money. Instead of you to be homeless, there's something they call public housing. So the PM has emphasized on all these things, and he will keep on telling you, we are bringing Finland to Biafra. But no, we are, in addition to bringing Finland to Biafra, we are bringing every developed ideology to Biafra, like the one Fongel told you about, like the one sorry, go ahead.
Christopher, please, which country are you talking about right now, please?
Who's asking the question, please?
It's me.
Is it Biafran? Is it Biafran? Just answer.
I'm a Biafran, yeah.
Yeah, in Norway.
Oh, Norway, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I heard it's a very nice country. Thank you.
Yes, but you like this Finland president, did you see the connection number? This Finland president was advocating for this Nordic welfare model to go all around the world so that people can have dignity. Yeah, those people you call ordinary cleaner, we do not call them ordinary cleaner here. Those person you call imbecile, disabled person, Peter Obi say he's a madman. No. These people are respected, they have their dignity. Person where they do the least job where una they laugh can afford to have 5 weeks vacation in a year, go on vacation, travel anywhere they want to go, and still have a good life. Nobody they find anybody trouble. This place where would they so you can open your door and sleep. You wake up, everything is still intact. You know why? Nobody they look your house because everybody get within that they do. And those ones where not really get within that they do, government go they support them until they get within that they do. You lose your job today, you get what is called unemployment benefits for about 1 or 2 years while you are looking for another job. This is not rocket science. This is not something magic. No. It is common sense because the resources are there. Now, back to you, the zoo person. Your so-called president is busy buying jets with your money. Okay? They are busy building this one, carry this one, go to they squander your money. In that your Nigeria that you love so much, do you know your president, your so-called number one citizen, cannot comfortably receive medical treatment in that same Nigeria? He has to travel to France or to America. And you are proud to be a Nigerian. Breaking news, host. Do you know one of my person? I'm not going to mention the person name. This person was supporting Obi. Nigeria is this. Nigeria is the best. We must remain one. Yesterday, I see say this person don't go. He don't jackpot go Canada with his family. He did Canada, so as we talk. Then I came to the realization, so the plan is this. Most of these people, I'm not joking, they want to jackpot. But they want those Nigerians to think Nigeria is so good, so that the visa application no go plenty for embassy. My brother, let me give the mic here. I won't laugh small. Make the next person can talk.
Now, wow. Oh, man, everybody does the jackpot.
My brother, do you know if everybody knows that Nigeria is bad, they will want to run away, and it will ruin people like OJ their chances. OJ, when they talk, so he go and check. He has visa application, maybe in Pakistan. or Afghanistan or Canada. Anyone way first enter, he go gone, he go run, he's a gunner. You know, so forget all these people criticizing the PM. The truth is, some of them actually want this freedom more than us. But because some of them have been heartbroken by the DOS, they've seen the criminality, so they believe what we are doing is not going to work. Just, you know, because of what the DOS did. The DOS actually stained, they did a lot of damage to this movement. That is why when our chief of staff will go to Asia to represent Biafra at the world, one of the World Peace Summits, somebody will come and say it is Photoshop. Somebody actually said it is Photoshop. And it's, yeah, how can you get this? No, how can you get that? The technology that Phone Girl came here to talk about, look around you, my brother. With our Biafra coin, people are already buying food in Biafra land. Okay? We're already practicing it. Our Biafra ID card is the one with facial recognition, world standard. Now, I asked that OJ a question. Give me 5 reasons why you are proud to be a Nigerian. He could not give you any. Why, as Biafra day to day, where we say, you know, we are still struggling to get this our sovereignty the way we want it. I can give you 100 reasons why I'm very proud to be a Biafra. We stood and fought a world war, and we are still standing today. Firstly, before you speak to us, you put the respect on our name. It's not easy. Go and try the same thing and see if your nation will still be standing today. We built things then. The same fight, the same, what do I put it, weapons, the same technology, war technology and everything that we had then, till today, Nigeria cannot boast of doing it. I'm very proud to be a Biafran because now we have a government that I know anything that happens to me, they will stand for me. I will not be bullied. Look at Amaka, for example, our sister in Canada. We have a government that stood for her, you know, and the list goes on and on and on. So I'm very, very proud to be a Biafran. And if I come back to this world in the next life, I pray to come as a Biafran. Okay, so thank you, Mazda K. Many things there to talk. And I forgot to tell our people this. OJ said something and his likes that all these things where we they do for space is not gonna give us Biafra. Everything we are doing here is all about the media publicity. You never know who's listening. Some people listen anonymously. I know some people who work in diplomacy here where I am, and they told me they're actually following what's going on. So do not let anybody discourage you. Okay? OJ said, and the people who can leave Nigeria without any assistance today are people from the southwest. Go and take Ilorin back first, and then we'll take you serious. So Fulani has taken Ilorin already from you. So go and take back that Ilorin, and we'll take you serious. In addition to that, spaces like this, honestly, have saved the life of so many Biafrans. I was having a conversation with someone back home, and this person was listening to this space. Do you know this our spaces is like antidepressants to so many Biafrans? No jokes. Some people would have committed suicide. I'm not joking. So this space is where they come to get succor, to get hope. So we cannot afford to let them down. And in addition to the fact that we are spreading information, we are using technology and all that. So don't let anybody discourage you and say you're just speaking for nothing. No. And that is why emotional intelligence is very important. I know we are angry, but when people come on our spaces like that, we should show them, you know, that we can comport ourselves and correct them. Because like I said, you never know who's listening and you never know who you're teaching. And that person will spread the gospel. You know the verse pass our soldiers where they fight for land. But you saw that Biafran soldier after he captured that terrorist Afonja. You saw how he spoke. Oh my God. Shout out to Biafra Defense Forces. We love you. We love you so much. He spoke with this Afonja Yoruba soldier. He cleared this guy. Even say they vex, so he told him, do not step your smelling and disgusting feet back in this land until Biafra is restored. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, we might look normal to you, but we are very, very, very angry. So if we just smile, we will be talking, you know, gently and all. but we are very angry. But we will not come and show that anger here in public space and say, whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. We will use our anger constructively. We can learn from people we call our role models, like the PM, Mazinam, the Kanu, the professors in the cabinet, and those who are not professors. It's not about the education I know, but I'm just giving examples. Everybody here in the cabinet, even Biafrans here, we can learn from them, you know, and do better. So we should not attack people. Let us take it easy and educate ourselves. We are all here to learn and spread the gospel of Biafra. Thank you so much once again, and I yield the mic here. And let us not forget to fund. The IOU loan is there. You can put your, you know, change from that 30 naira, put it in this Biafra coin. You know, one Biafra coin is equal to $1 now. So yeah, so many things can save you. So thank you so much. Yield the mic here.
Please, Christopher, please, can I ask you a question? Christopher, can I ask you a question, please? Just a
Yeah, I'm
simple
listening,
question.
even though I can't see who is asking, but I'm listening.
Okay, how do you think, like, based on what the Prime Minister said, how do you think the development in Biafra, like, like, how do you think it to be imposed, and how do you think it to be made, like, the development in all areas?
Sorry, I do not understand what you mean. Is that Ezel? Ezel, are you the one asking the question? Yeah, you said, how do I think the development, you know, sorry, can you clarify, because I'm a bit confused.
I mean, how do you, the development that is going to be in Biafra, like, how do you think it to be imposed? Like, which area of development are we going to have? Because based on Nigeria now, the development is dead. It's dead. Many countries in Africa, it's like there's one cause that they lay on Africa now, that the development cannot be more than what it is now. Please, like, how do you think the development is going to be in Biafra? Is it going to be the ones of, like, the outside the Western world, or is it going to be based on African infrastructures? Do you understand?
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. First things first, please, I want to beg you, do not disrespect Africa like that. Don't look down on Africa. You know, Nigeria is a very barbaric place. Have you been to countries like Rwanda? Even Egypt is Africa. Have you been to Namibia? Even that Ghana there, they say they do, you know, I've seen videos in Ghana where people in remote areas, they use drones to go and deliver drugs to them. So you, my brother Ezel, let me ask you a question. Are you a Biafran?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Do you think you can do better than what is obtainable in Nigeria today in terms of development?
Yes, based on my view, like, speaking of infrastructures in the Western world, I think it's possible, and it's relative that this infrastructure can be posed anywhere in Africa. The only thing that is the currency and citizens and evolving mindset. It's just most of these things are psychological. Most of these things are psychological. You
Thank you so
understand?
much, my brother. You've actually answered that question you asked. You know, in the people living in that place you call Nigeria, they are all about Sharia. And number two, they have a center for eradication of innovation, okay, and the establishment of Sunnah. They want to give you cow. That is why when they ban cryptocurrency, somebody called Gabashew was saying, all Nigerians now go and get one cow. He said, all of you should go and get one cow. You know, it's better than Bitcoin, it's better than cryptocurrency. Get your cow today, move around. The same leaders in the so-called Niger Delta were giving, oh my God, beautiful citizens of Biafra one tuber of yam and one cutlass to go and farm. When you have machines, you have mechanized farming, you have all these things that you can do. So my brother, when it comes to development, trust me, Biafra will be nothing compared to the rubbish you have in Nigeria. That is why the PM gets infuriated a bit when people compare our beautiful nation to Somalia, Sudan, and these things. No, with all due respect to them. Biafrans are very smart people, okay? And Nigeria has buried us in this deep shit. So when we rise there with our expertise from around the world and our gifts, that is why we also talk about brain-based economy. Look at the way you're reasoning. Look at the way I am reasoning. Look at the way the host is reasoning. Look at the way Biafrans are reasoning. We bring all this together and we bring about that development that we want. Even in that Biafra where we see the struggle now, haven't you seen people doing my brother, you see as they do all these cars now. See as they do all these things, you know, technology and all that. You know, even innocent motors today with the whole hardship and everything, he's still you know thriving there. You know, so please, we would our development, in fact, in addition to the investment that will come from foreigners and our natural born talents and the professionals who have around the world, we will do better. And one thing is this: in terms of technology, what I learned is this: you can either create it, you can buy it, and sorry to say, you can steal it. That is how the world works. Steal it in the sense that it might not sound ethical, but you can actually send spies to go and check on how these things are made if you know they don't want to sell it to you. So the ones that we cannot, we know we cannot do, we will sponsor people to go and learn. Sponsor people to go and learn about this and bring it back home, my brother. So these things will not be a problem. Trust me. Let us just get out of this cage and this tsunami that they've used to cover us. You know, let's get out of this first, and you will see how Biafra will bloom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi Christopher, for the answer you gave him. Biafra would look like our Prime Minister obviously said he's going to bring Finland to Biafra land. So any imagination should be like having Finland
Also,
in your
please,
mental system.
please, can I ask Christopher another question? Please, just a simple
All
question.
right.
Um, in this area of development, based on your view, um, do you think they are going to be like demolishing, like demolishment of properties in order to entash a well and good, sorry for the noise, a well and good development in Biafra land? Do you think there is going to be like demolish of old infrastructures or our government infrastructures?
Thank you so much, my brother, for this question. In fact, this I don't know why. Well, these are really really amazing questions. You know, unlike some, I'll give you an example, but I'm gonna digress a bit because we've been listening to the PM's lectures then on YouTube and all. And I remember somebody came. I do not blame this person, but it was funny to me. The PM was talking about trams. Do you know what a tram is, Ezel? You know tram? They look like train,
No, I
but they
do
are
not.
not
I do
train.
not.
Okay, it's like they are not train, but it's like, you know, the shape of trains. They are trams. They go around the city. They have rails. They go around the city and all. You also have the subways on the ground, you know, trains and all. Then you have the train proper, you know, that goes on the rail tracks and all that. The PM was talking about trams, you know, cable cars, and somebody called him and said, yeah, Moses Simonekwa." He said, yes, go ahead. He said, what will happen to our keke napep? You know? So the PM was a bit angry, but he had to compose himself. He said, I am talking about modern day technology, cutting edge technology, trams, and you are telling me about keke napep. So the thing about infrastructure, even Mazin Amdukanu once said it will take over 70 something years to actually build, because you are living in a place where you don't even have drainage system, you don't have pipe-borne water, you don't have water coming into your house, you have to build your own borehole and all these things. You know, when we talk about public housing, definitely some old infrastructures will have to give way for the new. But here is the thing: Under this government, nobody will demolish your property or do anything without giving you proper compensation and making sure you are comfortable while at it before resettling you. That is an assurance, because this is a government led by people who Nigeria has happened to them, who have tasted sanity and how people are treated with human dignity, and they cannot afford to treat Biafrans less than humans. So any old infrastructure, even if na my papa house, make them break am to make Biafra that modern nation we want. But while they are doing it, that my papa house where they break, I know say he no go suffer. They will cushion that effect. They will give him something to relax on first while they fix the new one and then resettle him. That is the difference between Biafra and the zoo. Look at what happened to our Biafrans in Lagos. I knew a family where the man, the wife, and the kids, they said goodbye, goodbye, daddy, going to school. They went to school. The kids came back from school and they did not see their house again. Nowhere to sleep, no food to eat. They've demolished the house, nothing. They became homeless without any notice. This is barbaric. And these are the things we are fighting against. Normally, even if they've done wrong or they've not done wrong, where are they? So if that kind of thing won't happen, my brother, I promise you, they will keep you and your family in somewhere like, yeah, you see that place they call Eco Hotel or Sheraton Hotel. I'm not joking. They will lodge you there, make sure you are fine, ask you, what do you want? Does your kids have any medication and all this? They will take care of you while they try to look for an alternative for you that would not actually give you any kind of discomfort. So we cannot have this kind of knowledge and treat our people like trash. That will never happen. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe you answered everything. You buttressed all the point. Thank you, Israel, for asking these very reasonable questions, and thank you, Christopher, for answering. I think we're just gonna go with the hands up. I see. Okay.
Madueke has been here for a while. Can you let
Yeah,
him go?
yeah. He's the one I was just looking at now. Madwike, are you there? John Paul.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Let's go on with your submission.
I greet everybody once again. You know, I was on mic before the last space went down. I was literally emphasizing on OJ. Yeah, when the last space went down, actually. So, and I've been busy before I know it. I didn't know when you guys come up and come up again. I know we've gone through a lot, but it's all the same. I just want to. I know we have said a lot of things, but I just want to also add my own quota, as we always do, because we're never going to get tired. We'll continue doing this job, hammering on them until we finally get what we're looking for. So I want to, first of all, thank you guys for always standing firm, regardless of the attacks and all of that. I thank everyone, and I appreciate all of our strength. We are all doing good, and our reward will be Biafra, nothing more, nothing less. So I want to thank our Prime Minister, thank our leader Mazen Kano. I pray for him, I pray for both of them. They are the best gift God has given this our generation of Biafra. So we must appreciate and pray for them always. Just like I always say, they have proven to all of us and to everyone who cares to know and to change the narrative they always have in Igbo people. They will say, Igbo people, there's so much love money, they can do anything for the sake of money. I remember, is it Basanjo or who someone made a statement that if he had known before that they wouldn't have invaded during the Biafran Civil Nigerian genocidal war before 1967, that they would have just give them money, buy them out and all of that. So I think based on what is going on and what is happening now, the ranting and crying of Afonjas and people like them on the space and social medias here and there. They were still believing on this narrative that Igbos can sell out, for the sake of money. They cannot do things. These people will just give them money. Once you pledge them money, they will sell out. I think this is exactly what they were believing on. Not until when things started having, changing shape and changing form, they now know that these people are really becoming so serious. So they have to release their mad dogs everywhere. Everybody can see as all the social media are now, they are now discussing everything, even the ones they have been keeping secret. All of them are now coming in the open now, courtesy of the emergency of our Prime Minister and the government and all of us here who have remained resistant and resilience in all we do, to keep telling them and hammering to them that we are really not joking. So I just continue to pray for them, as we all continue to pray for them, that they have really, really changed the face and redefine the stereotypes they have on Igbo people, all those tags they have on us, that will love money more than ourselves, or will love money more than our future. So these two iconic figures have really redefined this narrative. So we should be appreciative of them and continue to give them the support they deserve. So I just want to, I think this week so far, there's a particular space that I was listening to, our usual space. One of our brothers said people in Asia are really suffering, especially, let me just put it in general, Nigerians in Asia are really suffering. Yeah, it is not a joke. If there's anybody, people of our people who need this freedom, it is even much more than people in the diaspora, especially people in the Asians. Especially our Biafrans in the Asians are really going through hell. Those ones in the first, like in the Europe and all of that, they still have a little bit, options whereby you can get citizenship and you can navigate a lot of things. But the nations is one like that. They have a strict rules and measures and all of that. So people are really through going a lot here in the Asian. It's just like recently there's news going on recently about what is happening in United Arab Emirates, popularly known as Dubai. Can you believe that that's what is going on there in UAE right now? There's what is called amnesty. They give amnesty, whereby people are allowed, who have overstayed or violated rules in one way or the other, are allowed, give a second chance to, reinstate their status or leave the country without fines and all of that. But even as that is happening, in just few weeks so far, they have deported more than 700 or 900 Nigerians who are residing in this particular part of the country or the world. And to make things funny enough, the funny part of it is that when they get you, the forces, the securities that we are, catching people and all of that, when people will be asking them what really happened, why people, people who still have strength to ask questions, and the security forces are telling them that it is not their fault, that is their government who give them go-ahead order to bring you people back. I mean, can you imagine a thing like that? I mean, Nigeria is giving the government of Dubai power to bring their citizens back to them. In the same, considering the condition of the country so far, the situation Nigeria is in so far, can you imagine such a hopeless country? Can you imagine such a hopeless government? I mean, in the midst of this chaos, inflation, difficulties, joblessness that's going on, ravaging the country, and instead of you to support your citizens who are outside, who are basically supporting their people back home, And you as a government, what you could do is to give that government power to bring their citizen back to come and do what. So it really hitting them so hard, and this has been going on for over 2-3 years now, that Nigerians are just suffering. I'm just putting it in general, because as it's happening there, it's not only the Biafrans that is happening to, it is general, because once they see that you're Nigerian, you are already in a big mess. I mean, to the point that a lot of Nigerians are now becoming scared, and not only scared, because you can't even say you're Nigerian, because the moment you mention that you're coming from this particular part of the country, you're already in a big mess. You are already in a big mess. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that we really need this freedom. Our people really need this freedom more than any other person. We need it. People in the diaspora need this freedom more than those back home, because a lot of people are even stuck. They want to go home, but they're scared of where to go to, because there's no home to go to as we speak now. So we just have to keep doing what we're doing, because we really need this freedom. We truly need this freedom, and we believe that it's going to come in this generation. So just like I was saying before the last space was off, we were talking about OJ, someone who was saying that our prime minister is they sit at home, is doing this and doing that. The economy is down, people are hungry, and I just want to ask, people like him, okay, because they're truly irrelevant, but it is good sometimes that they come up to bring out their stupidity, and we're gonna place them where they belong. What is causing the down of economy in the Nigeria in general? Their currency is useless, as useless as used tissue paper. There's nothing moving on. Everywhere is in chaos. So is this they sit at home in the Biafran land, in the south east, as they always call it? Is this still the same thing that's causing the whole Nigeria to be in a chaos? So what is causing those ones? It's just so pathetic when these people come up, and you just see the desperation. The desperation in them will force them to come out on the space, and they will making blunders and making like fun of themselves. So that's just it there for him and for people like him, people like reasoning like him, because that Nigeria is completely irredeemable. Nigeria is gone. The government don't care about you. They don't. Okay, people were hungry in the same country. People are hungry. People who believe in the same country, so-called Nigeria. This is your citizen. They came out to protest. They came out to ask for the government to do something for them. They are not coming to divide the country. As a matter of fact, they are not coming. They are not coming to let's say we don't want Nigeria anymore. No, they are only talking about the same country. They are basically agitating or protesting for the betterment of them in the country. But what did you do to them? What the government did to them? You give them weapons, you kill them, you just humiliate them, you arrest them, you intimidate them, and on top of that, you still charge the ones you kidnap, you captured, to treason and sentence them into prison for treason. Okay, that's very so funny. And now to the funny part of it is that the organizers of the protesters are nowhere to be found. Okay, let's talk about the one that's very much visible, the soul, as his name implies. Just they listed him wanted in their shenanigans. Is now wanted person in Nigeria, right? What happened? As a matter of fact, just few days ago, he arrived in Nigeria. It's not even up to few hours they let him go. But the people that he was gingering, he was cheering to the protest, are languishing in the prison. So when you see all of this, I don't know where it's leading you to. I don't know what he's still saying in that country called Nigeria. I don't know. So it's still up to you people. What do you want to believe on? But for we've said no to this, and we're moving on. We're moving to Biafra, and that's the only hope we have. And I just want to highlight one more thing here for them that still believe in their Nigeria and the way they keep deceiving themselves. We just have to believe that Nigeria people themselves are historically different by nature, by culture, by religion, by food we eat, by the dress. the clothes we wear, everything is completely different. If you go to, let me use some African country for instance. If you go to Ghana, they have common language. They call it Chu. No matter what part of Ghana you are from, or no matter the region you are from Ghana, you must understand that language called Chu. That's how to know a nation. That's how to know a country. If you go to Uganda, they have a common language. No matter the part of Uganda you come from, they have a unanimous language they speak and they don't understand. If you go to, just name it. If you go to Philippines, they have a common language they call Tagalog. No matter the language, the part of the region they come from, they have that common language, and so on and so forth. When you come to Nigeria, you just have to find out that these people are completely different people with different lifestyle and different attitude. What is your common language? Nothing. And you tell me, how long do you want to continue deceiving yourself? How long? It's still up to you. Now, for their founding fathers, still remind them that Nigeria unity is a British invention. Alhaji Tafawa Balewa in the year 1948 said, Nigeria is not a nation, it's a mere geographical expression. This is their founding father. Those people they will be jumping on, and people who they believe they found them. There were those people that who represent them or who do whatever thing to bring them together or whatever. It's still the same people that were telling them all this. But I don't know which part of the history they were reading or what part of education they were feeding themselves on. But or is it that they just see all this part, they will skip it and went to the part that suit their narrative, and they will just bring it up, dig it out, and come and be, fooling themselves, because definitely not we, because we are already and very much prepared for them. So Alhaji Tafawa Balewa is here telling you in the year 1948 that Nigeria is a mere geographical expression. In other words, Nigeria is not supposed to be a nation. So it's left for you what you will do with this information. Then again, in the year 1964, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who they popularly know, it is never going to disappear from their mouth. All of them, they remember to mention his name at every beck and call. But they forgot what he told them, that it is better that Nigeria disintegrate in peace, not in pieces. This is the same one of their founding father. But you see all these people who are parading themselves are the educated ones in Nigeria, they will just, I don't know which part of history they are reading. I don't know. It's still up to them. So our duty here is to bring it out to them in the open. So it's now left for them whatever they want to do with the information. But they cannot deceive us. The time of deception is over. The time of lies and propaganda is over. So we are here. We're going to be hitting them hard. We're going to be hitting them with fact and figures. So whatever they think they can do this time around, they are not going to stop us. The only thing they can do is to continue to cry, and we'll keep moving, because the majority will continue to have their way and the minority will only cry. So they only have to be crying while we keep moving. That's all my advice to them. The Afonjas and people like them. So then coming to the people, the DOS and their likes and people like them. I just want to highlight a lot of things. When you remember who this person called 7,000 Teeth, that's one of in his programs where someone called him. He's actually live, and someone called him and asked him, "What exactly are you people doing to restore Biafra?" Everybody can remember. You can remember his response, but let me highlight it once again. And this young man called 70,000 Teeth, called Methuselah. What his response was that GOS at the moment are not doing, take that word clearly, that GOS at the moment are not doing anything to restore Biafra, that they are there to create awareness and wake their people up. Because I don't know the people they are waking up. Maybe, I don't know, people they are waking up with their own, I don't know, whatever it is. But this is what he said. I just want to put it down together again, add it up to what this person called the what is it, a Mecca gift official. When you look at this, these are the people that are the helm of affairs of DOS. These are the top leaders. You get, Now, this same young guy called them a gift. In few weeks ago, few days ago, and thereabout, was asking AI what to do, how to go to get freedom. Is this not laughable? And these are the people, when you tell them, they will tell you, we are the right channel. These are the people that have been on the struggle for over 15 years, 13 to 15 years. And in the year 2014, as we are here, now he's asking AI what they are going to do to get Biafra. So this is the clear difference to tell you that DOS and the Biafra government, the difference between them. The Biafra government, which is under the leadership of Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, is here to get Biafra freedom, to get the freedom that we all so much desire. DOS are still in agitation. It is very, very clear. I want everybody to highlight this fact. It is very clear. That is why you see them tomorrow, they will tell you, let's support our own in the government. You will see them tomorrow, they say, this is our own, let's support him. Maybe from there we can get what we're looking for. So they are still in agitation. So anybody who is dragging us to them should just better wake up, because they are not there for anything called freedom. They are still in agitation. I just want to conclude by saying, remember the recent interview of their wife of so-called Uchechi, that desperate woman of a kind. I don't know what's pushing her, but it's up to her anyways. She came and everybody can see the blunder. She was just blabbing on the space. Please, am I being heard? Am I being heard?
Yes, we are hearing you. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So Uchechi, everybody can see the blunder she was just making. The desperation is so much. You can see I don't just know, bringing their innocent child into their mess. I don't know. This is exactly what happened. The Jews who are so desperate, they are looking for someone to hold their hands. They have to drag the wife of our leader into their mess. Now the wife is the Uchechi herself is also drowned with them, and what she has to do is to drag their innocent son into this mess. It's so pathetic. And if everybody pay attention closely, you remember when she said that the US should support her in what she's doing, so that they will continue to do it. By so doing it, the international community will come to there, and Biafra they are asking for will come, and his husband, our leader, will come out. Like, she's telling them to support her to continue what they are doing. In other words, she's trying to assume the power on them. So, and you can just imagine all of this. This whole thing tells you that these people are completely disjointed. They have no plan whatsoever, and they are going nowhere. So when you see them being angry, when you see them trying to do their lies and propaganda and all of that, this is just act of desperation. If you look at them now, some of them have they are already getting tired in their dirty jobs. Some of them are now saying, we are waiting for December 2nd. Let us see. You see, these people are completely visionless, hopeless people, and people with no direction. So don't pay attention to them. In fact, the best thing we have to do now is to completely ignore them on their nonsense they are doing on X space, because these people have no vision completely. So I thank everybody for what they are doing. We'll keep supporting our government and do all we have to do, because everything is money. So in Igbo language, that's in no milk. So we need this water to fuel what we are doing, So I thank everybody, and from here I will yield my mic. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you so much, Maduike. Thank you for your lengthy submission. That was a very great submission there. We're gonna move the speaker to, I see Onyisi Biafra. You have the mic. Onyisi Biafra. Inaba. I think you're not there. Let's see. Mazichi.
My brother, I spoke before. Thank you once more again. My own is just, it was not a summation. I just wanted to ask a question. There was one of our brother who gave his summation. There is something he said. I couldn't hold myself. I just wanted to ask that question again. Is that true that somebody asked our PM, say, what are they going to do with their kekena pepper? My God, this is hard for to show you the level of brain.
Yeah, Mazi Chichibueze.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I'm sure many people who were on that program can actually attest to that. It is not a joke. He was asking about Keke Napep, that if all these things we are trying to do, all this development, train, tram, what will happen to his Keke Napep? Yes, he asked that question.
No, I tell you, I couldn't hold myself. If I have a way to cut the record, I will cut this record. They hear it over and over. Somebody who think they have brain. You see, that's to show you the level of deterioration their brain has gone to. So for that person, that's what he has known as a good thing. You never know anything. That's why I tell some people that if you are born in that so-called zoo and die in that so-called zoo, you do not get to this earth. You reach halfway and go back. Sometimes they ask, why are you saying that? I'm saying that because of the level of exposure I have gotten. It's good for each and every one of them to come out and see how human beings live, how human beings answer human being, not what they used to know there, thinking they got it or thinking all is well. I lack words to express this kind of madness from somebody who says they are living and breathe this air. Okay, you cannot give what you don't have. So they don't have that brain. They don't have exposure. It's just like a blind person leading a blind person. What do you think happens? Both of them will go inside the dish. So even if you are offering them something good, they don't know what good is. They will be looking at you like you're crazy. So look at the normal human being thinking that the best thing he can have keke. What is keke na pepe? Is what? Where can you reach with that nonsense? People are touring around the world. People are going for vacation. Can you go to vacation with keke na pepe? Oh my God, my dear. I just if God can be able, if I will see Chukwu Okike Abiyama, please open our people's eyes to see spiritually. Let them go in trance so that they can see how people, human beings, live. And because we were like that before. If you go and do your research, just like I gave my submission before, go and do your research and see the life our people lived in that old centuries, 16 to 15. Back then, we were king and queens. We have our alphabet. Is this idiots call themselves white? I call them light skin. I never call them white. They're not white. This is because they're criminals. From their birth, they were born with that. That is how they come. Then we're able to get the gullible ones among us. When we fought them at that time, 17 something to 18 something, we were killing them, we were defeating them. They was not able to penetrate us until they come with their crooked ways and bought some of the gullible ones. That was how they penetrate us. They came like friends. And because of the heart we have, we welcome them thinking they're friends, not knowing they're fools. That's how they come to sow discourse among us. That's how they got us. But this time, President Bush said, fool me once, shame on you. You will not fool me twice again. So this time around, we are ready for them. And it will not be business as usual. Every hands on deck. As we are, everybody is saying it. All we want is fun, fun, fun. Anywhere you can get money, even if it is for you to dupe the zoo and bring the money for us, because it is our money. It's just like somebody who went and steal on the road. I had that phrase. He went and steal on. They stole him his money. When people met him, he say because they took like 1,000 from him. When people come to visit him, he say, "Hey, they took 20,000." Then the thief say, "Okay, you owe us 9,000." So they stole from us. So they owe us our money they hold. So wherever we see our money or see them, don't hesitate to collect it from them. Well, this is not the time, though. The time shall come when they will pay back for all they have done. All the atrocity they have done will never go unchecked. We are keeping record. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Thank you so much, Mazichi. Thank you for your submission. So, I think I just changed the topic up on the jumbotron, so we have interesting things to talk about and have more people, especially from Jazz, come around to tell us how Nigeria is a dream killer to them, or how Nigeria has helped their dream, and how Biafra is our only hope concerning, like, I'm talking about Biafran. So I think this is a nice topic we could like engage and talk about. So yeah, I see when you see Biafra raising up his hand there. You can take the mic. When you see still not there. I see Kama. Kama is really requesting to speak. Page Yoruba. Eshishayo. I don't know what you find for you. This are from Jaga. You tell me what you find for Indigo space. Yeah. So we have a topic to talk about. Nigeria as a dream killer. Yeah, we have something very, very nice up here to talk about. Tell us how Nigeria killed your dreams. Literally, I have a guy. I have a Yoruba guy that was my friend. He was telling me some stories like that when he was in Nigeria before he moved out of Nigeria. How he read mechanical engineering and ended up as a bike man in Cotonou. So his dream was literally this very bright dream of being an engineer. Like when he grows up, when he leaves school, when he graduates, and but he ended up some years after he finished school, he ended up being a bike man in the neighboring country, Cotonou. I think the one that has borders with Nigeria. So he was now telling me some things like that. This particular course that he studied, if he was outside the country, he would have been paid. I think the amount he calculated then was about, was it some thousands of pounds? I think 71,000 pounds annually. So when we did the rough estimate and everything, we were just shocked we were like, wow. So if it was a working country, if it was a country where there was employment, there's employment, there's almost everything needed for you to like work and make money. If the economy was good, it would have just been a better place back here. But you know, with the subjugation and almost everything they are doing to suppress people, he ended up in Cotonou. So obviously, his dreams of becoming that engineer was literally killed. I think he was a marine engineer, so everything he studied concerning marine engineering was just automatically dead, and he turned to a bike rider, I think so. So literally, I think till now, it's still the job that he's still doing, and he's regretting. He's always regretting anytime he thinks about Nigeria. He promised himself that he's not going to come to Nigeria again because of, I think, because of everything. He almost got him killed. Some things happened to his family. Everything just happened to him, and you know, he's just one of this um product of one Nigeria. Like Nigeria happened to him, so obviously he's like a victim of Nigeria being a dream killer. Nigeria killed his dreams literally. We all have our different stories concerning Nigeria killing our dreams. Some of us we had dreams of being a pilot. We had dreams of being a very good economist. We had dreams of building our own schools, having our bank institutions, having apps that people are gonna like subscribe to, like different kind of dreams. But just because you're in this contraption Nigeria, there's nothing that can seem like it's gonna be moving for you. It's just gonna be like you're being stuck in one place. In fact, you're literally going back. So let's just talk on this topic. And I think, I don't know if anyone, no, I can't see anyone's hand up except Onyisi, and I guess Onyisi is not around. But if you want to speak, you can raise up your hand so I pass the mic on to you. Kama Israel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, you can take your time.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I greet you all for always being there to propagate the good news. Let me start from where one of our brothers stopped, Mazi Chibeze, you know, talking about the foolishness of people that live here in that area. One thing I've discovered is that religion helped these people to actually keep them, you know, that they don't think beyond their limit. You know, you can imagine when someone is down and somebody is telling you that you should be there until you die so that you will enjoy. You know, you can imagine that. So in that situation, none of them want to move an inch. They just want to remain, you know, where they are because they have hope that if they die, they will enjoy. You know, so when they think in that manner, it's not just only poverty, it's not just only the what Nigeria itself has done to them, is also what religion has. This is a combination of everything together, you know. So Pepe na Pepe is more like you know, living in a luxurious I don't know how to describe that kind of mentality, but that's how it is. And I'm sure these are the things that are giving us morale to fight this fight without looking back, especially now, you know, when you add up everything that these people have done to our people, you know, the killing of today, the killing of yesterday, you know, is just a part of it, because this killing started from the time of Osman Danfodio, and up till now, they are still using the same template. They have not changed. Just killing, 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 kill and occupy, killed and occupy. You know, when our people started resisting them, then they now penetrate into government, using government, you know. I tell you this, and you go and do your research. In the whole of South and West, the whole of South, every Fulani man, you know, that has a house or a land did not buy that land. It was forceful taking through government. Go and do your research. Every Fulani man, and then not just only the Fulanis, all these people that have been in the government, Fulanis and you know, all this their government of a thing, they don't have the house where they can say that they paid with their own money. You know, in the South, especially in the South, they always use government to take the land from the people. And that's how they don't buy. The same thing with land. All the places they have their settlement, they don't pay anything. They just get it through. That is to tell you how evil these people are. They just want to kill and take everything that belong to the indigenous people. Let me just focus on the topic. You know, Nigeria, a dream killer. It's not just a dream killer. You know, if they kill, you know, if they can kill human being, how much more about your dream? You know, so they've killed, they've destroyed, they've done a lot, you know, that we cannot, you know, we cannot forgive, you know, talk less of forgetting what these people have done to us. It doesn't matter, you know, you have this government relationship and all that, but that will not make us to forget what these people have done to us. Because if there is a repentance in them, after 100 years, these people would have given up. But they continue up till today that Musa is still looking for our people to kill. But they refuse to recognize the terrorist kidnappers as a squad. They always they have actually changed it in their media that you cannot call them terrorists. You can only call them bandits. And they know what they're doing. If you check the meaning of terrorism and the banditry, you see that the difference is quite clear. But they refuse. These people are kidnapping people every day. And somebody will come on Channel TV and said that the bandit, you know, kidnapped people on the motorway. How will it be kidnapped when they will kill, maim, and then they will carry some people into the bush, and you're still calling them bandits? That's how, you know, wicked these people, and they are looking for our people to kill. They are not looking for our people to arrest them, but to kill them, just because they are fighting for their freedom. And how we will forgive such a people that have that kind of mind? They don't care, you know, they just want to kill you. So we can never forgive them. It doesn't matter, you know, and we are preparing heavily for them, that our land will open up and swallow all of them if they don't leave our land. That is what is coming to them. That is exactly what will happen to all of them if they don't leave our land in peace. If they know that somebody like PM, will come on the scene, these people would have done everything. But unfortunately to them, they look at him and said, he's a small boy. What can he do? He can't do anything. They called all of us miscreants. I don't hear those languages anymore. In short, our the southeast, south, would they call themselves politicians? I don't hear from. I wonder why they are not coming to speak any longer.
Before they will keep on disturbing us,
I think Kama went into the matrix. Can anyone hear me? Give me a thumbs up.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I was not hearing. I just kicked him out. So, yeah. Sorry, who is gonna go next? I don't know. I don't know. How I'm gonna pick up the queue. There's no one raising up his hand. No, Onyisi, I think Onyisi is sleeping. He just has his hand up, but he's sleeping. Mobility, do you want to go?
I've spoken, nothing more, nothing less. Nigeria is actually a dream killer, and nobody that doesn't know that. So we are just there to kill Nigeria before it will kill us. Just as our leaders say that if you don't bring Nigeria to an end, Nigeria will eventually bring us to an end, inclusively with our dream, because we have aspired so many things to be in the future. But since you are under the system called One Nigeria, Nigeria will always destroy your dream and render you useless and impotent. So that is, I can use an example. For instance, you will see somebody who study medical doctor will end up becoming what will I call a banker. That is in the Nigerian system. All this happens in the Nigerian system simply because maybe he might have searched for where to practice his field of profession, but the system, Nigeria, will keep frustrating the effort. So in order not to remain idle, to stay without doing anything, so they'll have to involve themselves with anything, any job given to them. It doesn't matter, certificate doesn't matter. So they aspire into banking or doing one thing or the other, or being an internet fraudster. So all these things shows that Nigeria is actually a dream killer. So with all these things happening, and with a lot of youth, countless of them, we can see our youth. Them, most of them have a better plans for themselves. Like me, when I went to school those days, when I was in the school those days, I never believed that when I graduated, what I wanted to be was to become a pilot. But because Nigeria is not fair to me and fair to the system, they will have to call me to lobby money when I got my admission to study aeronautic engineering. But simply because I don't have such amount of money to pay, I will have to give up and go for the nearest course that I'll study. I end up reading a public admin, which is not my course that I wanted. It was not for my choice. But because Nigeria is frustrating my efforts, I am a science student, but I end up doing public admin. So today, even at that self, there is no job. We keep roaming about the streets, up and down in search of job. But in order not to capitulate, we will involve ourselves in being self-employed. We learn handwork. Like now, probably I learn how to do installations, electrical installations. That is what I do. So I also drive. You understand? I'm a electrical install. I do it electrical installation. I just learning as handwork. What I'm doing to support myself in order not to remain idle. Because if you remain idle, you hello, Master K. Am I coming out clear? Hello, hello. Is anybody
Yes,
hearing
go
me?
ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. I just said my voice was resounding on the background, so I have to like confirm. So actually, my brother, there are numerous of them. Huh? There are numerous of it. Nigeria is actually a dream killer because when we were little kids, some of us, I'm speaking in respect in general, some of us may have aspired to become a political leader. Some of us want to be the leaders of tomorrow, but today they are the dyers of tomorrow. They are the dyers of tomorrow. They die for tomorrow. They are dying. Instead of becoming the leader, they are dying for tomorrow. Simply because of what? Because the system has failed. Now, the only thing that Nigeria will always remember you is when they will remember the youth is when they start doing recruitment into armed forces. That is the only place they will reserve the slots for youth. They will ask you to, oh, come and apply. There is a slot for you to become a soldier, a police, a navy, an air force. Come, there is slot. Come. And at that, everybody has failed. The system failed. If you go, they take you to bandits or Boko Haram. They will kill you there, and that will be your end. Or they bring you to our brothers in the east. They now use it for sacrifice, and that will be the end of you. No compensation, nothing. That will be the end of your matter. Your family will not be compensated. If they try sell, they will just inform your family that you are gone, or maybe they'll just send you 200,000. That is all. That is Nigeria as a failed system. You understand? So many. I can't mention them and leave the rest of them. Our brothers in the east, look at our companies, most especially the textile company.
Mobility, we cannot hear you anymore. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I think Mobility is having issues with his connection.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe I should just drop him and bring him up back. Give me 1 second. I'll just do that. I'm just trying to fix it. So Mobility, please request back. I was just trying to fix my network. They almost kicked me out of the space, but I found a way to recover the space and connect back. Network has been a hell of a hassle here. I can't see Mobility anymore. The network is really pissing me off. So how do we do now? Jonathan, are you there? T-boy.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
here.
Let me just bring
Can I be
Mobility
heard?
up so he finishes his submission before you go. Mobility, are you there? Yeah, the network is really messing up. You can go on now. We
Oh,
can hear you.
okay. Yeah, so Nigeria is actually a dream killer. Look at a lot of company has filled up. The textile company Aba is not working. Look at our coal. We have a large deposit of coal in Enugu, all shut down because of what? They all rely on petroleum. Look at Nkalago Cement, shut down. Boreham Cement, shut down. Ego Cement, shut down. Bottling company in Aba, shut down. textile shut down. A lot of them shut down simply because they try to monopolize it to one person, which is Dangote. They try to monopolize so that they will be the only person bringing what we use. Now they are try to bring the such monopoly into the oil sector now, which they claim the Dangote is building refinery and all the rest of the brouhaha, all in the name of trying to monopolize it so that Dangote will be the only one supplying oil and we will be the one to buy. And they will dictate price. Okay, now look at how much are they selling oil now. Oil is sold for about 1,000 plus, and people in the zoo are crying. People in the zoo are gnashing teeth because of what the system has failed them. It has killed their dream because they hoped and so hoped that maybe when this drug lord took over the affairs of the nation, maybe somehow or by magic, he's going to revive the economy and oil will be sold at 50 naira or 100 naira. But to unfortunate instance, even the drug lord, I know, even the drug lord doesn't even know that it's going to be like this. But simply because that seat is cost. The country Nigeria itself is a cost to humanity. So that is why everything will never work in Nigeria. Nothing work in Nigeria. Look at our medical practitioners now. All of them have been deserting the country. All of them are going because they feel in the country they are serving, they are not appreciated. Their efforts are not being appreciated. Can I say one and leave the other? So they have to go to a country where they will be appreciative. And if you watch with keen interest, whenever they go to those countries of their choice, they aspire to every position of their life. They become successful because of what they are not in the shores of Nigeria. And that is why it's enough reason that Nigeria is a failed state. Now, look at, I just got a news drop that Nigerian government they got in touch with the United Arab Emirates for possible deportation of the Nigerian citizens who are mostly occupied in the United Arab Emirates. And then people from those the Nigerians staying in United Arab Emirates were actually deported. Some of them were found in the bar drinking. Some of them were found in their places of business, in their workshops. Some of them in their offices, deported to where they were all arrested and detained, and the next day they were put into the available flights and bring back to Nigeria. Why? Simply because their government asked them that they should deport their citizens back to Nigeria, whereas every other citizens in that country are enjoying their stay in that country, United Arab Emirates. But it is only Nigerians that were being deported back to the zoo. And I was told that they were given the sum of 50,000 naira to go.
Can anyone hear mobility? Mobility, I think they've kicked you out again now. This Zoom network is not really encouraging. Very, very bad network. I don't know. We're gonna manage this, but let's keep moving. Mobility, maybe you try to go out and coming back. Let's see if it's gonna work. Jonathan, are you there? Can you just go with your submission now?
I'm much around.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good
Special
evening.
greetings to I greet everyone, everybody where they are. Greet. I'm happy. I'm happy. Everyone's submission. I can hear you.
keep kicking me out of the platform when I'm not done in my submission. So, all these things to show that Biafra is our only hope, because in Biafra our currency will be one of the valuable currency in the world. Our country visa will be very, very scarce. In fact, many people will rush to come to our country. Even the Afonjas, as I'm talking to you, most of them are leaving the zoo. They are even one of them I met online was telling me that do I think that this Biafra that I'm aspiring for, that is going to be only is going to be I'm going to be the only benefactor. I said no, me I don't know, but I'm fighting Biafra for my own self and for my own generation. Say for where that they too they are coming to be in the Biafra, and they are coming. I said no, well, if you are coming, you have to, if you meet our criteria and you are peaceful and you obey our laws, then and we will not be, we don't behave like the zoo. Once you meet all these criteria, you are peaceful, you obey our laws, you are ready to work and stay and legitimately and not involving in crime or internet crime, then we'll welcome you. But anything exceptional, you will be strictly resisted. So Biafra is our only hope, because that is what millions of people have died for. If those millions of people who died for this Biafra because feels that there is no Biafra, that to show you that Biafra there is hope. They died for Biafra simply because they hope that Biafra is where they will get life. So that is why they die fighting for Biafra. Even when our gallant soldiers of the 1967, 1970 were fighting war, even at the heat of war, at the epic of genocide, they never capitulated. They kept fighting toothlessly. They fight ruthlessly. They never give up, because if Biafra is not our hope, I think they will just give up the war and forget everything about Biafra, and nobody talks about it again. But guess what? Probably after some years, after the war of extermination, some years, when Nigerian government thought they had it all, when they thought they have subdued us, even Philip Efyonga made it very clear to them that if you don't treat us well, our children might end up rising up. And exactly that prophecy is coming to pass. Now, today, we have risen up to tell you that Biafra is our hope. We have been in that system, that failed system called Nigeria, for so many years, and nothing is working. Instead of something to work, it's getting worse every day. Worse and worse, and we are being marginalized, treated like third-class citizens. And that's why we said no, enough is enough, because Biafra is where our hope lies. In other instances, not to waste much time, I think I have to end and yield my mic here for other people to give their own submission. Thank you, Maz, our host, Maz Dake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zogbondizu. Our one and only mobility. Thank you so much for that submission. Jonathan, I think this is your turn. Take it from here.
Good evening. Good evening to all Biafrans here. Yes, so I was saying for that hour, I'm very happy. All the speech where everybody make, it say it just do like say na special food where they prepare for me, and I dey eat am. I dey eat am small, and they digest. I was overfilled with joy. Wetin Nigeria never do to us. Okay, we wey dey for Biafra land now, for whole land now, make I give una this update, the one wey dey happen. See, wetin Nigeria don do our youth to the extent that from now, from pikin wey dey 15 years now, for whole land now, from my own side, they don after secondary school, nothing again, buying big phone, yahoo. Even they can go to any extent, say na yahoo to make money. And now I began to see this. Many years ago, it was not like this. Even when our fathers, some never die, things no dey like this kind of thing. A person wey finish school go find one work or means of going to university. But now, no, even from 10 years, nobody care. Yahoo. Now, wetin Nigeria don do to us? And me myself, I just tell now this small story. In the year 2019, that was the year I get the experience of say make I travel, make I escape out of Nigeria to maybe say to escape with money with $20,000 then my hand make I come out from Nigeria. I did what I'm not supposed to do and collect that money. So make I come out outside, go change my life, go break a yoke. See, from that 2019 till now, that yoke wey I wan break that time till now still never dey unbroke. Never break. And can you imagine how since that yoke that I wanted to escape then to outside to go and break, I never break am. Till now, I'm still in this zone. Hi, to survive for zone na great task. A lot of deprivation. Community where me I come from, oil dey. Better oil, complain, but and because they hear say you be Biafra, any small. But look at this question now. Does it mean that these our people they think say Biafra no go come or wetin? What is wrong with them? You see some people will be say they get sense. They go school no. They go school for this place. They go school. Why? But even at this point, they don't. When you are telling them Biafra, it will come. I can't listen. See, maybe this Biafra way they want to read clear for December 2nd. They don't know Satan know the see. Many people go plan. Many people go sleep for Biafra one day, one night, and wake up. They go sleep for Zoom one night and wake up for Biafra in the morning. You go shoot them. You go shoot them. This is why some of us here they take the risk of living their. You get one of our brother here for more than 4 years now when you come out. But he even picking away wife born. Don't they talk? But he's still there hustling. If now joy in mind with others. So because you guys are there for us, we are proud of you guys here. We are proud of you guys here. If we are opportune, if we get chance, we foresee there the help. But as it be, we are here, we are working together, we are very proud of you people. And without you people, it's not easy. For them for us. Look at our even the brothers, maybe so much you know. I see our eye don't see shake here. Our eye don't see shake, but you know, see, it don't end, it don't end. The expiring date now December 2nd. And we are that me, I believe nothing with the no, because say now God send them, now so you could be no human be nothing. Because it don't come. The suffer, it don't expire. Our waiting get beginning, get end. The end of Nigeria now December 2nd. Make I just relax. I talk from my mouth, but the environment area where we dey no be smart. Even now after that day, I never see I did this my boss based on area. Make I just stop. Make I just stop. But I greet everybody all of now. They try. We are proud of you guys. We are proud. We now don't come out us from slave. Now we are free finally now. So thank you very much. Thank everybody. You guys should keep it up. The grace will be available for you guys. It's well. Thank you. Thank you. I hit my mic, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you for your submission. That was really a great one. You said almost the fucking truth. You said the whole truth. There was no lie in everything you said concerning after schooling, what they were gonna do. Like everything is just the real truth concerning Nigeria being a failed state, killing dreams. Thank you for your submission, man. And I don't know. Let's just move the mic. Azel, do you have anything to say? I see Happy you may just joined us. Starman, I see you. Azel, are you there? Do you have anything to say? I don't think Ezel is there. Zion. Okay, Ezel is there. Did you unmute? I don't think you're unmuted. Ezel, are you there? I can't hear you. I can see you're unmuting, but I cannot hear anything. Or is it the network? I don't know. I can't figure it out. Oh, God. Happy Ume, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very loud and clear.
Okay, thank you for setting up this space so we can come and commune with each other. There's nobody, there's no family you will see all over the world that will not tell you that yes, Nigeria, that's what I call them, dream killer. Anybody you will see, any family in America or Europe, or, why are we there in the first place? Why? Some of us are doctors. Do you think we are happy being here when our brothers and sisters are dying of simple ailment? I had a relative one time. He had, when a condition whereby you can't urinate, something very simple that under 10 minutes will finish, will resolve it. He died because he couldn't pee for more than 2 days. Simple thing like that. We have all the knowledge. Why are we not home? Where is the light to have a functional hospital? Do you think most of us that are practicing outside the country, we don't want to bring, because it doesn't make sense? Where is the medicine you're going to use? And all this equipment, I'm sure, give us 2 years. Bring any equipment, take it, go to, before you go to 10 secondary school, you'll find the people that can make it. I believe that in my heart. Just bring some of simple equipment that we can use. We don't even need to import. This is no brainer. Nigeria is a dream killer. Then you see somebody who will read the account, even me talking to you. Now, you know how many people I've sent to school? After they graduate, I will still be giving money to go train them in one Emwakolo, those kind of thing, apprenticeship or whatever, to learn how to sew, how to mechanic, how to do this. Just like one of us said here, that's what we want to stop. Everybody's, as they say, jackpa, jackpa, jackpa. It's not that they want to jackpa. What are you going to be doing here if you don't want to be a criminal? If a few now ndị na-agbalụ Fulani Odibo, as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to say, that they give contract, they'll be making noise, or they go and steal money, Yahoo, or whatever. Can't all of them that maybe have money, they are all the little that the Fulani gave them. Is that not what they are using to oppress their brothers and sisters? There are simple ways we can grow yam, grow tomato, grow all those things. Is it not now to God be the glory that cows are not disturbing people in the farm? I used to encourage people, but we cannot lose hope. We'll still try to, and we don't even, blame that guy that say, what of my pepe na keke? It's just how the much he has seen. For now, that's the only thing bringing him money. So he doesn't know that when the new government come, everybody will go back to training. Those people who didn't go to school, they will learn. If it's driver, he doesn't know that all those trains, all those buses, all those boat ride, they will need drivers for them. He doesn't know that because he hasn't seen it. So we can't be too harsh on them, because it's what Nigeria has put them. And you see this self-centeredness and selfishness, It's also what Nigeria has made them. That's what is here. So that you need to understand. That's why I always tell people, any hand that those people back home bring, I don't usually feel angry about it, because you can see the other side because of your own exposure. They can see, they don't know what you've seen. They are just in there. A country that does not teach its people history. So what do you want from them? So my brother, is very sad. Anybody who is still thinking that Nigeria will work, I don't know what they want from Nigeria, that they are still waiting for, if they are not criminals or a fulefu or a servant to the Fulani, and they're giving them money and they can buy a private jet and live large, and then that's it. Or they work in one company, they're chairman, they retire, they go abroad, they go and stay. What kind of life are they build mansion? They're okay. But you see, they can't see beyond their nose. Is that how we are going to continue? So all of us should go to America, England, Germany, whatever. So all those people sending our people back home, you can also blame them. They also need to provide, just like America is doing now. They are fighting deportation of all those people that cross their border. Everyone is trying to their own country first. That's even we were saying it. Biafra first. That's what we are going to also focus on. We are going to take care of our people first before we can think of others. And you know that another reason why they are deporting some of these people, we can't lie to ourselves. They think that they are contributing to the Biafra progress. So now if they don't, because in Nigeria they've taken on the job for you. So if you don't have job, where will you have the money to contribute? And they know that majority of our people are not like them in the north, because of the resources we in diaspora try our best to also help our people at home. They know that. But you see, they can do whatever they want to do. How many more months? Okay, Fabian and fire for it was going to happen. Just like Nnamdi Kanu said, if God did not give us Biafra, he's going to believe that we don't have any God anyway. Because look at it from time to time. Look at what the white people have done, the colonization. You people don't know the impact of colonial mentality for over 1,000 years on a people. You lose your sense of self. So we have a lot to do, even when Biafra come, to reorganize. Look at what that Burkina Faso guy is doing. Have a time. That time will come, all these people of Biafra will be taught in our own language. Gradually, we'll get it back. Just like the Chinese did when they drove the Europeans away. Close their door, not in Europe. And they built from inside. We can do that. We know we can. So just to round it up, Nigeria is a dream killer. Even a baby knows that. Even from when the woman is pregnant, even before he has the baby, the child's dream has been killed. That's how terrible that country is. That even from how many prenatal do they go? Do they go to hospital? Antenatal care? How many? Count. How many go? And then when you even go, how are you sure about the medication you are giving? What do we produce? It's just that Chukwokike like us, so all their evil plan to kill us in one way or the other. Look at when COVID came too. So we just have to support this government because it's our own in any way we can, and continue to encourage each other and then help each other to grow and enlighten them. That's the only way we can also carry everybody along, and don't just be mesmerized by their thinking. Think about it. It's their exposure. It's what their country has done. That's why you see, if here somebody said about how you look up to presidents of a country what they've done. Tell me, since the inception of Nigeria, which president, is it Babangida, the chief thief? Or is it, what's his name? That one that God has saved his life, that went to jail, Obasanjo? Tell me who? So anybody fooling themselves can continue, but truth will always prevail. My brothers and sisters, keep contributing in any way and educating ourselves. Thank you.
My sister, can you please stay on the mic? And the host, can I just engage our sister for 1 minute or 2 minutes if you don't mind?
No problem.
Thank you so much, Sister Happy Ume. When you were giving your submission, you mentioned something very important. You said, "Thank God, now our people can go to the farm." Can you please educate us? What do you mean by this? And you said no more cows.
No, but you know that before, I know I have a friend from abroad that came to the country to set up mechanical farming, big plot of land. He was killed in his farm by the terrorist people, you know, in the farm, because they were eating the crops, killing people. I also know of a family. They finish harvesting the yam. You know, there are some places in Delta, when they harvest their yam, they put it in the farm for some, around the farm place before they go and put it on the bind or whatever they call it. Before they came back, they were cutting their yam and feeding it to the cows. So that's what I mean. Gradually, that was why ESN was formed, right? And they were able to chase those people out of the farm. I know that they are still reeling their, look at other places, even in Yoruba land. Some of those people left their farm. They are refugee in another man's land. Where is it called? Because of all those things. And now people are crying of a shortage of food. It was all planned. We want to put Microsoft inside so that it can sell seed and continue to kill our people so that we can continue to be indebted to them. So I encourage all the farmers to please preserve our natural crops. Seed, make sure you preserve it. That's
Yes,
what I
thank
think.
you. Thank you so much, my sister. Although, we are still getting there, but would you say that this government has been able to a large extent, protect our farmers, that they can actually plant and harvest crops
90%.
today?
90%. 90%.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to add 1 minute, please, the host. Can I go ahead just to what she said? Starman, co-host, can you hear me? Am I permitted?
Oh, yeah, Chris, I didn't even realize. I didn't realize I was close. Yeah. You go
All
ahead.
right, thank you. So our sister mentioned some things. First, she talked about asylum, and I think she also talked about the healthcare system. Our people back home are dying because of the nonsense Nigeria has done to them. Regarding asylum, this government, the Biafra government, which Prime Minister, our Mazi Samanekwa is the Prime Minister, under this government, we've been able to stop many Biafrans from being deported. And this is thanks to the Biafra Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For example, we can see what happened to Amaka, how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sprang into action and protected Amaka. And every Biafran around the world will be protected like this. So that now brings us to the issue of ID card. You see this ID card that people have been registering. Now, if you are here on this space, especially you in diaspora and you've not registered, and when I say diaspora, it's Europe, Asia, Africa, everywhere. If you have not registered, you are doing yourself a disservice. Especially those who are unregistered or those who are seeking asylum. Because of the level of scrutiny and investigation that will go on and background check, and high level of security that comes to this our ID card. When you as an asylum seeker has this ID card and you attach it to your case, it's you would they will recognize it, and I'm sure you would be granted that asylum. So please register for that ID card. It is very, very important. If you are documented or undocumented, or you have, this is something that shows that you are a real Biafra. Regarding the healthcare system, I have a friend here where I am, and this person, when the wife been get belle, you know, and this is also connected to this ID card and our government's database registration. Listen to this. In advanced countries, and I got first-hand information about this. Once your spouse is pregnant, you go to do your checkup and all. They don't type am for the computer database, right? They've linked this to your health records, your history, everything is there. They follow up. They follow up. They follow up this woman pregnancy from that first day, say she get belle till the baby came to this world. And something happened. When this woman they push, something happened. She lost a lot of blood. In fact, the blood not before here. Before you know, pum, they don't carry and go. They put machine, gave her blood, fixed it. They could get this blood from the blood bank because they already know her blood type thanks to this database. So they already know what blood will fit, what blood they will give her. They don't finish. Everybody is happy. Even my friend Seth, will be the father, he was not afraid, he was not panicking because he trusts the system here. I told him if that should have happened in the zoo, your wife is gone. And I'm not, that is the truth. I told him the first thing they will ask is, Oga, and we want to buy blood though, and you have to pay this money. And this is before you know, the woman will die. There are many deaths that would have been prevented. People just die for nothing in that place called Nigeria. I even heard that one lady died of pneumonia. Cold pneumonia. She died. So when people open their mouth and say they are proud to be Nigeria, you want to be Nigeria, you just don't get it. Biafra is here to correct this wrongs. And those things you think, say, na film trick, no. It is happening, and it will happen in our own nation. Thank you.
Yeah, please, can I just for add something to that?
Yeah, go on, Happy Man.
Yeah. When I say about health, I'm not just saying it as an aside. I'm a medical practitioner, so I know what I'm talking about. So it's really so disheartening, so sad. We can only try our best with this. Maybe once in every 2 years, you go home, you gather people, you treat, you do as much as you can. You try to do like what do they call it? Whereby you do go to a community, you provide them free healthcare screening. If you see so many things we catch, sometimes I'm even hesitant to do it because there's no follow up. So I know what we can do. Am I not a Biafran? I'm just one. My time, and I know there's so many people like me too who can do something. Can you imagine that up to now we don't have a functioning pharmaceutical company that can convert all these our leaves into our own medication? We don't even, if we have proper sanitation and all that. There's so many. Our great grandfather, didn't they live to be 100 plus? Were they drinking chloroquine and all those things? We have our own ways that we even need to have like a research center that will look into all those things, that we can make medications that work for us. Not like some of, even in America, they do research because of Tuskegee that happened in America where they were using the black men as guinea pig. Most of the black people don't participate in research because they don't even trust their healthcare system. But in Biafra, we'll be able to do that because it's us. We have people who are older than us who know some of these lists, but we don't have any research place to do it. Do you know that our Nubu in Switzerland and this country, they've started putting it into tablets, using it, came here, stole it, modernized it, they are using it, they will now sell it back to us. Look at Gary, they are taking it to China, producing what we don't know, bagging it, selling it back to us. So there's much we can do. That's why we need Biafra. In case you see another way Nigeria is a dream killer. So there's so many things, reason why we need Biafra. All the knowledge and everything we have, we're using it to develop other people's country, other people's community. We're supporting, inputting. Some of us have our own companies here abroad doing well. But we can't even come because of the bribery, the lack of structure. They give you headache that you even look at it and say, is it worth it? Everything works here because there's a structure, 24-hour light. How old are the average person on this space? When have you ever seen a whole week light in your life in that country? Even if you're abroad, when you come home, is it not generator you use? Who is talking about all those polluted air, what it does to the people? All of us in this space, how many times in your life in that Nigeria, you're talking about Nigeria is a dream killer? Of course it's a dream killer. 100%. Have you stayed at home for 5 days? Okay, I'm being too good now. Let's say 3 days. They don't take your light. You have full light to do something. If there's anybody who has experienced that, please let us know. I'm almost 50. I have never experienced it in my life.
My sister, please say a day. Okay. And I can tell you because I'm currently in homeland. I can tell you a day. As I'm here right now, there's no light. In fact, since morning, there's never been light.
Okay.
It is I'm able to talk to you courtesy of a power bank. My phone is plugged in the power bank now, and I went to generator somewhere to charge it.
There you go. So you see, and then anybody who does not see the benefit of this Biafra, Amadioha will kill that person because we need it. Anybody that will stand in our way, Amadioha will kill that person because this Biafra, we need it like we need air. That is the only solution. We cannot keep what is even in Nigeria. I don't even.
Please, hello. Please, happiness, ma. Please, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
If we have our Biafra, I know we already have it, but where would the food? We'll have hopefully we'll have this all these shop rights, all this shopping space. You understand? Where would this food supplies be coming from? Is it going to be coming from the north,
Are
or
you
will
kidding me?
there be?
There's no food supply that will be coming from the north. We can do mechanical farming. We can use a small land to grow. There's so many things we can do. We don't need a big land set for farming. If you know how to build your I didn't prepare for this. If you know how to build your greenhouse, you know what is called a greenhouse?
Okay.
You can do different
Okay.
greenhouse technology. We will never get any food supply. Our goal is to be 100% provide our yam, our gari, our rice, tomato, you name it, everything. Onubu. So you go to Onubu na Anandi Hausa or Anandi Yoruba or Ebeki Eje. So everything would.
Ịma na USA ụfọdụ steeti a na-eji ekwu these crops. as in most states in US, like they have the very high valued agriculture. So most states are basically are like pointed like
Yeah,
public publicly appointed for agriculture and growing crops. So is this possible in Biafra? Because it's not. Do you think that development is going to be the entire 40 states of Biafra, or do you think there are certain states that are going to use for agricultural purposes, military purposes, and this other productive spaces? Do you understand? So it's the question I'm asking.
okay. For every 40 state of Biafra, just like in America. I'll give example. Texas, they are good. They have a lot of oil. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
So they are not too good with agriculture. California, New Jersey, all those are known for. But even New York State, that you think is very small, they still grow some little things. So everybody will do what they are very good at, but they might be, you can't be 100 in everything. Do you understand? The one that you're known, like there's some villages now. Let me take Delta State. There's some villages that they are known for yam production. Even now that I'm talking to you, they can still be doing that yam, and then we can also use our own technology, see other ways that we can support them for things that they are not producing, or they can diversify. There's no place in Delta that cannot make Gary, right? But some place might make more Gary than the other. There's some place that can grow yam than the other. We can start teaching them how to really grow onion, we have all this technology, grow onion, grow pepper, and stuff like that. So that you know that is because of their myopic and what we do fast, what they know, that they just focus on it. But when Biafra comes, we'll be able to diversify. Even now, I send video, I have farms all over the place, places that they don't even grow tomatoes, that we are trying out right now. It's in some villages in Delta. So there's so much we can do. We can't just focus on, there will be growth, when there's so growth, because now you're concentrating on yourself. All these people you're seeing that they are jobless, they don't have anything. All they need is structure. Then they will see that you not see our people are borrowing the finished school. You see people who actually went for agriculture and they are working in agricultural settings. Not somebody who read agriculture and is working in the bank. No, we won't have that. Look at all our people. Even if you don't go to school, like one of our speaker here said, even if you're a cleaner. For example, I know people who clean, who even do the least job that you can think of, because because of this our colonial mentality, we see one job is higher than the other. Let me tell you, a doctor is not higher than a cleaner, because if all the cleaners go on strike in America, you will know that that a cleaner is a doctor is not higher. We are all giving our own talent. Everybody will come in with what they have, and those that don't have, we will produce environment that will help them to even know what they have. Okay. Because PM always said at that time, you give loan, you bring what you can. What is it you want to do? Is it you want to grow tomatoes? Okay. How many land do you have? Do you have the seed? Show us how you want to do it. We are there. There will be people, us Biafrans too, that will be helping our brothers and sisters to achieve those things, because the crop is not just for them, it's also to feed us. We will not be getting beans, all these beans that is also poor education that made you think. Ask yourself, before, were we not growing these things? Did your forefather go to north to eat some of those things? No, we are growing it, but because they made you think, because of the poor.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Recently, even in the east and most part of Biafra land, people people have a lot of people go to farm on their land. They go to farm like to grow crops that them and their family would need
Mm-hmm.
and would consume. You understand? They grow food due to their family daily basics. So they grow this food for the use of their family. Do you think this will continue, or do you think the government would have certified farmers that like they do in the USA? I think they pay their farmers in the US.
No,
So do you think
I know where you're going. Let me tell you. See, there are different grades of farmers, right? There are big, rich farmers, okay? And those people that produce for companies that process them, okay? They are, you see, they are, because of, we don't want processed food in Biafra because we want to eat healthy. So what are you going to do? You're going to make sure, like even here, even though they have processed milk, that you can buy a milk from the supermarket that will last for 2 months. There are some states that don't allow that, but there are also farmers that produce those milk and they don't put any preservative in it, and they can only use it for only 1 week. After that, if you don't use it, you throw it away. So when they have farmers that every 3 days a week you go to, they call it farmers markets, so that all those farmers that produce, they are not big farmers, but they produce little, they can bring it to those places and sell it, so that there will be no perishable, you know what I mean? So it will not get bad. So some states,
yeah.
some states it's once a week. Some state, the state I'm in now is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Wednesday, but mostly Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You go to those farmers market and you see them, all those farmers all over the place will be bringing their tomatoes, pepper, potato, you name it, to come and sell them. We have things like that too in Biafra. So either place that you form, don't look at farming as just one type, because there are some people who will be doing the big farmer that import from state to state, and there'll just be some that is just in their locality. There will be some that they can go from one state to another, one town to another, or even in that town, other towns can come and buy there. And so you even here in America, you can go to the farm and pluck the tomatoes there. After you pluck, you pay and take the tomatoes and put it in the freezer if that's what you want. So there are different grades of farmer. Just that because at home we only see one type. You know what I mean? So that's why I said that we are going to open it up.
Okay. Can I ask another
Go
question?
ahead.
Um, the things you say, it's very very correct. So you are saying things based on well standard part of the world, like in the USA. But I don't know if although I'm right now I'm going to speak based on my experience in
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria. So many of these things create locality.
Mm-hmm.
Cre- it create locality among people. You understand? So many of these things make, as in, I don't know, this country, the system did not plan the system. The only conclusion to what I'm saying, Peter, now, this country, this Nigeria,
Nigeria is not a
they did not
country.
plan
Rest your
they
case,
did not
brother.
plan it.
Nigeria is not a country. Nobody planned it for your benefit. It was a marketplace for the British. It was a business center for them where their ATM. So it was never planned. It was never done anything for your own. That's why everybody is just going out there for their own individual self. And this individual self-centered and selfishness is also what Biafra will try to reduce. Because now, you see now when the Prime Minister told you, if one of our sister, anything is happening to any of us anywhere, we're going to help. just like an American will go to any length to save their people anywhere they are. That is not self-centeredness, selfishness. What is in it for me? But what is in it for us? Because you have that pride as a nation. What is there? Look at our topic. Nigeria is a dream killer. What is there for you in Nigeria? I understand that that's all you have. And that's why I'm trying to tell you that they are better. So whatever it is now is nothing, because it was never planned. There's no structure. So that's why I'm taking my time to explain it to you. Don't look at farming as just the way that it is now, the way we've been doing it. Believe me, there's so many ways we are going to diversify farming based on your locality and your need in that locality. Okay?
Auntie Happy, I want to I want to add something to your conversation. I don't know if you can hear me. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, I
Yes, we
can.
can hear you, United States. Go ahead, please.
All right, brother.
And let us be
Good
mindful of
evening.
the time, because I think the host and the co-host wants to add, they want to speak. So thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I've been struggling with the mic, so anyways, like what our brother is saying, you understand. So the thing is this: the Biafra that we are envisaging, the Biafra that we are building, it's not a Biafra where you, as a citizen and as an individual, will be worried about all those things. The government of Biafra has a blueprint. I don't know if you know what the blueprint is. Blueprint, like you want to build a house, you have a, a, a sketch, you have a standard gauge, specification. So Biafra government has a blueprint for every single thing. In fact, it gets to the point that even when you have a child, you're not even thinking about how to send the child to school, how to, provide food and all that. I mean, you're still going to have your responsibility of looking, but the thing is that it comes to a point that even your child, you're actually looking after that child on behalf of the government. So, and when it comes to agriculture, there's going to be agricultural blueprint for Biafra, you know, and when you come, that's where you hear the words like private sector, public sector partnership. That's when you have some individuals that will partner with the government to produce grow certain crops or food in commercial quantity. So that basically whatever you're going to do will be in line with the program of the government. So, and that's when you're going to have these things, and we hear them as in English being spoken on television in Nigeria, but in the Biafra, it's not going to be just grammar, it's going to be reality. You see it happening. So there's going to be blueprint. Even when you want to produce, let's say you want to produce a certain kind of crop, government will give you specification, what you do, guideline, and they'll monitor you. They'll make sure you meet the standard, and you're given and there will be database to monitor, to regulate these things, to also, make sure that everything is followed up. So that's how it's gonna be. It's not gonna be having things like subsistent, but individuals can still be able to grow, have some what we call some you can have some vegetable garden in your house where you live. You can be able to, if you have a small portion of land, you can still do one or two things as a garden. But when it comes to the food production and food ecosystem for our country, the government is going to have a plan, a blueprint, a standard. There's going to also be something like we have a farm settlement, for different kind of crop production and animal production. So maybe ranching for and all that. It's going to be organized system. So and you as an individual, you don't have to be even worry about it. There will be departments that will be responsible for these things, and they are going to be, checkmated and to see that they live up to international standard. And when we talk about international, in fact, they're going to live up to Biafra standard, because Biafra is going to lead the world. I mean, the Biafra is going to lead. Yes, if we're able to do it in different places, of course, we have experts. And mind you, there are a lot of Biafrans around the world who are doing great things that you never know about. When you have an independence day, you see them, they start coming back. You'll be shocked, you know. So that's how it is. But again, we are talking based on your experience in Nigeria. And like our sister said, Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is like if you believed in a village, and in our village, you have a bush where we go and fetch firewood. You just go, anything you see there, you collect. Not nobody really owns anything there. You just go. That's how Nigeria is. So in Nigeria, nobody really owns anything. That's why you see people can come and grab anything they can grab, and the white people are grabbing, the politicians are grabbing. Nobody's investing because they don't value this. It's nobody's place. It doesn't belong to anybody. So it's a land where you can jump and grab anything you see, you grab. That's not orderliness. And that's the reality. But maybe if you're not privileged, they will confuse you to believe that it's a country and you think you're a citizen. You're not a citizen. Just a bunch of collateral damages, around the corner, like our brother Bonobo actually said. So this is exactly the reality on ground. That's the why people are being educated to understand this thing. Because you continue to desire and you protest and asking for a better system, things to work. It can never work because the system was never designed by you. The system was never designed by your interest. And you cannot change the system from inside. What you can do is to destroy the system and recreate a system that will work for you. And that's what Biafra people are doing. So I just think that should be put out there. All right. And any other person can also do the same. The Arewas can do the same for themselves. The Yorubas can do the same. In fact, that's what we even want them to be doing. We expect them to take a look at the Biafran people and begin to do the same for themselves because they too, they too are not enjoying in Nigeria as much as they think they have some certain advantage. But the fact is this, they can live better if they have to organize themselves in their own spaces. So thank you very much. Let me drop it here. Some other person can take
Yeah,
up the
thank you
mic.
so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Israel, thank you. Thank you, United States. I see my co-host he has his hands up. Starman.
Yeah, yeah, greetings. Greetings everybody. Yeah, I was listening to the conversation about medicines and farming, and I think it's important to remember that we're a forest people, and that not just a forest people, but a tropical forest people. 25% of all drugs on the planet today are derived from forest plants. It's just a case of reviving this old knowledge. And the knowledge is still there. There's still some of us that harbor this knowledge, and even some that are pushing the boundaries. I'm sure you ANNANG, don't even know, but that's the popular one. I think we all have heard of. Um, again, we come from a tradition of farming. In fact, our culture is based on farming. We are sedentary farmers. We're one of the first people to stop migrating around, settle down, invested in the land by putting seeds in the ground. Yeah, so it should be in our DNA. And I personally am not a big fan of centralized systems. I really aren't. And I guess, if our ancestors practiced decentralized systems for thousands of years, it's probably still in my blood. Um, like I always say, the Ndigbo are one of the lucky groups especially of the largest ethnic groups in Africa, who were lucky that the trans-Saharan slave trade did not fundamentally alter their culture by leading to the formation of kings and empires. And even with the onset of the transatlantic slave trade after the trans-Saharan and colonization, our culture still wasn't as debased as most of the other large ethnic groups in Africa. We still managed to maintain a core of that culture. And, that married to the fact that we're a forest people with the knowledge of the forest and farming, and the forest being one of the most fertile parts of the continent and the planet. If you go back to any Igbo village today or any Biafran village today, you still see subsistence farming. And if you really want to eat fresh and healthy, you have to go subsistent. I mean, if you can, I mean, what's healthier than being able to take your herbs and vegetables straight from your allotment into the pot, probably not even needing to wash it, in less than 5 minutes, from plant to pot in less than 5 minutes, than it having to go through a chain of warehouses, lorries, delivery lines, logistics, and it's sometimes even flight, being ferried by air. If you're importing, well, like certain countries import certain foods, like Europe importing bananas from South America, and they fly that stuff over. If you could get it straight from the plant into your pot in less than 5 minutes, believe me, nobody on this planet is eating healthier than you. And talking about subsistence farming, which is what many of our ancestors did, not saying that they all, I mean, I'm not saying that, but we all know how life is, back in especially the rural parts of Biafra. Every compound has a farm in the back, and apart from that, a farm somewhere. And we live in an age where you can leverage on technology to maximize the efficiency of even the smallest plots. So I'm sure we've all heard about hydroponics, hydroponic agriculture, aeroponics, these hydroponic and aeroponic systems, you combine them with another concept, vertical farming, where you don't need that much space. Basically it's a farm built vertically, so you stack little plots of land on each other. And I've even seen places where all sorts of things are now even integrated, solar to harvest sunlight and all, just so, yeah. And then on top of that, you can further and enhance it with AI monitoring your farming, say, like what's going on in the farm. Say it's not like you even need to be on the farm every day. All you need, if you have your greenhouse vertically stacked, the whole place rigged with cameras, AI trained to understand what's going on in the farm. If there's need for attention or concern anywhere, you get alerted. Otherwise, you don't even really need to bother yourself that, oh, I have to, pay 24 hours or however many hours mine to my farm. The AI does most of it. A lot of stuff. I've even seen drones harvesting fruits now. So, we're in an age. This same thing is similar to, when I see Africans talking about, oh, we need to unite and we need to have one common language. I'm like, oh man, oh, the worst thing ever. As in, we're in an age where you can leverage technology to do so much. Now, I'm not even saying we should get drunk on the technology. No. You know, we take what we need as we need, not like trying, you know, radically modernize everything. But yeah, the key should be making everything efficient. We're in a need today where we don't actually need to start, as in Africans, for the sake of unity, start learning one language. I mean, there's AI translators. I can speak in my language into the device, and you translate it, send it to your device, and you hear it in your language. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of solutions that we can leverage. It's just, yes, you know, when the time comes, we'll find these solutions. Nigeria has been a mind fuck that many of us have not had the time to actually look around the world and see a lot of these things going on. You know, I mean, when you wake up and there's no light, you top up and you know, okay, by the time I finish 2 WhatsApp conversations, replying 20 messages, and checking my Facebook, the data has run out. You know, you're not going to be seeing all the other things going on in the world, like, you know, that people are using to push their societies forward. So, yeah, you know, when the time comes, we will find a lot of these solutions and create our own unique solutions for our own special needs. And again, it's not just about looking to technology for new solutions. A big part of this has to do with reviving ancient knowledge. There's a reason why some of the best farming lands on the African continent today is under the monopoly of Europeans, not growing crops for Africans, but growing cash crops for Europeans. You know, you go to Kenya, you see a whole farm, the best farm in Kenya, growing just tea. What's tea going to do for Kenyans? Well, all that tea is to come and make PGT, Tetleys, Yorkshire tea for the Britain and Americans and Europeans. You see another farm growing just flowers for what? Valentine's Day. And it's crazy. You know, but you know, Europeans, when they came, they saw that even though, you know, Africans, like I keep saying, when history tells you the first farmers were from the Levant, that's bull crap. How can, so what? My ancestors were running around. Oh, sorry, wait, 1 second, please. My ancestors were running around the African forest, and somehow they couldn't figure out putting a seed in the soil, you know, to grow a crop, until some people in the Levant, a near desert, figured it out. Like, really, come on, man. So, you know, the reason why they even left Europe, one of the reasons was they depleted Europe of not just the resources, but all the farming capacity of their soil. Just from intensive farming, which is what they are driving us to now. You know, and again, all this is because of their centralized systems where, you know, everything has to be so, and whoever it is, because their centralized system is based on profit making. So if it doesn't make a profit, hey, you know, okay, so you have the best farmland in Kenya, and you already know through your own behavior, the Kenyans are too poor to pay for anything you're going to grow. Of course, you're not going to grow anything for the Kenyans. You're going to grow it for your market, your rich European or whatever market that can pay. But yeah, when they came to Africa, they saw that, I mean, we Africans, we've been farming our lands for thousands of years, but we didn't farm the land into exhaustion. And I remember there was this African agriculturist, I saw her video one time, and she was demonstrating how I think her grandparents taught her how they used to keep the crops irrigated during rainy season. And it was such you didn't need a big water reservoir, you didn't need pumps, it was just a case of as long as it rained normally that year, those holes that they dug next to each plant to collect enough water to see those plants to harvest. It's just simple things. And again, in today's world, can this even easily be automated? So yeah, I just thought to add that. But yeah, sorry guys. Let me take that call. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Taman. That was a very, very detailed explanation. Yeah. I see voice of Biafra there. Okay, Christopher, want to say something? You want to chip in something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, this is a brief one so we can move on. I just wanted to ask our sister here, Happy Ume. After everything she talked about, we realize she's a medical practitioner, a professional. So, my sister, my question to you is this. If we sleep today, for example, tonight, and wake up tomorrow and we hear, oh, Biafra is now a sovereign nation, are you planning or are you willing to go back home and contribute to nation building and add this your
See,
expertise to building our nation?
you are
Thank you.
so. It's because you don't know how hungry we want to be, how hungry we are for Biafra. No matter how comfortable we are here, wherever we are. Do you know how many times I wanted to build an hospital for my people? But I have to be realistic. How many can afford it? Where's the light? Because I want the best for my people. I give the best to the people I live with. I provide them the best. Why will I do least? But there's no environment to do that. I just asked you, I'm almost 50. In all my 50 years, nearly 50 years, I have never had lights for 5 days. Where are you going to study medicine? Where is the medicine coming from? I'm number one on that list. I have land ready, block ready to build. That's why most people don't understand how passionate. That's why I feel so mad when I see people who don't know or who is taking our hunger for our homeland and play with it. We are hungry for Biafra. Talking about food, the most thing we miss as Biafrans in diaspora is our food, fresh food. You will go pluck some okra. I remember when I used to come home for holiday. You just go to the backyard, pluck some okra from some green, cook. You see the taste of food. Here you have to season it to kingdom come to have taste. Is that food? That's one of the things we miss. I will be not me, majority. We think the prime minister will not be, or Ngozi or Abuezo, who all those ministers, I think they will not be in the forefront. That's what thing people don't understand. Just because people don't talk, people don't say anything. Gather 200 people in any state in America, Biafrans, and ask them that question. No matter how high, how well you've done it, it's not home. If you like, be citizen, your children can't speak your language or what are we giving to the next gen? You know that if Nigeria continue like this, in the next 100 years we'll be wiped out. Do you know that? So that question is, I don't even think it should, unless somebody who is not really fighting for the liberation of the people.
Can I say something to that? See, any black person that thinks, oh, I'm in Europe or America now, my own don't better. I mean, okay, let me rephrase. Any African, and why I'm being specific about African is because as an African, you did not go through the experience of slavery that led to about 23% on average of Oyibo genetics mixing with the Black Americans. You don't have that component. Sorry. And even with that component that Black Americans have, let me just make it clear. The Northern Hemisphere is not your natural environment as a Black man. Look, it's as simple as that. By the time you start getting to your late 40s, early 50s, that's when you now know what vitamin D deficiency is talking about. Many of us don't know that in this diaspora, virtually every Black person is vitamin D deficient. You simply do not. In this Northern Hemisphere, we expect Chris. Chris, you are next to the Arctic. Kegi Kachanjo, you're even worse.
My brother, I know. We do not get enough sun, and we have to take vitamin D supplements with our food.
And the supplement is simply not as good as the natural synthesized vitamin D from the sun. It just isn't. The supplement is just consoling yourself. That's just what it is. So any Black person that is not planning to, if you're in your 20s, okay, I can understand. But any African that's in their 40s, 50s, and they are still, too lazy to think about what's going on back home. And as a result, they've planned their retirement here. That retirement, you're going to end up in an old people's home. And I'm sure we've all seen what that's like. An old people's home, chronically ill. And then with the race riots we're seeing, come on, I keep saying this racism, it hasn't gone anywhere. With the race riots we're seeing, they're tired of Black people now. Is it when you're an old man draining their dwindling resources, you think they'll be happy having you around? So, but yeah, I mean, the other day I was in an African space. This was a few months ago, actually. And I was telling there was some Ghanaians, and I was telling them, I hope you guys are preparing to move Jackpa back to Africa, because that was when Jackpa from Africa was everywhere. Jackpa from, and one of them asked me why. I said, well, I see race riots coming, and eventually, they'll chase us out of Europe because they're tired of our ass. If you go to any Twitter space with Oyibo people now, all they're talking about is immigration. Even now as we speak, immigration. Until now, there is election. It's now Trump, immigration. And as I was, trying to tell this guy as well, this was even before the race riots in the UK. I've been saying this thing because when you read the history and you know that these things happen in cycles, sometimes you could see just what's coming around the corner. Yeah, this Ghanaian guy, the host of the room, was like, wait, Charlie, wait, do you mean I have to start going? And I even tried to put a time on it for them. I said, before the end of this decade, if you're not in Africa, be prepared to face race riots and lynchings. He was like, wait. Are you telling me that this one that I've just landed in Canada for how many years, I have to start preparing to go back? No. So, many people, like they say, there will always be fly that will follow dead body into the grave, So, but, we Biafrans, I think, our experience in Nigeria that even led to our massive exodus around the world. We've seen it all, worn the t-shirts. The rest are still learning. No disrespect, but it is what it is. They're still learning. Yeah, the only Biafrans I know that are still is not seeing their future here in the diaspora are those ones that have made the same mistake the ones in Lagos made. They've bought house. They have mortgage that's tied them for 30. Yeah, and hey, I know mortgage is a big investment. And hey, if I guess me too, if I had the opportunity, I might have, tied myself to a mortgage. But for some reason, because I have a house in Lagos, Why is it that some people are so much more attached to their house just because it is, well, in Lagos or whatever, than I am? Because me, I don't care. I don't. What? My house in Lagos can never be as sweet as my house back in my village. Never. So I don't understand. Anyways, those ones that also, you know, they have a house in Lagos and they've not gone back in however many years. You know. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But yeah, this people need to Black Africans need to understand this is not your natural environment. The latitude is too high, the sunlight is too low, and there's no way with even Oyibo people with their lack of melanin, many of them struggle to synthesize enough vitamin D from the little sunlight. In fact, that's why they lost their melanin, just to make that little sunlight get through the skin enough to just make enough vitamin D. That's why they lost their melanin. You now carry full melanin, come, say now here you want. See, let me land with this. Many people need to realize that mindset, oh, I'll retire here. Just be prepared that you're going to give up at least 10 years of your life. So it could be more, could be less, but on average, 10 years. So if you are supposed to, in your natural lifespan, in your natural environment, live up to 80 years, now moving to an environment that's not actually conducive to you, lacking vitamin D and all the complications, not eating your forest greens every day. Now, I mean, when I was in Nigeria, it was eba every day, and then pasta on Christmas Day or someone's birthday. But here in the UK, it's pasta every day. eba on Christmas Day, or one family gathering, or something with better soup. The whole thing flipped the other way around. That's not natural. All this pasta is not my natural diet. So by the time I'm putting myself through all this diet that's not natural to me, an environment with not enough vitamin D, plus all their toxic medication, at least 10 years of my natural life is. Well, see, when they tell you, oh, the average lifespan of a Nigerian today is now 50, it has dropped to 54. What exactly do you think they mean? In Nigeria's own case, is things like the stress and the fact that Nigeria is an environment where, especially in the cities, Nigeria is a dirty environment. The fact that people run generator 24/7. Do you know, people just don't think about it. You're just pumping out all this poisonous, toxic smoke and fume, and all of you are just breathing it, living in the middle of it. Do you know generators are even worse polluters than cars? Look, if you're okay, I'm going from Surulere to Ikoyi. How long is the journey? 1 hour. Add go slow, 3 hours. So from the time I on my engine at Surulere, driving to Ikoyi plus the go slow, 3 hours. My car is doing for 3 hours. It's polluting for 3 hours. But imagine a case where my work is dependent. Maybe I do whatever. My work depends on electricity, and I have to run generator back to the point where I have 2 or 3 generators, and I have to, especially when NEPA do the one where they don't give you light for 2 straight weeks or 1 straight month, and I have to run those generators back to back, 12-hour shifts. That's constant pollution. That generator is doing 24 hours. And all of you everybody's breathing that, like say again.
And you're stationary. You're not moving. No moving.
Exactly. You're right next to it. You're right next to it, and it's just pumping the whole atmosphere full of toxic fumes. And this is why I said I'm a great advocate of decentralized systems. Yes, in Biafra, because of the chronic lack of development from the zoo, yes, I'm sure we'll start with some sort of centralized, especially something like centralized electric system. But I hope that in the future, we'll get to a point where everybody will be self-sufficient in their own production of their own electricity via solar or any other technologies, any other green technologies. And then our national grid will be more for like national infrastructure and backup for the citizens. That's what I hope to see in the future. You know.
Sorry, there are so many ways to generate electricity that we've not even talked about. Have you looked at what our kids, even in that contraction, there are so many brains that we've not even tapped about electricity. Do you know just the one that the white people showed us? Solar. We have the highest sun, even with that water. There's so many ways we can generate electricity. But you see, when you talk about Nigeria, when you're talking about something serious, it usually makes me annoyed because what is there in Nigeria that you want to compare when you're talking about something real? There's nothing there. That's why they can never do electricity, because that self-centered, who imposed those generators? Are they goats? They are human beings. That's their business. So they are not going, there's no Institute of Technology looking into all those things. The few technology and growth that we had in Biafra, was it not before the war or during the war? Where did it end? They even stopped some of those departments in Suka just because they don't want us to grow. So rest assured, my brothers and sisters, that there's more we can do, that is even, we have not even begin to scratch the surface that we can do for ourselves. There's no one for Igbo or Biafra that we want to, that they will say that now, because of the structureless situation we find ourselves. Even as bad as it is, there are still people I know, me included, that will still retire there, but to God be the glory. Chukwu Okike Abiama has revived Biafra. We'll have the Biafra of our dream. Even if before it finish, I guess so old, but at least it will not be anything like Nigeria, nothing like that. So there's no Institute of Technology to even grow the brains, the things that we can use. There's no pharmaceutical institute where we are testing good herbs. My great-grandfather lived to be 130 years old. No medicine, because of the good food, the good sunlight. But now look at the food we eat, all processed, that is, it's not to our own natural self, like you said. So there's so much we can do. We don't even need the one that they gave us, electricity. We can do so much for ourselves. Just believe that once we have the structure, the environment that will allow for that, there's so much. When China started, what did they have? Are they not the one bringing up all this? Look at their science and technology website. Take time to go to a school, just online school in China. See what they are doing, what they are developing.
Don't even go. Just go on
Oh,
YouTube and watch one
please.
of their technology trade fairs. Your mind will blow.
I'm,
Just go on
I'm
YouTube.
sorry, they are busy sharing ego money. They're sharing money, oil money for sale of fuel. That's what they're sharing. That's why the other one was
Please
telling
don't
that ego
compare
oil
us to
agugo.
Nigeria.
Ego oil agugo.
Don't compare us.
Let,
Don't ever compare
let,
Biafran to
I,
Nigeria. It's very
I
annoying.
know,
When
I
we are
know.
talking
It's
about
very frustrating.
development, don't even bring Nigeria there. That's why that's why I say, when you see those people in Nigeria with their myopic mindset, treat them with charity, because it's just the environment that they are in. They've not seen. You can't tell me that you grew up, you've traveled, even if it's just to London for just a holiday, mingle with people, and you'll be talking about, meet Biafrans in all walk of life,
My
and you'll be
my sister
comparing us.
happy. That's why I hate anything called politician. Anything, even a baby politician in Nigeria. I hate, especially those people that
Yes.
travel. I hate them so much. They are worse than the devil. And
Ah,
anybody that is supporting them, these people are worse than the devil himself or Satan.
then don't, after the
They
politicians,
go
is
to
the Indian
overseas, they see all
Abalufodu.
these good things, but they don't want it
God
for
will
the
punish
people.
all of them.
These people are extremely wicked. Extremely wicked.
Yeah, My brother, they are wicked because they want to come and boga for the rest of the people. That's why. So that's where you see anybody that will go to America or wherever and stay and make money. If you're talking about developing, they don't want to get involved because they want to come and feel superior. You know, that colonial mentality, Lord, to be Lord over anybody. That's what they want to do. So forget, apart from the politician, the next ones are the people. Mazina and the Kani used to call them ndị na-agbalụ Fulani Odibo. Those people that carry out, they give contract here and there. Finish. You go to a whole town, only one person will have one good job. And then everybody will be chasing to go there for him to help the other people. Again, everybody will be worshiping, buying down for you. Is the nonsense colonial mentality that has held our people down? You know, that's why it's like that. So don't even bring them because we don't have the structure. Look at the government of Biafra is doing, even with the little they have, how we're helping each other. There's so much we can do once we become a nation. Nigeria is not a nation. Anybody seeing it, it's a business center. We're just their ATM. And they're not going to think positive for you. Why? What is their benefit from it? Pick all the rich. Did you see the recent list of the richest pastors in Africa? Look how many million they have. What did they produce that is giving them that million? They are all scammers. So anybody there that you see that make it are also scammer. It's not everybody. Even the president told you, Emilio, it's my turn to go and take my national cake. The useless ambassador also came. Hey, don't let Igbo go. There's enough national cake. All the national cake he has been cutting. Even look at him. How far? What has he done for his own people? That's the way they see it. So don't compare them. Anybody even comparing Nigeria, just treat them with charity and try to tell them, nah, there's a better road. Forget this one is not even something to talk about.
Let me even say something let me say this about generators. So for a country beset by chronic, and then after, Emmanuel, I see your hand up, and Morris. For a country beset by chronic electricity shortage like the zoo, you'd expect somebody that comes up with an invention that solves the electricity problem should be a billionaire by today. Billionaire, not millionaire, billionaire. And I'm sure we all saw that boy that was making the rounds on Channels TV with his generator that produces 1 kilowatt by pumping water through, if for those who know the process, pumping water through a dynamo and, cycling that water and, just keep pumping it through the dynamo. Now, if you have a pump efficient enough, you can use very little energy from the dynamo, to pump that water. And it's a hard concept to grasp, but I mean, I contacted the boy. I spoke to him extensively, and I was, in the beginning, because I used to reach out to all those boys I used to see on all those Biafran boys I used to see on Channels TV, inventing all sorts of things. But after a while, I realized, man, I'm not a school. I'm not even a charity. I'm not an organization. There's not much I can do for these boys, And years later, of being in touch with these boys, of this particular one, this guy that came up with that water generator, this guy still hadn't gained any real recognition. That's why being on Channels TV, he'd entered a competition where he came second. As of the last time I spoke to him, they still hadn't even given him his prize money. Someone eventually took him to Willie Obiano when that one was still that one was drunk when he met him, and that one made all sorts of promises. As he left Willie Obiano's house, he never heard from him again. This guy came up with something that should make anybody anywhere else in the world rich, solving a problem. But he's still there in the zoo. He was supposed to get a scholarship. I don't know what happened. That one fell through again. It's like the zoo is just bad luck. It's just bad luck.
My brother Starman, the worst thing that happened, that's what today I was schooling a number of 4 young men like me. These people should be about 35 years and not they are just
Sorry,
also looking
United
at me.
States.
Sir,
United States, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Our information minister is here,
I
just
see
so
our
you know.
information minister. Yeah.
Thank you.
How's this Simon Aparawa?
Yeah, Simon Aquarawa, greetings and Minister, welcome. The stage is yours if you want to say anything to Biafrans.
Salutation to everyone. I just came into, I'll pick the mic later. I greet all of you that have been hanging on since morning, and to everyone listening to us out there. Let's keep the faith high because Biafra is here. Airborne.
Dalu Mazi. Thank you very much, Minister.
Hello, sir. So, can I continue?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So I was, this is exactly what I do all the time. I meet some of our people in the homeland. Everybody is just like a welling party. Everybody's welling. Hey, this country, this and that. So I started educating them. I said, the problem that I just first of all allowed them to speak. They will tell you, how they participated in the obedience. There's, voted some guys. They entered the National Assembly. The guy was even telling me that he should be shocked is that even those obedience that they sent there, that those people they never heard from them, that they joined those people collecting the SUV and all that. They expected them to, start doing something meaningful and tangible, and all of that, and complain. So, and then a couple of things they said. So, and I told them, I said, there are 2 major things I've identified that is our problem, people like you. Number one is that you think that you can change the system from inside. You cannot change the system inside. When you enter the system will condition you. If you have a chance to make a change, you must be outside and smash and get a molding hammer and smash the system. Then you build another one. That's how you can do. And that's number one. Number two is that the problem with all of them is that they think that they are citizens. People that in Nigeria, they think themselves to be citizens. I say that is the first thing I needed to tell myself, to educate myself, to understand that I'm not a citizen. You are not a citizen if you are in that geographical space. You are not a citizen. You are just a collateral damage, in the word of Abuna Boy. You are just a commodity. And, have you ever seen where the owner of a company or a product, ever cared what the product is thinking? Oh, he only decides how, what he's going to do with the product. The owner of the product never, thinks about how the product is feeling. You are selling, let's say you are selling a car, and then, when you want to sell this car to somebody, and you're thinking, hey, this car will be worried that this person I'm selling this car to is not hygienic. That you'll be no, you're thinking about your profit. So that is exactly how they see you, and that is why when you protest, somebody came and protested, said that he protesting for end SARS, that they are killing them in the street. And then what happened? And they are peacefully protesting, carrying the flag of their country, singing their country's national anthem, and their military of their country came, brought the guns that were bought, purchased by their taxpayers' money, and they opened fire on them. And upon that, they denied it. In the view of everybody, something that was being streamed live. That's it. That's another case. Is you came to Ember governance and hunger protest. You protesting that you're hungry, and then you are arrested. They said it is a treason. that you said you're hungry, and then they slashed you what's it called, fine of 10 million. Someone that is hungry, is fined 10 million, and you call yourself a hunter. So what are they doing? Anytime you demand for a better prison condition, let me borrow the word of our brother Starman. What did they do? They make it harsher for you. They punish you. That's why after the protest that they did, what happened? The fuel, everything rose. Everything is on the high. So anytime you demand for a better life, a living condition, whether the workers come and demand for increase in salary, or what do you call this minimum wage, what do? They even raise everything and make it higher. Telling you what? That you are not a citizen. You are people that are conquered in the country you think you are. You are basically a slave. That's what you are if you are calling yourself a Nigerian. So that is exactly what it is. But the problem is that these people erroneously think themselves to be that they are citizens, and that's the problem. So the problem is, I'm trying to convince them that they are not citizens, that they are slaves. Because if they realize they are slaves, that's when they will begin to think about the messages of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that's when they will begin to appreciate why a man like Simon Ekpa, a man that has done much more for Nigeria than any one of those idiots that are talking, a man that has presented Nigeria, carried the flag of Nigeria, won medals for Nigeria, and have even done everything. Even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was at the streets of London protesting, trying to better Nigeria. But when you realize that these people don't care, look at the young man that has gone out of his way, invented something that should have been a solution. He should be a national hero, but they're not interested in making anything good. They want to destroy it the more. That's what they want. They don't value the Nigeria they are talking about. They don't have investment in Nigeria. Their students don't go to school in Nigeria. They cannot even have their medical medical treatment in Nigeria. Somebody was a governor for Lagos State for how many years, and now is president. But there is no hospital that he can use in the country where he is presiding. He has to go to somebody else's country, and these people are the one telling you that, oh my goodness. So it is just that
See,
is the problem with the people of Nigeria. The problem I have with them is that these people are so dumb to understand that they are not citizens, and they are thinking themselves to be citizens. That's their problem. Thank you very much.
you see, let me even land what I was saying about the generator matter. When I keep telling people that your lack of electricity in Nigeria is by design, they really don't understand. And I try so many times. And this thing I'm going to say now is something I actually researched myself. Because when I moved back to Nigeria in 2012 or 2011, I couldn't understand the concept of generator cabal. But it's real. Generator cabal is real. But I couldn't understand it. And then I found out that, what's his name? Atiku was actually the #1 don of generator in Nigeria. And then I started doing more research. And then I found something very crazy. Now, in all my years here in the UK, man, I've done almost 3 decades now, even in the UK. I've only seen power outage twice. No. I've only seen it 3 times. 3 times. 2 of those, I actually saw it announced on TV, in the news. They told us when, how long, why, and on the day when it happened, in the same TV news, they apologized for any inconvenience. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Like, it was the craziest thing ever. Anyway, in all my years here in the UK, I've seen generators, but most of the time, the ones I see are even smaller than I better pass my neighbor. They are for all these people that travel with camper vans, like going camping and all that. And it's not really a big thing. You hardly even see it even. But I've only seen like a normal size generator, like the one almost everybody in Nigeria will have. I've only seen that once in the UK. And that once was people repairing road, workmen repairing road, and they needed electricity. Hence, they came with their own generator. In fact, the thing was so alien to me that I stopped and started taking picture of Oyibo people next to generator. I was now the one looking silly because it's not something Oyibo people stop to amaze about. I was actually looking silly. I started feeling silly taking the pictures, and then I moved on. You know, when one of them was now asking me, "Oh, you're right, mate," I was like, "Yeah. It's just I've never seen one of those here in the UK." And the guy was looking at me like, "Huh?" There are Oyibo people that don't even know what a generator is. Like, if you show them what's this, they'll be looking at it. They just don't. They couldn't tell you. Now, I found out that Nigeria is the world's #1 importers of generator. But before we even get to Nigeria being #1, let's talk about #2.
South Africa actually calls them generator country. If you go ask who is a generator country, everybody would say Nigeria. No brainer. It's a no-brainer question.
#2 in the world for importing generator is India. Why? Now, in India, they take light in India, but it's not as bad as in Nigeria. In fact, in India, just to get by in India, an inverter and a decent battery system will carry, because if they take light, 3-4 hours max. By the time your inverter and battery run down, they would have brought the light. And it's so convenient because it's inverter. When they take light, you don't need to go and stand up, start checking petrol, checking engine oil, drawing machine. When they take light, because it's inverter, the thing kicks on automatic. You don't even need to stand up. You just continue. Oh, you are watching TV, you are watching the match. TV just went blank. Oh, shit. And then wait a few minutes or a few seconds even. Your inverter kicks in. You don't even need to stand up. When they bring the light, again, you don't need to stand up. Your inverter will trip off and the light will continue carrying your house. The only reason they need generator, because I have family members that have been to India. I have friends that have been to India. The only reason you need generators in India largely is for small and medium business. Like if you're a hairdresser, all those heating combs, all those heating elements in the comb, that anything that's drawing heat from electricity draws a lot of current. So you need a generator. If you're a small factory or company, you need a generator. Inverters can't carry those things. Inverter and battery can't carry those things. Even if it carries it not for an hour, 15-20 minutes is run down the battery. So the 50,000 generators imported in India are primarily for small and medium-sized businesses. Do you know how many generators are imported in India? That's #2 in the world. 50,000. See, India is a population of 1-point-something billion people, and they import 50,000 generators a year. Now, Nigeria, like I said, #1, and it's Nigeria's turn now. Nigeria is 200 and let's call it 30 million people. In fact, let's stick to 220 million people, which is about, in fact, more than a fifth. Less than a fifth the population of India. Do you know how many generators Nigeria imports? 1 million generators a year. That's what India imports times 20 for a population a fifth the size of India. And then when you see stats like this, you begin to understand that NEPA and all that they are taking light is by design. Because no matter how much, you can see even when they change this, they are now doing even the prepaid meter. The other day I saw a video, someone was shouting that he put 50K. He doesn't even know where the 50K went. It's all a scam. And like I explained to when I was in Nigeria, I used to explain to them that, look, the headache you guys go through here, from when you wake up, the headache, you start checking, is there light? Do I need to go on gen? Is there petrol? Is there engine oil? And this is before you even think of starting your normal day. And all this is by design to make sure that you are never focused enough to actually go do the kind of research someone like me, maybe in diaspora, can afford to do. You will never be you are too busy. If you're not looking for petrol, there's fuel scarcity. If you're not looking for that one, is this one, is that one, is that. You will never focus and really understand where your problem is coming from. And why is Nigeria targeted for this? Nigeria is the nucleus of the Black world, the most populated. There's a reason why southern Nigeria was the slave coast. Because anywhere in the black part of anywhere in this planet you go where there's Black people, you are not going to see a denser concentration of Black people as southern Nigeria. It's as simple as that. That's why the place was full of so many Black people. To white people, it looked like an endless supply of bodies, of slaves. And also because this particular region also has two of the largest ethnic groups on the continent, the Yorubas and the Igbos. And especially those Igbos who their culture has not been as debased as most of the other larger African groups, especially with the rise of centralization. Under this, they are king, this, king, all these, they are wandering kings and princes. They understood the danger the Igbos posed, the fact that they were still somewhat, even with all the imposition of warrant chiefs that became all the Ezes and Igwes, even with all that, even with the Christianity, with the English on top of as a main, they still understood that, nah, you know, these people, there's still a strong link to their culture. So, look, apart from the fact that they were never going to let us have electricity or industrial development, because that will wake us up. And if we wake up, their imperial neo-colonialism of Africa is over. This is also why they never let the first Biafra stand, because the first Biafra did something that freaked them out. And you will only really understand this when you watch Ojuku's interview, where Ojuku said, because first of all, you remember when the Igbo people made that statement that, oh, we cannot afford to see another Japan in the Southern Hemisphere. That already tells you that they were worried that, what? A bunch of black, well, in their own eyes, a bunch of black niggas trying to free themselves? What? Trying to go against our will for them? And on top of that, they're industrializing? They couldn't have that. That for them, that was a red line. But I'll tell you what was even a red line too far for them. It was, especially when you hear that Ojuku's interview, the fact that, in fact, this was what Ojuku said. Ojuku said that in 3 years, Biafra bridged the technological gap. The red line too far was the fact that Biafra was not only industrializing, but industrializing out of warfare. No. They weren't going to let that. Well, and this is the same thing that's keeping them scared today. What if we want revenge for what they've done to us? What if we want revenge? Anyway, let me leave it there for now. Emmanuel, sorry, your hand has been up for a while, but yeah, the stage is yours. Emmanuel. Maybe he slept off. But yeah, so as for going into, you know, the end of the struggle today, to me, this is our twilight hour, you know, our finest hour, you know, and I take heart in the sense that, well, these three things, 57 years ago, we were not ready, but today we're very, very ready. 57 years ago, Nigeria was supposed to be some vibrant, young European African nation or country. Today, Nigeria is a failed state that is now hungrier than the very people they used hunger as a weapon against. They are even protesting for hunger, and the people they use hunger as a weapon against are saying, "Sorry, no, we're not going to protest over hunger because hunger is not our main problem right now." Which is what pisses me off when I see those Igbo economy guys. Oh, Igbo economy. You don't have sovereignty and you're talking about economy. Those are people that are still traumatized from hunger being used as a weapon of war on us. Which is why all they keep talking about is economy, their stomach every time. You know, they can't see the stride we made since all that nonsense was you. Who is more likely to starve now? You know, it's because of this stupid myth that, oh, all our food comes from the north. And then finally, today, in 57 years ago, the so-called world powers that were backing the zoo, their young, vibrant African colonial contraption, they're on their last legs. They're all about to collapse. You guys should just go online and, see what's. But I mean, mainstream media won't tell you that. But the dollar is gone. All this, anything that you see dollar, if you watch anything and they're telling you, oh, dollar is rising, they are doing fake. What they are doing now is Twilight Zone economics. That's what they are doing. They are just making it up as they go. I mean, was it not during pandemic we saw negative interest rate? I remember when I first heard that one, I thought, wait, hold on. Negative interest rates, what? Now they're just making the economics up as they go now. It's over for the dollar. Okbari is done. So, they can't even, with all the dollars they've spent on Ukraine, they can't even win the war against Russia. And then in trying to save the dollar, they are now looking for a major regional war. So that that's the Americans, so that they can transition into a war economy to try and stretch the life of the dollar, give them time to implement CBDC. But I'm sorry, that major war will even accelerate the collapse. That's just the fact. Any economic bust or major war is just going to accelerate the collapse. Yeah, short term, it might look like it's doing good. And then, their hope is that they will win the war, carve up Russia, take all Russia's resources, and then there won't be any collapse. But the West 57 years ago is not what they are today. Today they're on their last legs. And they're involved in too many wars now. Their focus is in too many other places for them to be overtly concerned about Nigeria, if they want to maintain Nigeria as it is. And even at that, what they want to give Nigeria, does Nigeria actually have the personnel? Does Nigeria have the personnel to... those tanks that they've been taking out, I heard most of them are crewed by foreign mercenaries. And then I heard, and then soon the national whatever budget will be soon will not even be able to sustain the spending of the Senate. The more most of it is being used to pay off debt, we'll get to a stage where it will not even be able to sustain the Senate, let alone sustain a war. Unless they get foreign help. Nah, I don't see Nigeria being able to sustain any war. Unless they get foreign help in terms of money for the weapons and mercenaries. So yeah.
Stama, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I actually posted something on the Jumbotron by the Mossad. This one, the other handle. And they were showing how Israel had to get very brutal in defending themselves. And in the end, they were comparing, the terrorists, the terrorism against them in recent times to that of Poland in 1943. And they ended by saying never again is now. Now, looking at this, what advice would you have for an average Biafran who is still saying we must be one Nigeria by force?
we must be one Nigeria by force. Judging from the fact that the Holocaust, that was committed against the Israelis is nothing compared to the Holocaust and the genocide against Biafra. What do you think about this? And what kind of mindset should an average Biafran have today in terms of self-defense? Thank you.
Okay, in terms of self-defense, the kind of mindset a Biafran should have should just be recognizing you're facing an existential threat. And that this is not this is not a joke. This is real life. This thing costs lives. As in there are all sorts of interests. There are many, that thing PM used to say, Hinama is bigger than you. There are many things, but as long as you just recognize that, yes, you're facing an existential threat and it's for real, and in fact, the whole of Africa is marked for extinction, for termination. But and because Biafrans are the most stubborn, that's why we've always been the target. So anybody that still doesn't understand this now, and anybody still with the one Nigeria mentality, as in at this stage, hardcore. I mean, there's some people it's just a case of they're disillusioned or some sort of stupid nostalgia. They don't even know why. Maybe they just go along with that. Oh, Nigeria is the only country we have. The only country we have. If it's those ones, yeah, okay, I can still talk to them. But anyone that's willing to die on the one Nigeria hill, like we see some stupid ones on this app, those ones at this stage is just pity I have for them. There are some of them I even doubt if they are really who they say they are. But the ones who are, it's just real pity because, you at this stage, it must be a psychological condition that the people whose fathers committed genocide against you further disrespected your fathers by not acknowledging that genocide, by at least giving them a memorial, and then threatening them not to even speak about it with treason. That is, open mouth is treason. And then today, their children who feel guilty that their forefathers, their fathers committed genocide, are denying the genocide, trying to minimize it, telling you it was just a war. They killed on both sides. I pity those people because if they think their children will be safe with these Nigerians, that means they really got drunk on that Nigeria nostalgia and cool aid. The thing really, as in, the project worked on them. The One Nigeria project worked on them. If you cannot, I see many of them, they go into spaces like Abbey Governor's space, and that one, he can't keep his Igbo hate in check. That one will say something very hateful. And you see them like doggy, coming off their mic to try and, don't say it like that now. Literally, how can you be in a country where you'll be reminding fellow citizens to be, to show you some sensibility? Because they can't curb their Igbo hate. That you have to constantly be reminding fellow citizens, don't, and I see a lot of them, they go to Abbey Governor's space, cheering him on, and he'll be there insulting them, telling them, oh, your 5 plots of land in your 5 states. He's telling your 5 plots of land, and they'll be there doing one Nigeria with him. And this Abbey will be telling them, oh, he's one Nigeria to the core. He loves Nigeria. But you're insulting a whole section. Do you know how many times I've been in Abbey's space? And those clowns, those one Nigeria Igbos will go there, oh, this is your title. Don't put Igbo now. Why are you putting Igbo? Almost every time. They have to come and don't put Igbo now. Then you will change it to, but there must be Biafra inside, or IPOB, or Southeast.
And they'll still be there. Pandering to bullshit. To me, those people are a real problem because, see, this whole bigotry nonsense even. Imagine when Ndiofe Manu said, Igbo must go. And all of us in unison told them, don't worry, just small time now, December 2nd. And then once we declare, and then we move all our stuff, as soon as soon you will have your Nigeria or Lagos or whatever. You can, if all of us in unison did that, all these bigotry Olympics won't be happening. But it's those one Nigerian ones. Igbo must go. You now go and start dragging their constitution with them. And then their Ronu bigotry politics. They too, they know how to play it very well. And Shebi, I said it. I've been saying it. Now, this Tinubu's tenure, people should prepare for 4 years of ethnic jingoist politics from beginning to end, pro-max. Because that's what Tinubu is master of. That's what he's master of. So, he's when they go and start dragging stupid constitution, and then the Ronu gang cleverly will be doing as if they don't know the difference between obedience and IPOB. I mean, even when you go to their spaces, you see them say it all the time. Oh, they're all the same. They're all the same. They're all the same. And then one of them has even taken the whole Ronu thing to a max. Like, when you see this guy breaking it down, it's like he's doing a course on the thing. He's even identified the ideology. Say it's Zikist ideology. That they have Zikist ideology, expansionist. That they want to come and take over your land. And this guy, the way he even does his own, he will first start with Fulani. How Fulani tried to take over Ilorin, with all the wars and everything. Then, you save the Igbo for last. And the Igbo, you would think that the Igbos are worse than the Fulani self. By the time they narrate how Zeke did this, turned the politics in Yoruba land upside down, this one, did this one, that one. But all the while, you've not heard that they went and killed people, but by the time they finish, you go think, say, hey, Igbo. But, it is what it is. I mean, from the day I heard, I've heard two of them say this very same thing now. And Lawyer Ade, anyway, I couldn't believe this. They asked this guy, so this one you guys are crying, Igbo, 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 Igbo. Which one is actually worse? Fulani killing your women and raping them, or Igbo abusing you? And he said Igbo abusing them. Igbo abusing them is worse than Fulani killing. So, I mean, when you hear that, it just tells you everything you need to know. When I tell people that they should prepare for 4 years, maybe another 4, 8 years in total of pro-max bigotry.
Yeah, Starman, that brings me to my second and third question, if you don't mind.
Okay, wait. Yeah, the thing I look forward to is what Yoruba people will do, the bigots, the Ronu, what they will do with themselves when Biafra goes. As in, whether they will still be talking about us over the border. When we've left them, I can't wait to see what they will do with themselves. But yeah, go on.
Thank you so much. Because I read the room a bit and I thought what you said about bigotry and all that, and the one Nigerian is blah, blah, blah. So the second question is this. Why is it that because I was reading the news and I saw that about 50,000 so-called Nigerians have been slaughtered in it hasn't been long, over just because of a few months, especially from that northern Nigeria. Why are these people not hosting spaces talking about this, since they are one Nigerians and these are their fellow Nigerians? And number two, to these people that call themselves Yoruba conservationists, whatever, Yoruba Rono people, who say they want to preserve their Yoruba-ness and their Yoruba nation in Nigeria, is that possible? Is it possible to have a Yoruba nation inside Nigeria? My brother, please enlighten us here. Thank you.
If that's what they say they want to do, good luck to them. And I remember the other day in Abby's room, one of our sisters went to ask him, is there nothing else happening in Yoruba land? There's the killings in the north. Why are you guys not talking about this? This very thing you asked now. Do you know what Abby told her? That he's doing a dissertation on the Southeast and the insecurity. That's his new lie now. So he's doing a dissertation on the Southeast and he's to come and talk on X for 24 hours straight, pushing out bigotry and lies. That's his dissertation. Where when people from the Southeast actually come and tell him what's going on, he will mute them, twist their whatever they say, tell lies, and that's his dissertation. You see the level of disingenuousness. This someone that will come and tell you he's hardcore one. He's a civil servant. He works for Nigeria. DSS even. You know, I'm sure you've seen some of the tricks he's pulled on stage where he'll suddenly call someone claiming to be a minister. So yeah, I mean, I think there was another question, but yeah.
Yes, I'm talking about those who are saying Yoruba nation, Yoruba Ronu, but then we must be one Nigerians, you know, but we have to be our Yoruba nation, but we must keep Nigeria as one. Is that possible?
I was with those guys. You see, the ones you see running amok here now on X. I was with most of them on Clubhouse. I've never seen a U-turn that sharp when election started. I've never seen that kind of this U-turn. Hey, nah, it was on a 6p. The turn was on a dime. The U-turn. If you see the way before election, these guys, in fact, I remember one particular private space, me and our Biafran guys were like, nah, man, see as Yoruba Nation, can they do their own hot. Like, if we not take time, then go even get their own nation before us. So if justice is here, we had this conversation. The way they were doing their own, hot. I say we were even like, nah, man, oh boy, these people feel get their own before us. So. And then election started. So first of all, it was so everybody plus Biafrans plus obedience, everybody was slandering Tinubu. But then some of them started getting emotional. For that, so when they hear Tinubu, they'll hear Yoruba. Oh, and then some of them will come and try and pretend. Oh, one of them is very famous on this app. I still remember. Oh, I'm not saying you can't criticize a candidate, but if you mention anything Yoruba, I will come for you. From self-determination, the guy yeah, you can criticize the candidate to now defending the candidate. Stay defending Tinubu. As in, if you see the full chest. U-turn. The U-turn, I couldn't believe it. There's even one of them, if you hear this guy speak, you go believe, say, one ancient Yoruba warrior will then resurrect. This guy, the U-turn where this guy do, wallahi talai. Hey, from exposing everything about Nigeria to now advising Yoruba youth to go and join Nigeria army. I couldn't believe this. That Nigeria, from all the history of Nigeria army we trashed in Clubhouse, from how Nigeria army is almost 100 years older than Nigeria, to this guy now saying how Nigeria army is one of the finest institutions in the land. Hey, nah, man. When I say I've never seen that kind of the U-turn, Yeah, Emmanuel, I see your hand. I was calling you before if you're ready. Chris, I hope see Yoruba Nation. The only ones I take seriously is what Koiki. To some degree, that Onitiru man, but That's even just based on the small I've seen. I don't know how far we are today. I know many of them don't want to even hear her name, just because she deballed most of the men in Yoruba land by doing what many of them didn't have the balls to do. Which is why many of them hate her. And to some degree, Sunday Igboho, I used to have respect for him before, but I know, they've gone to go and speak to him. Guy, calm down. Now your brother day, just calm down. Which is why I keep saying, last, now Tinubu go give them that Yoruba. And as Nigeria disintegrates, it will fall in Tinubu's hand. And Tinubu has too much to lose on the land, unlike most other Nigerian politicians that have their assets offshore, tax havens. Tinubu has so much land, at least of the current crop of politicians in power. He has so much on the land to lose. So when it comes to crunch time for him, he will just, especially against the North, especially this stuff I'm seeing him doing now, like the Nigerian army is now killing the Northerners, and I'm still waiting to hear what Sheikh Gumi has to say about that. But anyway, yeah, Emmanuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Go
on. Regarding the topic and the unity of the country, it is obvious that the country is not united, and there is no organization, there is no state, there is no country, there is no place that can prosper without unity. It is obvious, even to a dead man, that this country is bereft of unity. And the unity did not just start today. The other day I saw this comedian, Mr. Macaroni, the video. And I had to comment that this unity you are seeing right now is not something that was created by the politician. It was created by the British people. The colonialists, the neo-colonialists, they created this discord in Africa generally and in this establishment. So the politicians are only tools that are used by the British, not just the British, but the colonialists, the neo-colonialists. They are just tools. Even Tinubu agreed one way or the other that he does not believe in Nigeria. When he said he does not believe in Nigeria, he said in a way that he does not believe in the unity. And the truth is that 99% of the politicians in this country, they know this thing, that the country is bereft of unity. And they know that they cannot unite the country, no matter how much they try to express that unity through their political shenanigans, hypocrisy. Whether Peter Obi, whether Showore, whether they all know the truth that a house built on a faulty foundation is bound to collapse. Such is the reality for this country, Nigeria. The foundation of this country was not built on unity, but on selfishness and greed. And everybody knows this. A dead man, like I said, knows this. the British people, the British government, the current British government, led by Stammer, they know this. The Western world, they know this. The whole world knows this, that the country cannot be united, and that Africa is a continent, the greatest continent in the entire universe, that needs to understand each other, to love each other, and once they can love each other, they can understand each other, Africa will be the best continent in the entire universe because it is already blessed enormously, beyond imagination. Africa is greater than Europe. Africa is the greatest continent. The only issue is the colonialists and the neo-colonialists, they created these 8 boundaries and they now use the leaders, the rulers, just like they did in years ago, many years ago, they are still doing today, using the evil rulers and leaders to control, to destroy, to kill, to express their hate and hatred towards a typical African person. What hurt me about this whole development is the mere fact that the likes of Showore were very brave. They believe um, Peter Obi and the likes. These are the few good, brave leaders or rulers. They believe that this unity can be salvaged, that there is an hope left for it, which is realistically not the truth. And they know that because they are also selfish and greedy. A typical Nigerian politician is a cause to Africa because a typical Nigerian politician is greedy and selfish. And why do I term them this way? Because Shuri knows, Peter Obi knows that the laws and the systems guiding the establishment or the current situation of the country is evil. They know it, but they want to be there. And these are the things that people need to be educated regarding that. The Messiah mentality will not save, will not be the salvation for Africans. And that is why until Africans do away vehemently against the Messiah mentality, that it is one Mazi that will save it, it is one Sunday Igboho that will save it, it is Peter Obi that will save it, or Showore that will save it. Africa will continue to be in this situation. Look at Gaddafi, he was eventually killed, and that was the end for the great one African currency. The only thing that will move Africa forward without gainsaying is unity. Is creating a system and laws that are guided on the principle of oneness, one love, that abolish every greediness and selfishness of the rulers and leaders that want power so much. A typical Nigerian politician, like I said earlier, wants to attain power, desires power, desire to be a ruler or a leader, not because he or she wants the betterment of the typical African black man on the street, but because of his family, because of his or her own glory, and because of any selfish reasons you can name off or term it. I have tried my best to educate a lot of them. Well, they know the truth. I mean, we don't need to, nobody needs to educate these people. They all know the truth. Africa knows the truth. Nigeria knows the truth. The whole world knows the truth. We can't just continue. For how long shall we tell the whole world the truth? Because everybody knows the truth. And the truth is the only thing that will set us free. But we know the truth. We are not ready. We're not ready to do the right things. There is no the pronoun we, and they know that it does not exist. See them on your timeline going about using the word the we, we, us, us. That if we can just unite, then um, all these policies that would make or making life hard for the people, all these increments in petrol price, fuel, and all these things would stand. But they know that there is no we. They know there is no pronoun we. Unity. It will be the hand of evil leaders and rulers in any organization, country, or state. I have listened to great knowledgeable people like Wale Soyinka and the likes, who have come about with great ideologies and knowledge that would move Africa forward. You can go to YouTube and you would learn a lot from these people. But what these people will fail to tell you is this thing. They will fail to tell you that Africa needs unity. Africa needs a system that will unite it. Africa needs to love each other. Africa needs each other. Africa needs to end. Africa needs to end the
Emmanuel,
misunderstanding.
Emmanuel.
Yes, sir.
Uh, I, I'm
Are you,
just to get a clear idea of, you know, just to get a clear idea of what you're saying. Are you saying Nigeria needs unity?
are you okay? You're asking me that. Am I saying that Nigeria needs unity?
Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is that as a
So
continent needs unity. A black man needs to understand each other. A black dead person does not believe, cannot believe in Nigeria. Nigeria is an establishment, united, a country created for that purpose. It is an established.
yeah, what I said I'm trying to understand is, you know, when you say, you know, we need, when you keep talking about, I'm trying to understand who and who you want to unite, and also I'd like to know how they will unite. Emmanuel, can you hear me? Emmanuel,
Yes, can you hear me, sir? I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
you know, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I said that Africa unity is possible, and there are ways this can be achieved. My point is, I've studied this whole thing extremely, and I've come to realize that the only solution for Africa to move forward is unity, to be united, because Nigeria is an establishment. It is not a united country under heavens. It is an establishment. I mean, it belongs to certain few people. It is not for. It is not a country for everybody. But what I'm trying to say is that Africa as a continent, if they can be united, they would be the continent would be able to create a system, organizations, laws, that would, destroy the powers of the white people who envy and hate its progress and prosperity. And creating unity is not mathematical is not an equation, is not something that is hard. It is understanding. It is understanding. Love can only occur through understanding, not even necessarily through knowledge, but through wisdom and understanding. The Africa is ignorant. Africans are ignorant. You know, we are so ignorant. We do not, and so because we are so ignorant, we are so moved. We don't understand each other, and we cannot love each other because we don't understand each other. You know?
Emmanuel, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay, sir.
Someone, please, I beg you. Laugh won't kill me for you. No vex. We're serious though. Emmanuel, this topic where you see so Nigeria dream killer failed states. What is the solution to that Nigeria now as it stands?
Wait, no. Well, you're zooming in too early. So Emmanuel, you said Nigeria to you is not was not designed to work for Nigerians. So do you advocate for Nigeria breaking up?
I can answer the two questions anyway.
Okay.
I can answer the two questions. I would like to answer Mr. Christopher's questions first. And I think your question was that, please, could you come again? I'm sorry, I have forgotten.
You know that Nigeria is not working. We've called it the failed states. People are dying. It's killing our people. Nothing is working. People are being wow, end bad no governance. They're killing people. Barbarism, ethnic cleansing. Invaders are coming from other places to rape and maim and all this. What is the solution to these vices in Nigeria as it stands today?
Okay. The solution is not far-fetched. The solution is that organizations, or I don't know how to call them, maybe unions or however they are, if it is possible, I repeat, if it is possible, they try to reach an understanding, momentum, they reach an agreement, and push extremely for the breakup of the country, disintegration of the country peacefully, if it were possible. I have seen movements, the Yoruba movement, the Biafra movement. These are the two ones that I know that are, at least moving extremely. I don't know about the Arewa or whatever and the other movements, but
Are you part of this movement, the Biafra or the Yoruba nation?
well, for me, I am not. I do not want to, become part of Yoruba movement or the Igbo movement or whatever movement. I only desire extremely a movement. I wish that a movement can be created and termed the breakaway or the breaking away of or the peaceful disintegration of the country. I don't know how they are going to come about with that caliber of term or title or name. I believe that the Yoruba movement, the Igbo movement, it's a start of this movement. If it were possible, they can come together, and any other movement, if they can come together and end this thing called Nigeria, if it is possible, I would be so glad. I don't want to belong to the Yoruba movement because, but why I'm saying this is because these two movements, I came to realize that they have been politically infiltrated. There are politicians like the Yoruba movement. I found out that it is filled with lots of APC, people, from the southwest, the Tinubu and the likes. You understand? And only few of them, I repeat, only few of them really, really want the peaceful, I repeat, disintegration of the country. Then the same thing with the Biafra, the IPOB, and whatever have you movement. I found out that it is infiltrated by the Labour Party, by the Peter Obi, Obedient, and different politicians. And whatever have you.
Emmanuel, Emmanuel, I don't know what politics you've been watching, but if you've been watching the Biafra movement, you understand that there's no Nigeria
Emmanuel,
political.
please, can you help us mute your mic, please? The mic is making a lot of noise. Thank you.
Yeah, you understand that there's no Nigeria political movement in there. And also, hey, I was going to say something. Oh,
Is it about African unity, Salman?
no, even before we get to that, Emmanuel, sorry to bust your bubble. Nobody is going to come together to talk about breaking up Nigeria. Sorry. I mean, the very same people that are going to come together are, many of them were in the same generation that committed genocide to keep Nigeria together for their benefits. They committed genocide. They are still killing people to keep Nigeria together. What's so hard calling a national conference? Didn't Jonathan call one? Why didn't they finish it? Why did so many people go and malign and derail that national conference? Why?
Okay, let me quickly answer.
Why is it this month they'll come out with, oh, we're going to create new states here and there. Next month they'll come out with, oh, we're now going to do region. The same region that Ojukwu went to go and argue in Aburi, they are now coming back today to gaslight us that that's what they want to do. Bro, sorry to bust your bubble. Nobody is going to come together to discuss breaking Nigeria up. If they were, they would have done it a long time ago. If they were, they would have stuck on Aburi. So sorry to bust that bubble for you. What's going to happen is that Nigeria will collapse organically. And talking about, for people that even say, oh, let's come together and negotiate it. Ain't no negotiation gonna happen until everybody collapses back into their ancestral nation status, and then they now come back from position of sovereignty to negotiate anything they need to negotiate, whether it's, okay, this is the debt, this is supposed to be your share, or this is not supposed to be your share, or this property is on your land, but we spent all the money that built it up or whatever. And when I say property, I'm not even just talking of house in Lagos, because I know that's what some parochial idiots will quickly think. I mean, infrastructure, but yeah, the money came from our side, even though it's whatever. All that stuff will be negotiated from a position of sovereignty. Anybody that fools themselves into thinking that they can go and negotiate it now under the current Nigeria is just putting themselves in a position, especially if you're not the North, you'll be bullied. So what are you going to do if under Nigeria you're trying to negotiate breaking away from Nigeria and not tell you, say, well, you see that national debt, we're not going to pay anything. If you argue and they tell you, okay, you know what, we're not breaking away again, what are you going to do? And then they tell you, well, and even if you say, okay, well, yeah, is our oil, but how about you guys made all the money, and how about the pollution? You have to pay something. They'll just tell you, okay, we're not breaking away again. Let's just stay in the Nigeria. What are you going to do then? Unless you are coming from a position of strength, which is with your own sovereignty, taken by your own people, by your own hand, not given to you by a Igbo man or one stupid Fulani controlled conference. You're just wasting your time. I'm
Can I
sorry.
quickly comment now, sir? See, you have made your point quite all right, and I think you have really spoken well regarding the national conference of 18. You see, the national conference was not to discuss about the unity of the country. It was all political move by the PDP. Okay, So it was
Even
clean.
Emmanuel, please, Emmanuel, what is your business with this unity you're talking? Your mic is making a lot of noise. Please, can you allow me to say something? Mute your mic a minute, please. I've been
Okay, I
listening
think
to you.
I
Emmanuel,
was
please, can you mute your mic, please? I beg, thank you very much, because your mic, it makes a lot of noise. You just keep
are you
you just keep singing this unity in my brain, and I hate it. Honestly speaking, I'm gonna tell you, I really hate to hear that unity of a thing. What we need is to save our lives. Nobody's talking about unity now. You can't be talking about unity where people are dying in thousands every day. What we're talking about is how to save your life. And our topic here actually is Nigeria, a dream killer and a failed state. Biafra our only hope for the Biafra. So that's what we're talking about. And if you have something to say regarding this topic, you say it. We are not talking about unity here, please. That thing called unity is a for me it is a digression. It's
no,
a
not at all.
you're, you're digressing our conversation, please.
No, on the contrary, sir. Um, the breakthrough for Africans, for a black man, a typical black man, will be established on unity.
no. See, people are hearing that nonsense. Sorry.
Yes, I have my.
This unity mantra, I've been hearing it since I was a kid. Oh, Africans, we need to unite. Africans, we need, as if that's how they unite. As if you just wake up one day, I don't know, maybe Holy Spirit will enter all African politicians and they'll go to AU meeting and then just unite.
No, not that type of.
Since I was a kid, I've been hearing
that
unity.
type of.
Wait. So this African unity now, wait, does it include everybody in Africa? Are we all supposed to somehow unite?
Now, sir, to round up my point, I'm talking about unity, sir. Going forward instead of going backward, as I've been. You see, you made mention of the national conference, and I was going to mention that it is politically motivated. Now, any unity, like I said earlier on that, a movement that we are seeing these days, it's mostly politically motivated, or there's always ingenuity, extreme ingenuity involved. Like I said earlier on, I desire a movement that is filled with genuine people who I don't know, it is possible. There are movements can be created. Apparently, the one that I'm seeing.
Have you started it? Have you tried starting this movement?
Well, there is one that I saw recently. I've forgotten the. I think they gave it one name. This Professor Nigel, who is his name? I have listened to that professor, and he spoke very brilliantly. I think he created a sort of stuff like that, and I think that is very, very brilliant. Understand? And these are genuine institution or movement that I desire for Africa, and not this Biafra and what do you call it, Yoruba movement that is filled with politicians that are backing it up. No, I don't want to be part of this caliber of movement. I want a movement that is genuine, filled with genuine people who really want a typical Africa to be free.
Can you name in the Biafra movement?
You said, sir?
Name one politician in the Biafra movement.
Well, actually there have been reports.
No.
Actually, there have been reports that these two main movements, there are politicians that are involved in the movement.
Can you name any politicians involved in the Biafra movement?
I don't know in reality, but rumor, I must say, I must be honest, rumors have it that Labour Party.
Please. Please, if your argument is based on rumor, please.
Look that
it's a
guy
waste of
because
my
he's a
time.
Fulani. You want to unite with Fulani from Africa.
If it's based on rumor, you've come here singing unity. You want Africa to unite, but you don't mind Nigeria breaking up. And we're asking you, who on the African continent? Is it everybody in Africa? How are we going to unite? And all you're saying is, it's the only way forward. We just need to somehow unite. Like, what the fuck is that even? Please, Emmanuel. This discussion is
Okay.
it's just. I think at this stage, Emmanuel, maybe you should be
I,
more
Starman, thank you. Oh, please, can I say something to Emmanuel? I will advise him to just listen and understand what we are discussing here. We are not here to discuss any unity. We are here to discuss the Biafran people saving their lives from the death trap that we are and the existential threat we're facing. Now, even the unity you talk about, you unite with people based on when you find people that have a value system that that something in common, there must be some kind of commonality. So you cannot even know who to unite with when you have not even determined who you are. So that is part of self-determination. For example, when the nations that are locked into Nigeria or lumped into Nigeria, when they separate and they discover themselves, that's what self-determination is. When they now realize what they want, have a policy, what they want to achieve for themselves as a people. Now they begin to look around. Who are the people that we can work with to achieve this? Now you begin to seek alliance. There's no way you are going to, because all of us in the African continent, it's a lie. All of us will never unite in Africa, okay? Because we don't have all the same ideology in Africa. For example, you see what is happening in South Africa. All those people that are doing xenophobic. You tell me that as Biafran, I want to go and unite with xenophobic South Africans. I'm not going to do that, please. As an individual, I'm not saying this as a government anyways. I'm saying as an individual. What I'm saying is that we have to determine what we want. Then, and this issue of unity, see, unity, these are nonsense. What it works is when you have alliance, you can have alliance trade, have a trade agreement with people. If I need oil and you're selling oil, I can have an agreement with you, supply me oil, or you have education, I want to get it, your experts, you can, send me your experts and, all this unity, please. It is not.
See,
This is disingenuous, in fact. And I see this is just a blank statement they used in derailing people's conversation.
yeah, and since you say you don't particularly fancy the Biafra movement, which I belong to, and you're here telling me about unity. Well, first things first. The reason why, one of the reasons, not the only reason, one of the reasons why I'm now even fighting to break away from Nigeria into Biafra, as Biafra, is because of Fulani headsmen terrorism. And I'm wondering, this unity talk you're having with us now, have you actually had it with Fulani terrorists or Fulani headsmen that are killing and kidnapping people? Because they are the ones that need that message of unity more than me. If they weren't killing and kidnapping me and my people, most of us won't be clamoring for Biafra today. So if anybody needs this talk about unity, first, it should be them. And then when I see that they've heard you and they are listening and they are willing to take part in this unity, then me, I can now relax. But as of now, you preaching unity to me, and I'm asking you, so who on the African continent am I supposed to unite with?
Good question, sir. Yeah, I like that question. Who are you supposed to unite with? That is where I was trying to emphasize on.
Okay.
Just like the previous speaker said, that instead of emphasizing on unity, it should be on alliances and whatever have you. Now, even alliances can only be possible via the word unity. Okay. Now, you cannot be united with the Fulani people. It is not possible. Okay. But the reality is, when the British people amalgamated the country, they amalgamated with what's it called, sand and water. You know, it's like you amalgam, you are joining the southern water. It's not possible. So we can as well say that the northerners are the sand, while the southerners are the water. You get my point? So the southern people can unite. It is possible, very, very possible. The northerners and the southerners cannot unite. It's not possible. So of course, it is possible that the geopolitical zone that was created by the new colonialists with the tool of the PDP, because it was during the PDP stuff that we are, what's it called, Obasanjo created all these geopolitical zones. You understand? The South, the Southwest, the whatever, anything South can unite. It is possible, very
Bro,
possible. You know, judging by history,
God
what happened
is
back
what
then.
day that when I was a kid, the South and the whichever parts of the South are never going to unite. As long as they're under Nigeria, it's never going to happen. You need to get over this your Nigeria nostalgia. And let me tell you, the only way anything that looks like unity will ever happen between the Biafrans and the Yoruba nation is when the Biafrans have their own nation, Yoruba nation have their own nation, then they relate with each other from a position of sovereignty with mutual respect. But as long as remain in this Nigeria, squabbling over Fulani and British crumbs, there will never be unity in the South. Ordinary
But
election.
come to think,
Look how Romax,
but
the
but
bigotry
come to think,
that came out from ordinary election.
okay,
Ordinary election.
okay.
So all this one preaching
Now,
unity,
now
bro.
the unity I'm talking about now. Come to think about it, during the 1967, what's it called, the Civil War that I called back then, I came to realize that Ojuku and I think Awolowo was one way or the other in support of it at the beginning, but later on he supported what's it called, the Northerners, the what's it called, was it not go or thereabouts, you know, against Ojuku. Understand? And so I came to realize that only if the likes of Awolowo, who were in the Western world, understand, only if they had supported or they have been the backup of what's it called, Ojuku and the likes, you know, the breakaway would have happened easily without much problem. You know?
And well,
Now,
see, the reason why
history repeats,
likely sound.
history repeats itself. It is a fact that
Thank you,
it repeats itself.
thank you,
And
because the Yoruba nation
sorry, sir,
today, after making so much noise,
judging by
they've turned around now.
you see, sir, judging by history, let's take away the greed, the selfishness, and whatever have you in the both south, either the south, the southwest, whatever have you, that have been divided. Because me, I don't see south. I would like to go by the 1967 history.
How are you going to take away the greed, the selfishness? Are we going to do like a Mountain of Fire Sunday session? Holy Spirit now enter all the South somehow.
The reality is there are genuine people like you and I who want this all to end for the betterment of mankind.
What? And you think Tinubu and his likes will let me and you get into power? Why are we not there?
We see, okay, co-host, you believe that this country needs to end. I believe this country needs to end. You are Igbo, right? Let's say, for instance, I'm Yoruba, you are Igbo, right? We have the same belief, the same ideology, the same goal, the same dream. But our differences should not get in the way. The only person who do not believe in this is the Northerner. The Northerner do not believe in our goals and dreams and aspirations. Or have you ever seen a Northerner supporting a movement to end the...
Oh boy, you got that one wrong.
Emmanuel, Sama, can I even respond to this one? Emmanuel,
Can I
please.
say something?
Let me tell you something. Let me
Can
tell
I
you something.
can I interject
Always,
here?
okay, I'm already saying something. Please let me
Okay,
finish.
okay, okay. No worries.
Yeah. So, when it comes to that, I just realized recently that the only people that want Nigeria to continue as it is now are actually the Yorubas. The Northerners wants to
Yes.
Nigeria to break. The Northerners, I will prefer to work with the Northerners than working with Yoruba. I can tell you with my full chest, if the Northerners tell you that they are good going this way, they do it. But you can never tell the
Yes.
mind of Yoruba people. And the only thing we can do is we can work with you at a safe distance. And the unity you're talking about, yes, we are talking. The unity we are doing now is actually unity within the Biafran people. That's the unity that is important to us. We don't need any unity outside. What we need is unity within our people. Now, what we can do is this. If you want to save your people, go and unite your people and put your own house together. If tomorrow there is a need, let's say we have oil resources and you request for it, our government is going to consider and then see what we can do to support you. But all the unity you're talking about, we're not interested in it. And and we can all even say even our leader Mazen Namdekan had an alliance with you people until your brother became the president. What happened? I can tell you the people that have attacked me severally on this app are the same people that were carrying flag of Yoruba Nation. So I cannot trust any people from your region. Thank you.
And I think you are getting the whole thing wrong.
I'm
Okay.
not getting. I'm telling you, and this is the average mind of everybody. See, there is nothing like unity. Well, you're just derailing our conversation. Honestly, I don't know why the host is allowing you to derail our conversation. If you can just stay in the listener and listen, I don't want to start getting agitated here. This thing you're saying here is upsetting me. I don't
Hello.
upsetting me. You should go and talk about how to push out the people that are killing your people in your bushes. That's what you should be talking about. Please go and tell your people to organize themselves and save themselves. The Biafran people have organized themselves. We are declaring our independence in 2nd of December. That's what we're discussing here. What we're discussing on this space is how our people can support our government to be able to protect our people and our land. We're not here to discuss unity with anybody. When we have our freedom and your government can approach our government for any kind of discussion of or unity or of any kind. But as at now, everybody is a suspect. What we are doing now is to save ourselves from the pains that the people from your region and other peoples that are in Nigeria have caused to us. So what we are doing now, the only unity we care about is the unity among Biafrans, uniting our brothers that you many years you confused them, told them that we are not one. You continue to confuse them and continue to pass messages of you are south, you are this, you are that, you are not Igbo, even telling somebody in Anyama that is not Igbo. So that is the unity we are working on, uniting our people. That's what we're doing, uniting them and leaving this contraption. That's what we're doing. So when we leave this contraption, after we have gotten ourselves, maybe 10 years or 20 years after now, then we can think about if we want to have anything to do with anybody. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. So what you should be talking about now, go and look for a way to protect your forest from the people invading you. Call your people that are in the Nigeria army that are attacking our villages, killing our people. Tell them to go and defend your land. That's what you should be doing. Go and unite your people. We are here uniting our own people. Thank you very much. And Stammer, please, if we want this, let's this thing end. You can just stay in the listener section, please. I'm tired of hearing this thing. It's upsetting me. I don't like this. We are past this level.
I really appreciate your submission, sir. I really understand you now, sir. And I do hope that the Biafra people can be so united and strong enough to, to forage and, succeed in this.
Yeah, we don't hate you, but what I'm saying, we
Tomorrow.
don't hate you, but what I'm saying is that we cannot unite with people that don't want the same thing as us. When we see that you people love your life and want to protect your people, because I cannot be here shouting about Fulani that are killing my people, and your people are not even and the same Fulani are killing your people, killing your king, but you people are more interested in worrying about our sit at home and worrying about trying to drag us back. You know, that is it. So when you people now want the same thing, when you people have shown seriousness that you want to save your life, then we can see some kind of commonality. And that is when we can talk about the unity. And that might happen maybe 20 years, 10 years from now, after we have gotten our freedom. But if you people want to be in Nigeria, it's okay. We're not worried about that. But for me, the unity we want now is the unity of uniting our people within Biafra territory and saving ourselves. So that's the unity that matters. But we wish you well. We are not enemies of your people. We will never be, and we will be willing to help in any way we want, but not uniting with anybody. Please, thank you.
Well, I think you guys should concentrate in your land and butter in our business. This is Biafran. We are trying to unite ourselves, not with any southerner, not with any northerner. Everybody should right now concentrate in their own region. Get yourself saved from the Fulanis. They are coming. They are coming. Get your people together. And we're not talking about any southern unity right now. We are focused on getting Biafra and redeclaring our land. So go to your people, organize yourself. Please don't come here and distract what we are doing. Concentrate on your business with your people and butt out in our own business.
Now, talking about Che Guevara, I see you. Talking about unity, but at the same time talking about Nigeria breaking up is just, I mean, it's a paradox. The reason Nigeria is breaking up in the first place is Nigeria was never going to be united. That's why it's breaking up in the first place. And it was never going to be united because of the way it was set up. So now talking of this unity again in Nigeria, it just doesn't make sense. And bro, before you come and talk to Biafrans about unity, again, like I said, you should first do an extensive job on the Fulanis first. Then your brothers, the Yorubas who are pushing all the Ronu. Then when we see that, okay, the Fulani have stopped the killings and land grabbing, the Ronu have stopped the bigotry. But we cannot be in the middle of this. They will still be pushing out bigotry, still be killing. Then it's now us that will be doing unity. Are we stupid? Can you see why this your unity you've been telling us this evening is not selling here? Is not selling. Sorry. Well, yeah, Che Guevara. You were gonna. Sorry, Fun Girl. I don't know who came. I can't remember who came up first, but
Well,
yeah.
well, actually,
Shay can go
okay.
if he.
Thank you very much. I actually stumbled onto this space. I didn't know this space was holding. In fact, I was about to go to sleep and I just saw it, and I came in, and I'm sort of very excited actually to to be here, because I was in one of the spaces a few days ago and I felt like an alien in that space. After I spoke, they categorized me of being in some camp, that I was speaking up about certain people in some camp, and these were Igbo people in that space telling me that I was in another camp. So I really felt alienated. I felt a bit strange in that space. But I don't want to preach to the choir. What everybody is saying here is as if my mind and most people's mind here is in sync. I've never been in a space where I felt in sync as much as this space. Everything Starman spoke about, and also United States, I've been listening. Everybody seems to be in sync. I don't even know where to start or what to say, because there's nothing I will say here that will sound strange to everybody I've heard so far. However, just a little bit of a background. I've lived abroad probably for about 30 years. And after 30 years, I'm back home. I'm actually home. So when a lady was talking about missing eating fresh vegetables and all of that, I'm actually enjoying that at the moment. After spending 30 years eating all that chemicals and all, and all sort of things abroad. we need to know who we are, even though I feel that most people here already know who we are. There are two books that I read a few years ago. One of them is The Outliers, and the other one is James Africanus. I don't know if that sounds familiar to anybody.
Starman.
Outliers and James Africanus. Has anybody read this book here? These books.
No.
Wow. Okay.
I haven't.
I don't know if you just have to make a note of it. Outliers is pretty modern. Is written by Colin Powell's cousin. I can't remember his name now, but it is the only book with that name in Amazon. Outliers. Any Igbo person should read that book. The second one is James Africanus Norton. This book was written in 18th something.
I know James Africanus Norton. Yeah, I know of him.
Okay.
And I know of his, but I haven't read his book.
You need to read the book. It's not a big book. These are small books. Outliers is just is very thin. You can go over it in a weekend. Now, James Africanus wrote his book in an academic format. So, it was written like a textbook. He was a doctor with the British Army, and he was stationed in most regions in what we call the current West Africa. Everywhere he was stationed, he wrote about the people in that area in a particular format: culture, food, what they did, socialization, and all that about everybody. And he wrote about the Yorubas, Igbo, Hausa, even down to Senegal, the Jollof people, and all of that. It will be interesting for you if you want to understand today's politics in Nigeria. You need to see what an Igbo person wrote in 18th century about the Yoruba, so that you stop being surprised about things you see and hear today. It is not today that all this thing started. That book will be an eye-opener for you. In fact, if you just read the Yoruba section of that book, is enough for you. You'll be saying, wow, so this did not start today. Ronu is not APC. Ronu is something that is in every Yoruba person's mind. Sometimes it's dormant, sometimes it's active, sometimes it's activated by whatever it is. It's something deep. We cannot be in the same country with these people. It's not possible. Not today, not tomorrow, not in the future. There's nothing that can make the person with that mentality in the same country as us. Now, going back, somebody was saying something about that they have mapped us out, they've identified us as the most stubborn people. You need to understand how far back this is. Let me just go as far back as Haiti. Haitians are 90% Igbos. They have marked us since that time. It's not just now. They know who we are. Jamaicans are also 85% Igbos. And if you know what happened in Jamaica at the same time as it was happening in Haiti, it's not today that they marked who we are. They know who we are. There was a reason why they were picking slaves from a particular coast in West Africa. It wasn't because of the population. It was because of the nature of the people that they were getting. They wanted a particular type of work ethic type of person to be working in those plantations and managing those plantations for them. They were coming for the Igbo. I lived in the Caribbean, so for a few years before. Well, I'm quite versed because I've lived in the Caribbean and also in Europe as well before coming back and so on. So I know what these guys have done. If you look at the history, they were picking us out. Not today. It didn't start today. However, let me just encourage us. Africa, the sub-Saharan Africa, they don't have hope. We are the only one that can solve this problem for all of us as a black race. It's in our DNA to be able to solve this problem. Nobody else can do it. Not Yoruba, not Hausa, not the South African, not nobody. We are the ones with the DNA that will solve this problem for the whole black race. When Nnamdi says that it is also, he wasn't saying it out of pride. He wasn't saying it. It's actually a fact. Nobody else can do it. We are the ones that can do it. And it looks like we are about to do it. Nobody should get distracted. Nobody should get discouraged about this. I'm quite happy what I'm seeing. I didn't even know that this sort of young people existed. I'm telling you, because what I've been seeing in other spaces with Igbo people have been so depressed. I don't know how to feel. So please, I'm just trying to encourage all of us, because I don't know what to say, because every mindset I've seen here is just like mine. So I can't say anything new or tell you anything. Thank you so much.
Are you Biafra movement?
Hello, Emmanuel. Sorry. Can you solve the problem with your mic? There's a problem. You have a problem there. Solve that problem. Is disturbing everybody else. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Che Guevara, I was going to ask, are you part of the Biafra movement?
Hi. Okay. I've been part of the movement from Masob when I was in Europe, that far back. But when I moved back to Nigeria, I switched off for very good reasons. So I'm just an observer for where I am now. I can't be active where I am now for obvious reasons.
Well, there are a lot of active people in Nigeria. Many of us had fear.
You see, I have a certain type of personality. I don't do things halfway. If I'm active the way I should be active, I won't be safe. Simple.
Yeah, but I mean, knowing that you don't need to put yourself out there. You can support. Well, do you support? Have you voted in the referendum?
Oh yes.
Do you support?
When it comes, yes. I was a full member. I wasn't a normal. If you see my face, if you have been out there in Europe or in US in the past 15 years in the movement, you will know my face. So I wasn't a bench on the bench at all.
Okay, so you know Simon Ekpa and what's currently going on with the Biafra government in exile and the upcoming on 2nd of December. You know about all that?
200%.
Okay, well, are you spaces?
Sorry?
Did you just start coming to space?
Well, because I've been quite busy, I'm not really, yes. Me coming to space is something new. I just started coming to space probably in the next, in the last few months. Yeah. I wasn't coming to
Well,
space
if
before.
you've been on last few, I can't. I wonder how you missed the Biafrans, because we're on space every day.
Okay.
If we don't have our own space, you see us in other people's spaces.
Yeah.
Debating about how Nigeria is a failed state, and Biafra or Yoruba nation or whatever is the only thing that's going to save people. People should go and save themselves.
Yeah. I actually stumbled on this one. Just stumbled on this one today. I was about to go to sleep and I saw it and I joined.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But thank you
Well,
very much.
welcome, brother. Welcome. Continue to support wherever you are.
Yeah,
And
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah. Continue supporting and keep safe.
Yeah.
But also, do not, you don't understand. We've passed the age of when fear and threat conquered us. Yeah, I'm not saying to do things carelessly, but if in this, can you imagine if we were still hiding and doing what we're doing? We wouldn't have got this far. Because if you're hiding, you just cannot disseminate information as far and wide as we have in the time we have.
Yeah.
Just because you're hiding, you're trying to keep things hush hush. You have to watch everybody you pass the information to. You won't have as far as it is today. So yeah. I mean, yeah.
And yeah, thanks for the submission.
Thank you.
And yeah, even me, sometimes I feel like I'm singing to the choir with the people in this particular
Exactly.
space. You know, understand that the connection directly from Haiti to Biafra. It's basically those are the first two black nations to threaten real sovereignty going against what the white people's design.
Exactly.
So yeah, and you know, we've talked about the history of the word Oyibo and how that word actually arose because at some point during the slave trade, in the 1800s, in the late 17th to 1800s, the Igbo people were specifically targeted for slavery. And that word came about because the white people would go to the slave market and before they bought a slave, they would be asking, "Oh, Igbo, oh, Igbo."
Exactly.
Right.
They targeted us for very specific reasons. They used us as managers in those plantations as well. They understood our psyche very well. You know, Oyibo is very good at harnessing. I don't know how they do it, but psychologically they know how to see something, pick on it, and make good out of it somehow. Even though they are doing it for so they did it to us very well, very, very well.
Yeah, and yeah, talking about being the platform that will springboard the salvation and freedom of Africa. Yeah, for everything I don't agree with Zik on, that I definitely agree with Zik on. And I know many Yoruba people hate that statement. They're always using it against us. Oh, Zik said, oh, that God has set up Africa for the Igbos to conquer. But the reality is, with what's happening today, that's what's going to happen. Now, our history does not say we're violent conquerors.
No.
But me, I think of conquest as an Igbo man. I think of influence. And, the Bantu expansion should tell you that, Igbos don't go conquering. Igbos go, and they are, everywhere they go, they are welcomed and accepted. And that's why the Bantu expansion happened. And it was, and there's no evidence of genocide or war, endemic warfare during that 1,000-year expansion of human beings. Unlike what you see in other parts of the world, Yamnaya expansion, Natufian expansion, Indus Valley expansion, all of them were violent. All of them. Extremely violent. Well, you don't see any of that with the Bantu expansion that happened in Africa, or even with the Khoisan expansion that happened before the Bantu expansion. I don't know if many people don't even realize, those Khoisan people in South Africa will have like something like 2 to 5% of their DNA inside us, Igbo people. Yeah. And we have like 25% pygmy inside us. Yep.
Yeah. For the younger people, I think self-awareness is very important. And I think that's where we miss it. Like those people that we see in other spaces, championing one Nigeria, those Igbo people, those young people, the missing link in their brain is simply self-awareness. That's my conclusion. They don't really know who they are. If they know who they are, they wouldn't be wasting their time in those, in that sort of mindset. They don't understand. Self-awareness is really, really important. For example, now with these Rono people, also lack of knowledge from their side. All these things they say, in fact, when anybody says that, if you step out of Nigeria now and someone sees you and tells you, oh, you're a Nigerian, Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that. I'm talking about the positive parts of it. All the positives about how other Africans see Nigerians is emanating from Igbos, not from anybody else. Not from anybody else. It's our trait that is giving this country the positivity globally. That positive that we have is what they have. And everybody is climbing on that back and also be claiming Nigerian. Even Yoruba, they are also claiming this, claiming that. But it's not from them. It's from we are the ones that gave boldness to the rest of Nigerians. Then Africa followed. The boldness to go and conquer, not conquer in a negative way, but to go and fulfill your dream in a positive way. We gave it to them. We gave it to them. The honest ones will admit it. Yeah. Even in Nigeria as well, we gave it to them. The way we give freedom to our women, they emulated it. They emulated it. Nobody gives freedom to women like the Igbos. The rest of the people are emulating it. Houses are catching up now, quite recently. The women are becoming a bit free now, but everything started from us. They're emulating us in everything. But obviously,
not Hausa women, not really. Only the educated ones.
That's what I mean.
Those are
That's what I mean by catching up. The uneducated cannot catch up. Yeah. But the way they show their education, the way they now try to showcase their education is by showing that their women are free, allowing them to do certain things. It's because we did it. Even our uneducated, it's our nature anyway, so we don't need to show anything. Whether we're educated or not, that's how we are as a people. Yeah. Whether we're educated or not, doesn't matter. So knowing who we are is quite important. It's very, very important. And I don't know how we're going to continue to send that message to the younger generation, because they need to understand this thing. They need to know who they are. If you know who you are, half of your problems are solved.
Yeah. And yeah, exactly. You lose your identity, you're a lost person.
Yep.
You become like, or if you become disconnected from your identity and culture, you become like Australia Aborigines and African Americans. No disrespect, but it is what it is.
Exactly.
Right now.
Exactly.
But yeah, Morris, you've been coming up and down, and I see your hand up. You've come up again. Hey, Funga was supposed to go next. Then Morris.
Starman, am I coming?
They
Starman,
can
can you hear
go.
me?
I'm fine. They can go. Thank you.
Starman, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know who's speaking?
United.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear
It
you.
was as if you've not been hearing me. I've been trying to speak and you weren't hearing me. Okay. I just wanted to confirm.
Oh no, I just heard you now. And maybe I didn't hear you. Well, I just heard you now.
But you can hear me now. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what our brother says is very much, our brother Chair Grover is very much on point. Self-awareness is a huge factor. Self-awareness is a huge factor in, in self-realization. Because that's the basic thing. And I think that recently, some of those people, like this brother, this grandmaster, I was in their space recently, just it was yesterday or 2 days ago. Some of them are realize what we are saying. In fact, most of them have given up on the project Nigeria. But the thing is that they fought us so much. They don't know the face they are going to use to come and admit that, hey, you guys were right. That's what I'm saying. And then what some of them now resorted again, they are making some alternative arrangement. It's so nice. Okay, even our brother Ife, I saw him there. And they was saying about they are making some gatherings, some evidence, doing this stuff. Okay, because a question me quiz why na asụsụ Igbo. Ọ sị na ọ nwere ihe ha na-eme a na-agada ejikọta ihe a ịghọtago ka ha chọrọ ka ha chụrụ ya n'ụzọ nke ha, mana ha sị na nke ndị BRGIE bụ nke no the violent na ha chọrọ ịga by violent means na ịghọtago ya, so they don't want to take the same approach that the government is doing. Well, I know those are just stories, but it's good that at least they are doing something and they understand. So as long as they don't continue to, because even the way they talk, like one of them actually, his name I think is Vin or something, he actually acknowledged the prime minister, especially regarding the incident of Amaka and all that, but one thing of our people is this: some of them they have a lot of ego, especially when they've argued and argued and argued. They don't know the face to come back and say, acknowledge, hey, you were right. That's the problem that some of them have. Just correcting, hey, I'm sorry that I argued with you now. I am in perspective. So that's the challenge they have. So, but if they still want to do something, I think it's also good that they're making some effort. It also makes our own work easier. So, why I said this is that self-awareness, but it takes some of them to have all the experience that they have after the election, because we really thought that after the election they were going to learn their lesson, but after the election they didn't actually learn their lesson until when there was this upsurge of this renewed gang disinformation and all this brouhaha with that even led to Amaka's reaction and all that. So I think it is at this point that now that was what it took for them to now begin to come back to their senses.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll let Maurice go. Then maybe I can talk about, because the Igbo mindset, that Igbo republicanism. Yeah, he has one small problem, but yeah. Let me let Maurice go. Then maybe I can get back to that. Maurice.
Yes, Stamman. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Greeting, Maurice.
And
Yeah.
thank you. At least, hopefully, when Biafra comes, I pray you will aspire for the position of Minister of Telecommunication, so you'll be able to, you know, do this your teaching job in a full scale, if I should say. Anyway, that's by the way. So thank you for the to the host and the co-host for this program. My brother, the last speaker, my brother just talked about our brothers that are organizing something. I think I was in that space. That was yesterday, and they had actually said, because I remember clashed with I've clashed with our brother that hosted that space yesterday. I've clashed with him on several occasions in different spaces. I've clashed with him. We have kind of confronted each other, and then my stance is always different to his. And unfortunately, me and him, we are from the same place. We're from the same place, and but it seems like the ideologies are completely different. But yesterday it was quite shocking and surprising for me that I slided into his space, into his program, and the language was completely different. I'm like, wow, what changed within these few months, or sorry, within these few days? Whatever be the case, I think I'm also happy about it. At least ndi was nobody that ever mana devarabo, and I can work with some other people too that are really, 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 denigrating our race. I'm talking about Igbo people. There's one platform called, this guy called, what's his name? He said he's one guy that his space name is somebody Aisha. One Igbo guy, I think from Enugu. And if you go to his platform, all the people that said the Igbos are slaves, the IPOB are terrorists, this and that, all his followers from beginning to end, ranging from Fulani to the Hausa people, to Udene, what is called? Udene, what's the name of that guy? This guy in prison. And these are the group of people we see in his space. Every day, these guys will open a space. His topic will be about how Igbo people are useless, Igbo people are foolish, Igbo people are expansionists, Igbo people are terrorists. These are what you'll be hearing from this young man from beginning to end every day. And because of that, there was this special honeymoon that is going on between him and the Fulanese and so anyone that hated Igbo people. And then also with some of our brothers and sisters that own 2x2 shops, either in Abuja or in Kano or Kaduna or Zaria or Lagos. They always come there to massage themselves and make themselves happy in that particular space. So, and I'm like, it is, I slided into that particular space the other day, and it was like a commotion because my view was completely different from theirs, and they wanted to eat me raw, which I don't care. As long as I'm concerned, I have to always go there and tell them my mind. Finally, on final note, I think what we need to start pushing forward now, the narrative we need to start pushing forward now is we need to start changing their mindset and expectation after December 2nd of Biafra independent redeclaration. Because they are already setting up their machineries, propaganda machineries and gaslighting force waiting for us, and politicians too. And on many occasions, if you meet them up in a space, they will say, okay, we're waiting for you on December 2nd. We're going to see the miracle you are going to perform. So by so doing, they are waiting at the end of the day to start unleashing their attack and media war propaganda machineries against us. However, what I think we need to do, we need to start now, which I've been doing diplomatically in every forum I found myself, letting them know that December declaration does not mean that once the independence declaration is pronounced, Nigeria will carry their bags the same day. No, we still have a long way to go. We still have a lot of long diplomatic battles, security, sovereignty, recognition to go. And I always let them know that it might take us another 10, 20, 30 years. It doesn't matter. We are there, and we're going to do it to the logical conclusion. And I always give them the reference about Vietnam, American, Vietnam, and American and Afghanistan. I always give them those references. That it doesn't matter how long it took, America with their weapon, with their power, connection, allies, and everything, and superiority, including media. There came a day America gave up and carried their war machines and ran away from those two countries that I mentioned. And those people, they of course they won. If I should say, they won. So we need to start pushing out our own narrative because the ball is in our court to play. We need to start pushing it out now to every opportunity we have. Let them know to every ear that want to hear, and every so that when that time comes, we'll start pushing it out because there will be a long diplomatic battle, bros, a very long one. So we already know where they're waiting for us. Finally, I also think that we need to also do our best to be encouraging each other in on the media space. Let's follow each other back to back. Back to back. Let's follow each other as much as we can. Follow each other, share the program, the spaces, and all that. And at the end of the day, make sure that as this program is going on now, that everyone comes in and bring an idea and arrow and idea and plan on what need to be done, so that at the end of the day we will be able to tap ourselves at the back and say we have done well. But as for battle, it's we have the difficult one ahead, and therefore we need to get ready and be strong. and have a very, very strong mind to face it. But at the end of the day, the good thing is that we're going to win. Thank you, everyone. I'm still here. Maybe if there's another submission, I'll come up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yeah, of course. We're in a media war phase now in terms of the kind of narratives they've been pushing out. And well, like I said, I mean, as soon as Tinubu got voted in, anybody that's been following Tinubu in Nigerian politics should have expected what was coming. You know, I remember telling people on Clubhouse that guys, get ready for 8 years of ethnic jingoism politics, because that's all you're gonna get. And true to form, you know, see how organized these people are. Sometimes they have two different spaces running at the same time. Igbo, 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 Igbo. You know, so and yeah, the reality is many of them they know what's going on, but then the propagandists, those ones you can't have a dialogue with. It's like someone like Abiy. I don't go to Abiy's room to try and have a dialogue with him or to try and convince him of anything. I go to Abiy's room with a specific mission in mind, whatever that mission is. You know, either to go and debunk something he said or is saying, or even just to go and embarrass him. Which that one I particularly enjoy, just embarrassing him and making him look silly in front of his minions. You know, but there's some spaces I personally won't go that I'm going to try and convince or discuss anything with anyone. No, if I'm there, if you see me there, I'm there for a reason. You know, well, yeah, there are other spaces like this Emmanuel guy that came, even though he was still a million miles from. Well, at least he's not the usual troll. You know, we see like some of the other ones. Yeah, that one I'll engage him if he seems reasonably enough. Yeah, we can have a decent conversation. But you know, if it seems like he's on some mantra singing unity, unity, unity with no plan, then it becomes a waste of time. But yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't have a problem with the bigotry. If, you know, existing in this contraption, anyone that's existed in this contraption long enough should be used to it by now, even though it's something that's hard to get used to. But why I particularly don't have a problem with it is because, in fact, I even want the Yoruba people to increase it more, self, because it helps divide Nigeria quicker. You know, it, people like the people that you mentioned, Grandmaster, Vin, they can only see so much of it, so much of the Ronu, that one day they will have to wake up and tell themselves, let me stop lying to myself. These other Nigerians have never loved me, they'll never love me, and they'll never love my children. But until they see that level of Ronu, many of them will not be shocked out of it. Many of them, you know, they're still nostalgic. Oh, yeah, I know this Yoruba person is showing me this amount of Ronu. Oh, but my sister is married to a Yoruba guy. Or, you know, I have some Yoruba in-law. They can't all be the same. And I'm not even saying they're all the same. But they need to see that, you know, this Ronu thing is deep enough.
Stamina, I don't know if you know how deeply these guys hated us. Do you know that you will come to a space, somebody you know that you can feed that will not be even up to your house help, or will stand and say that Igbo race is a cost race? I don't know, you know how deeply these people hated us. I don't know why our people are not seeing it. I don't know why we like deceiving ourselves. I told people that P2B is a weapon that was brought to destroy our movement last year. I told people, and they kept mocking me and calling me Biafra an online country. I told them, these people, the hatred is beyond comprehension.
Yeah, I mean, you know, central to Nigeria's DNA is Igbo hate. If there's one thing that unites Nigerians, it's Igbo hate. That's the only one time you see Fulani, Yoruba will be in the same room attacking Igbo. That's the only time they unite. Igbo hate. You know, ain't it funny how even the protest, everybody knew the origin of that protest was from the north. But somehow Yoruba people were blaming Igbo people that, oh, it's Igbo people that is inspiring
It
it.
was a soft target.
And
It was a soft target to get our people.
And then Hausa people that is them that instigated the whole thing, were gingering Igbo people. Oh, yes, join us. And some of the idiots too followed them. So even as they are fighting, even when they are fighting, Yoruba and Hausa, somehow Igbo is still the target. Even the Hausa, some of them were saying, join us. Somewhere in their mosque saying, oh, it's in Yamani protest, so don't join. What's Zinyamri got to do with it? I thought, the protest was against the president. How come Zinyamri, who was crying over the hunger in the first place? But, some of these nostalgic One Nigerians, I call them victims of the One Nigeria project. Personally, I think anyone that the One Nigeria project worked on, that they are in this day and age still advocating for One Nigeria, if they ever wake up, they should be allowed, or at least they should be made to feel ashamed of themselves. So next time they're in a situation where they need to wake up for something, they won't spend too long carrying their ego and pride about. Which is
Okay. And in addition, these are the people that actually expose our people to real danger in the homeland. These are the people that actually go and become
Exactly.
moles and point hands, take these
Exactly.
enemy forces to our places, to strategic places. These are the people that go and join this Ibubago and are killing our people, and then they will commit crimes, and they turn around and want to blackmail our, noble Biafra Liberation Army, and what our government is doing.
like that stupid Honorable Ada. I remember the day I flipped on her. This girl just there saying, "Oh, Liberation Army is now assaulting." Oh, she didn't even say women, old women, that assault to Chahinarahini. Hey. Anyway, that I had to open a space on that girl's head that night, and I noticed she's been very calm these days. Now she's talking about American politics after their failed protest.
I don't know what is that
Was
the
that Ada?
president has given them. I don't know.
Was it the Ada, the dishonorable?
Horrible Ada.
Dishonorable Ada. Oh, Zoli, ke ona boni and Bobo. Oh, Zoli, Sugar. Ona Baboni and Bobo. Oh, say, in the north, but when the north come out, I know that.
That's him. Sorry, no, carry on. Sorry, my one name.
Sorry. I was just saying that day I was listening to one space. She was like, I know when the north come out, that something must happen in Nigeria. I was just laughing. I said, you people are just going to die, You are here saying that we are killing our people, but you are here encouraging people to die in the zoo, Nigeria. That's what you're doing. Oh, she's against war. I'm against war. People dying. People, stupid, dishonorable Ada.
The girl she's a very stupid girl. She's always shouting how she's against war. That was how, on the eve of their protest, I went to go and advise them that if you ask me, I'll say you guys should just sit at home, because we all know what the Nigerian army is already going to do. They are going to shoot you guys.
You told them that?
That's what I told them, yes. That they should all sit at home. Because everybody knows that the Nigerian army is going to shoot you guys.
Of course, we knew that. One question, guys. Somebody actually mentioned one of the spaces recently. Did up to 500 people actually die for real? I thought it was like, did they say 16 or 13?
I had 120 because they were actually opening spaces, keeping count. 120 as of the time I stopped counting. 120 had.
Hey,
And nobody,
they're not talking about it
nobody,
again. No, that is so terrible.
they just moved
They
on.
moved
Hey,
on. Very, very terrible set of people that I've not hope in my life. Very useless.
See, the Honorable Ada, so I went to their space. In fact, after that nonsense to the Bams did, I've not gone to his. Well, me, I don't beg to go to anybody's space. When I was on Clubhouse, people used to beg me to come to space. So, I don't know whether he thought removing me from his space that day. Well, I ain't sabi. Anyway, I went to their space. This Adada is saying, oh, she abhors violence. So me, I want to go and advise them that, look, I advise you guys to just sit at home because Nigerian army will shoot you guys, and we all know this. Ada unmuted her mic. Ihun miracle this girl param. The hot water this girl pour me, begin shout. What rubbish! People are angry, and you're telling them to sit at home. This is the kind of rubbish in this country. What rubbish! People are angry. If you see the shout, this girl was shouting. I could just imagine her with all the veins in her neck sticking out. People are angry, and you're telling them to sit at home. What kind of madness is this? Yeah. I left. I just kept quiet. Paricham. I just left her. Anyway, I think it was
recently.
I've not been seeing her recently. Yeah, now I only see her in America.
I think she ran away from her handle. I think I saw her one time with a different handle. You know when you go there, I can help them at hand one.
Maybe they named her as amongst the people Nigeria government was looking for. She and Comrade now.
She have changed her handle. I think I heard her voice in one other handle like that. She's I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, people died. 100 and something people died for Nigeria.
I'm alone with a wanted person, right?
Man. If you're gonna die for something that that is honorable, not for Nigeria. This is so pathetic, y'all. Oh my gosh.
They haven't even finished taking accountability for the ones that died inside.
They die for hunger, for the protesting for hunger, for food.
Food.
See how they just moved on.
They don't plan. They're planning again for October. They're coming out again in October. They're coming to die more.
They say it's fearless. Yeah. Maybe they drink fearless this time.
What was the other one? Hunger. Now this one is for fearless.
I saw Duro TV shouting they should release Shora at the airport. I was just laughing. Duro TV when they talk say Biafra. All these people saying, oh, I don't like the way you guys are doing it. You guys are using violence. Anybody hear that stuff from, just know that they are one of the most stupid people you shouldn't be listening to.
My brother, I like the way you asked some of these guys. I think was it Emmanuel that said we shouldn't do it this way. He said, you told, okay, come out and do it the way you want to do it and let your people follow you now. That's what I always tell them. If you say you don't like the way we do it, come out. Bring your own ideas. Do you think it's easy to convince Igbo people to follow you? Do you think it's easy? You don't know how hard we are. Do you think this thing our leader Mazi Nnamdi did and our prime minister is doing, do you think it's easy? We are hard people. Igbo people are very hard. We are very hard. For many people to follow you, that means you have gained our trust. And you guys know how it is. And when you have gained our trust, we will need to die for you. It's not easy. This year, some of our Igbo people, some of them here, they said, I don't like the way you guys are doing this thing. Violence against violence and all that stuff. I said, oh, really? You don't like it? Do you have a better way? You have a better way for us to do? Okay, come out now. And then the person was like, oh, so you want me to come out and leave my family? Leave your family. So the people that left their own family to come out to sacrifice their life and their livelihood and everything about them, they are stupid, right? Just sit down and let us get Biafra. And then
let me just tell,
Bata.
let me just tell you guys a fundamental characteristics of your average one Nigerianist solutions. Anything they suggest to you as a solution, just analyze it. You see that fundamental to that solution is laziness. Their solutions are always based on doing as little as possible. Go and collect PVC. Go and vote. Oh, ginger your elected senators to go and discuss it in Senate that you know they will never do. And you know nobody's good. You're not even going to see them to ginger. How are you going to ginger them other than opening space? Shout, shout, shout. And they will never even listen to your space. They always offer the laziest. But when you offer solution now that involves real hard work, like defending yourself, that's when you see all of them. That's when all of them, their brain will seize. They'll start looking for excuses not to do that hard work. That's when you see them start, oh, but what does Constitution say? Oh, but you can't do this because it's not constitutional. Because, oh, you're a non-state actor. Oh, because that's when they'll start talking, all because they're looking for excuse not to do that hard work solution. But as soon as you come with lazy solution that involves, oh, just wake up one day, bath, wear cloth, go and collect PVC, come back, wait for election. Oh, just wake up one day, go and elect, even though, yeah, they will be shouting, oh, defend the election. Defend your ballot box where you know carry gun, where Agbero carry gun. For real? Just from today, mark this thing I've said. Anytime you ask them for solution or you hear them preferring solution, analyze that solution. You find that laziness is central to that solution. See all this one, the Vim OT are doing. They are compiling all the list of all the atrocities Ndibo has been facing. And I've been, see, that tweet, I saw that tweet he made to PM. I followed him up on that tweet. I was like, Vim, what do you think IPOB have been doing all these years? What do you think Biafra government in exile is doing? Or what do you think we've been doing? This file that you want to go and submit now. Oh, what did you think we were doing? But anyway, Sha, go and submit. Let's see how far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is at least that is the first step, you know. When they reach now, they will now have their own experience. Of course, I know that there's this thing that used to happen that time when you go to website, you click on a particular resource, you'll be redirected to another site that has a resource. Do you understand what I'm saying? So maybe by the time they reach there, they will ask them who is their government. Maybe then, maybe they will now go back to Nigeria and say that Nigeria is redirect them to Nigeria, or maybe they can shamefully now redirect themselves to the government of Biafra, because at the end of the day, it will still take a government to actually, make it that effective, brokering some kind of making headway. If you don't have a government structure, you're just making noise, because these are the things that we did now. I na tag okay, tag your gene, tag ya Donald Trump. When you are tag. Ken ka anyị na-atagịrị ma ndị UN anyị na-atagịcha UN. UN onye nke anọ abịa na Nigeria wee sị anyị si anyị na ndị Boko Haram dị together. No, ya bụ solution.
See, and you see this their solution now. Oh, let's compile all the evidence and go and submit to somebody. Is it not? I mean, how lazy do you want to be? Okay, you see video going viral, you send it to website. You hear one thing or read one thing, you send it to website. Okay, after that, what next? What next after that? You see, like I said, they're always looking for the easiest thing to do.
Starman, sorry. In addition to, another thing is just mischief and stupid ego. These people knows that Biafra has got a government, and they know that the effectiveness of the government and what they're doing. The easiest thing for them to do is go to the website of the government and financially support the government anonymously. They don't even need to show their faces. They know that government is doing all of these things, but they don't. How can we now, join this Simon Ekpa? That's their problem. They know that he's doing a great job. They are seeing the lobbies. They know that for you. Do you know what it takes for you to get one American congressman to be on picture with you? Go to his office and he agrees to take picture and make it public that you are meeting and you're discussing certain things with them. They know these things, but
This thing they want to discuss now, they want to compile now. This PM Grind, Simon Grind, say that part of our declaration will be also listing out all our grievances. All our grievances. So this one they are doing now just
The problem, my brother, like you said, like the United States said, is because Ayagami, we have gone far. And because of Bugiha, at that time, they started the obedient movement or whatever movement they started or whatever thing they were doing. And they thought that was going to make them so much famous. And the thing flopped. It flopped badly. So now they don't know what to do. They can't come into the movement because they now know, something. The problem with some of us, some Igbo blood is that they want to be that one that is relevant, who is Simon Ekpa. They want to be that one in the head. Unfortunately, it's not possible because you didn't do the legwork. And you can't just come in like that. So that is their problem now. So they're trying to see if there's any other way they can be relevant. Maybe they can be able to do something that other people will say, oh, okay, we can follow you now. But unfortunately, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen.
They are too late.
Then our leader wrote to all these bodies. Our prime minister also wrote to all these bodies. I remember one broadcast, our leader said, it doesn't matter how the cry that you are crying, the clamoring that you're clamoring, the writing that you're writing to UN, to US, to EU, to blah, 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 blah. They will not listen to you.
Even this case they want to compile. Waiting BLA, remember BLA? What was BLA set up for? Was it not set up to do the same thing?
Let me just say something.
They started doing nonsense. But this doing is not new. Sorry?
Because you mentioned BLA, I was actually the first secretary of BLA. For you to understand, we set up a website and we compiled the same list of atrocities. And this was when, let me see, 2013, 14, earlier self. BLA was the room, the meeting where BLA was created. I was there. That was in, is it Amsterdam? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Amsterdam. I was there. I was the first secretary. If I didn't lose my Hotmail, password now? All I have a folder in my old Hotmail that contains all our meeting minutes for you to understand. So for you to mention BLA means that you are far back, a bit far back.
I know say go get your BVC. No Nigeria is possible starting from next year.
Daddy, do you know that every day these people be buzzing my ear with the 2027, and I'm wondering, these people, wait, do you even know if this Nigeria will even last to 2025 with the way it's going? And you are talking about 2027, you have not even survived 2024.
Look at your PVC. No Nigeria is possible. People be obedient.
So I told them in a space, I think that's when they say that I belong to a faction, that all of them are going around in circles, that they're just dreaming. I think the space was just a few days ago by this guy. You mentioned the name of the guy. I can't remember. Somebody mentioned
Grandmaster. I think it's Grandmaster.
Yes, he was there. So I told them that they're going around in circles and they're dreaming. They're going around in circles. Now, what might happen that might help us in the next, maybe this year or even next year. There will not be enough money to pay civil servants. I'm telling you.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm very
that's
close
already
to where
happening.
it's going on. There won't be enough money to pay civil servants in Abuja here. I'm telling you, when that happens, that's when that's when everybody will understand where we are.
No, but
Even
no,
the
but you know these
army.
Oyibo people are very
They're
creative.
still owing the military for last month's salary.
Uh-huh. In fact, I heard they are bribing the top brass in the army, make them vex, instigate something. They are bribing them just so that they keep the recruits that they're not. Can you imagine? You're a recruit, they never pay you, then send you go fight Biafra or Boko Haram, and you know go AWOL.
Yeah, but you see, the thing with the civil servant one is the biggest one, because if you understand the implication, if you don't pay civil servants en masse for 2 months, en masse means Ministry of Finance, Ministry of this, Ministry of that, the entire federal ministry will not be paid for 2 months, and then you're entering the 3rd month. That's when you understand what we're talking about. Yeah.
No, but
End
they
of
get the idea of selling the oil in 2050 in advance.
My brother, you didn't tell me. a week me.
According to Solu Dogwe.
Mba, ka cancel gị ọfụma. Ọ sị, ego mmanụ Nigeria agwụgo. Ego mmanụ Nigeria agwụgo. Achọrọ m ikwu otu Chiweta Agụ si ekwu. Ma Chiweta Agụ, ọ bụ Chiweta ka ọ sị, mmiri ama efi n'anya. So ego mmanụ Nigeria.
So what? This is a wood, yo. It's a wood, yo. Nigeria,
on the war, unless they get sponsorship from foreign backers. I can't see how they're going to fund the war. And then all the sources, corruption has already eaten into the extraction of those ones so bad. So many private dons and barons controlling like gold. Those ones are not going to relinquish that control to sponsor a war or, for Nigeria. They're not.
How do they say? There's a way they say this thing. You know, when everything is coming together at the same time, is it like the constellations are merging?
Yeah.
There's a way they say it. So it's all coming together. The storm is brewing and it's all coming together. It will rain in one day.
You know, the fall of empires is a unique spectacle. In fact,
correct.
Like in Cuba.
Correct. You're right.
Yes, the fall of empires is always very unique.
In Cuba, they were having parties. They had a party that night. The government officials were in a party when Castro entered Havana. One night, everything changed. Everything changed. They woke up the next morning, they were in jail. The next morning, just one night, they were having a party. They were having parties. In one night, it changed. People don't understand that that's how it works. That it can change in one night. You sleep tonight, you wake up tomorrow morning, NEPA staff will have run away. The water corporation people will not be there. Maybe your security man self don't run. The policeman, when you look outside the gate, you will not see any police in front of your gate. In one night.
Would that be called revolution or coup d'etat?
Whatever they will call
it. Rapture. It is rapture.
It will be like rapture. It will be like rapture.
A coup can sometimes be a revolution. If a coup can sometimes be a revolution, if it's going completely against the status quo.
Even
like what happened there, Burkina.
Even your driver and your cook will not arrive in the morning because they won't see transport to get to your house. You won't see your cook, you won't see your driver. If you call his name, James has not come to work. Joseph, no come. You call their phone is not working. I'm telling you.
It's already, brother. It's already happening. No, see, this week now, and now leg they used to go walk. As in, I go Treco, because if I want to go to work like normal transportation I I'm using now, the place where they used before 200 now 800 now, so to go and come back is 1,600. Now I calculate it in the whole month, almost more than 50% of my salary. As I did do my, I'm telling you. So everybody's now trekking things. So I'm telling you, and it's even better in this eastern part though. One lady made I don't know if you see the video that posted. One lady said that
I
he
saw the
went
video.
to that they are no longer restocking their this. These are major, like
And the
ShopRite and all
advance
that.
people made them japa.
Made them run away. Everybody run,
They did
run.
not come after the girl. Oh.
Yeah, the thing be say after coming up after if when you don't finish coming after the girl, when you keep her in the prison, can you even feed them? They will come. We cannot be.
I hear they've eaten half,
Why they cannot feed them?
they've eaten half of the police horses that they use for parade in Lagos. You know those horses that they bring out on parade. I hear they've eaten half of it, and the other half skeleton. You know, from the police station, from the stable, who will bring money to go and feed the horse when they haven't fed the people in the
See,
country?
you can imagine what's going on in the zoos in Nigeria now. All those they are really
Only
in the
private
zoo.
zoos operate. You don't have government. You know, when we are young then now, every big city had a zoo. If you went to Enugu,
Yeah.
if you go to Enugu in those days, you go to the zoo. If you go to Lagos, if you go to Ibadan, you go to the zoo. There's no zoo again. The only zoos we have are private. And it's just like a philanthropic. I don't know, even those private ones, I don't know why they are keeping those things there. But it's
See, I've been planning to hold a space, the history of the end of Nigeria, and what I see is just a most spectacular collapse. People will
I'm
not
telling
believe
you.
it. Nigeria
I'm
is functioning like almost a cardiac arrest patient. It will just stop.
It will just stop breathing. It will just stop breathing. I'm telling you, people don't understand where we're going. They think it's a joke. It will just stop breathing. It will happen in one night. You wake up tomorrow morning, nothing is working.
And it's gone.
No traffic warder. Traffic markers cannot move. And not everything will just stop. People don't understand.
That's why I say it's a
No, but the
rapture. It's
slave
a rapture
masters
that
of
will
Britain
happen.
will come for them. The slave masters Britain will come to rescue them.
Yeah.
And
Ndị nke ahụ nwetara onwe
government,
ha. Nke ahụ nwere ike ibudo ụzọ sef. Ndị nke ahụ nwetara onwe ha sef.
as government breaks down, what happens? A vacuum is created. What happens in the vacuum? Criminals take over. Terrorists become emboldened. Armed robbers, kidnappers. Hey, everybody will be running around. When soldiers have not been paid and police have not been paid and they're not turning up for work, Jesus Christ, is going to be Mad Max. Mad Max.
It's going to be interesting. We're in interesting times. For those that know. But when you go out there and you look at people's faces, it's as if they don't have a clue. They don't have a clue.
The collapse of Nigeria will be the most spectacular
But the
collapse.
worst of it all is that the politicians are living as if nothing is happening. They're still living their lavish life and this their bogus lifestyle and they're still living like that.
See, that particular class of Nigerians, anytime you tell them anything that involves struggle, they don't want to hear because they are the actual beneficiaries
Of the system.
of the system.
Correct. That's true.
Because they still have something that's working, whether it's one small business, one hotel, they still have something that's working. They are still eating. They're still okay. You now telling them end Nigeria. You're now telling them, oh, you might lose your business. You might have to start all over again. Nah. For them, it's just too much to think about. It's easier for someone who has nothing to lose anymore who doesn't have a business, or maybe Nigerian army has killed some of his family members. Somebody that literally is easier for them to, give up on Nigeria than for those who they're still plugged into the system somehow. Or maybe they've even been beneficiaries of the better end of the Nigerian education system, even though it's not the best. It just teaches you how to be a manager, not how to be a leader, and how to read manual. That's all. So even with that small benefit of that better end of the Nigerian education system, the problem these ones now have is that they now see themselves as more intelligent than everyone else, and like as if based on that their own delusion of having the intelligence, that is them that has the solution for Nigeria. That's the problem with these ones. Most of them still have aspirations of one day. Look, I used to be in one of my old school alumni WhatsApp group. I haven't even been there for like 2-3 years now. Anyway, I used to be quiet on the group because it was one private school like that in Lagos, full of rich children. In fact, it'd be like saying I'm even maybe one of the poorest in the school self. But yeah. So I used to be very quiet in the group because, the group had been going on for years. And then I bumped into one of my old guys from school years later. And he brought me into the group. So, I was just there quiet, listening to them, reading their comments. And then one day, one of them was complaining about a certain, I can't even remember the Nigerian politician, and how I think he was trying to do some business. And the guy was stifling things for him. And he was raking. In fact, even on that group, there's one son of an ex-governor of a state somewhere in Yoruba land that is also being groomed to be governor. Oh my God. Anyway, as this guy was raking, one of them said something that made me understand the mindset of people in that group. He said, that, why is he upset? That he shouldn't worry, Joe, that it will soon be our turn. That all we need to do now is make sure we become captains of industry. And our turn, we won't have to deal with all this kind of nonsense. That's what one of them said. And many of them were like, yeah, like, agreeing with the guy.
That's their own cartel.
That was their mindset in that group. And in fact, I ended up breaking the group. I ended up breaking the group into two. Now me begin first talk about how, because I notice, okay, someone's birthday, some people will do prayer, all these there, and then on some mornings maybe something will happen in Nigeria, some of them will be praying for the country. I'll be like, all this will not pray yourself, who will help? Pray, nothing. And then I started talking. I first started going against the over religiousness in Nigeria in the group. The thing won't cause trouble. I join on with, in fact, Nigeria needs to end because Nigeria is a crime scene. Oh, but hey, see wahala. The thing, if you see the ruckus for like 3 days on
They
the
not
group,
remove
just
you.
because I end.
They not remove you.
No, I was surprised. Obviously, I'll be alumni now, so they can't just remove me like that. I was surprised. If you see the ruckus that kicked off on that group, in the end, the solution, because one other guy on the group, but this one, a Yoruba guy, but he has a strong sense of Yoruba nation. He'd been, but as Yoruba be now, in Yoruba is not like Igbo where you can just say what you want because you're a Republican. So he was always piping down. Oh boy, let me give the guy ginger. Oh. Before we know it, the group now came up with solution that, okay, you know what? We should create another group so that we can go and be discussing whether Nigeria is breaking, whether Christianity and all this religion is a problem. And then that's how, oh boy, like literally half the group came, and there was still the original
So
group.
you have the fanatic ones, the extremists.
Well,
This.
the extremist curious ones, and fanatic on both sides, though, plus the ones that no, we die here in Nigeria. There was one particular one, the day this guy had it with me, if you see the attack this guy launched on me, plus mess chat, plus shouting, voice notes, everything, and I handled him very neatly. I said, dispatched him. But in the end, even the second group, can't even split on top, and now even just generally just left all of them. Just because I realized these ones, they are not ready. They are still on some delusion. You know, my whole alumni, the only person I keep in contact is that particular Yoruba Nation guy, that one, because he was the realest there. I mean, most of them were, I mean, it's a private school in Lagos, so yeah. You know, there was one or two Igbo guys there, but you know, a lot of them were in diaspora as well, so their heads were lost. Some of them, I don't even think ever thought they were going to come back to Nigeria. So,
Hey, Stammer, just to say one thing. Sorry. Basically, do you know one thing? The psychology of an average Nigerian see this. Once it is not affecting him and his family, or him particularly, it is not existing.
Yes.
He will observe the problem that is happening to other people. Nigeria is the only time he will agree that Nigeria is as a problem in Nigeria when it is affecting him. But even if people, all the people in Benue are dying, he doesn't care. So continue. That's what.
And that is where most of our Igbo people fall in, especially that way 2x2 shop in Abuja, Lagos, Kano, and Kaduna.
See, those ones, their own is, as long as their business is running, they don't want anything to disrupt their life. That's those ones' problem. See, the problem with the Igbo man and his republicanism. Now, don't get me wrong, republicanism is the best system in the history of mankind, if you ask me. And when I say republicanism, no be American Republican Party, that's not republicanism. It's not American Republican Party, because there's a difference between Igbo Republican culture and American Republican Party or ideology even. Now, if I was born into this world 1,000 times, I would still rather come back as a Republican Igbo man. 1,000 times. I would rather come back than come back under a king, either in Britain or somewhere in China under an emperor, or anywhere under somebody as a king or something. I'll always come back a Republican. But now, comparing republicanism to monarchy system. Now, amongst Yoruba people, on a everyday street person to everyday street person level, it's very difficult for them to agree. Their own competition is rife. The only time you see Yoruba, or especially Hausa, uniting is when the Oba or the Sultan or Emir issues a decree. That's all of them will just bow one time. Yeah? Now, with Ndi Igbo, first things first, there is no king giving order or decree for everybody to bow at the same time. That's number one. Most of the times, when our Republican mindset aligns, it's based on consensus and some sort of objectivity. Everybody with their own brain, their own eyes, has rationalized something and decided, okay, this is the right way, or the right thing to do, the right way to go. And because it's everybody of their own volition, they'll just move along. They don't particularly need a king to say, oh yeah, it's this way. But the problem with Igbo republicanism is that because you don't have a king telling you what to do, squashing your ego, sometimes you get members of that society, that Republican society, where their ego becomes too big. And see, in every society, ego leads to psychopathy. Every society has a tiny percentage of them that's psychopaths and sociopaths. And that slippery sliding slope to psychopathy and sociopathy starts from ego. Now, ego is not particularly a bad thing. In fact, ego is necessary for survival. But where ego becomes a problem is where it becomes egotism, where everything, everyone around you exists to serve you, where your ego becomes so self-centered, egotism. And then from there, you slide into sociopathy or psychopathy when you become obsessed with your egotism. You think literally the world is about you. You are the star of the film, and everybody else is just a bit part actor in your film. That's sociopathy and psychopathy. Psychopathy is the extreme where you go as far as actually believing you have the right over other people's rights. Like you could take their life, you could bully them, that's like literally, that's ego gone wild. And every society has a small percentage of these people that their ego runs wild. Now, in a Republican society where you don't have anybody checking your ego, it just happens that when there's a consensus to go left, you always have those egotists who think they're better than everybody. Like, why are they all going left? Yeah, I want to go right. Just to prove something, just to say that I'm different, and to garner attention. Remember, psychopaths and sociopaths, they love attention. And if everybody is going left, only you decide to go right. Of course, everybody's going to notice you and start asking, why are you going right? This is a big problem of Igbo republicanism. And when I say it's not like a big problem that is such a terrible thing like that. Like I said, I'll still rather be born a Republican as long as I can curb my own ego.
A big man already dangerous, but if you that is the way we disagree amongst ourselves in our struggle.
Yes.
Very, very dangerous.
Yes.
Especially those ones that have one special interest or the other in Nigeria. If I open my DM, if you see most of them that are threatening me, that somebody will come out personally and have the mind to send me a personal message of threat. Do you not know? Just for dreaming to be free one day from Nigeria, somebody, my Igbo brother, will be sending me a threat for even saying it at all.
They don't try that on me. If anything, Yoruba and Bini people, those ones, they don't even threaten me. They try and troll me.
Maybe one thing. I think this thing you're saying now actually played out between Ojukwu and Zeke.
Yeah, to some degree,
true.
Yeah.
Because I learned that Zeke was the one that wrote the Biafra anthem and all that. But for some reason, at a point, Zeke started going against Ojukwu, and then even to the point that he started calling Biafran people rebels, and even begin to campaign against Biafra people during the war and all that.
But think about it. Zeke had spent all his formative years, leading this movement for independence to free Nigeria from the colonial monsters. It was all about him. He had a newspaper controlling people's opinions. He was a powerful man. And then situation changed.
But he had interest. He was doing it with a motive behind it. To lead Nigeria when they finally broke out.
Yes, exactly.
So he had interest.
There was all this ego behind him, all this, sense of ambition and achievement, pushing that his ego. And then suddenly the situation changed. And the situation changed such that he didn't have the prerequisite requirements to lead that particular change of situation. I mean, he wasn't a soldier. Ojukwu was the right person for that particular job. And obviously, you can imagine that Zeke could have tried to make himself very relevant to what was going on by trying to even impose certain decisions or action take on Ojukwu, and Ojukwu would have brushed it aside. And it would have got to Zeke's ego. and hence Zeke, so at some stage,
How will
just
he do that when he had Fulani mixed blood?
well,
Zeke was born and brought up in Zungeru.
I know,
So
but
what kind of
I
mindset do you expect him to have?
no, but yeah. I mean, again, just similar. If you notice, a lot of current elites, they all grew up in the
Ojukutu
north.
was born in Zungeru.
And when I mean,
Ojukutu was born in Zungeru.
But he was a military
but
man.
Yeah.
it's very
He was a
decent
military man
education.
trained in Britain.
Yes. Yes.
He received a very decent education. Zeke too did, but I guess situation also helped Joe Tojuku to the realities of the day. But then, if you look at all our current Igbo elites, not just even the politicians, including a lot of the billionaires like all those Atoeze, they all grew up in the north. For Atoeze came out telling us how Fulani man has done him more favors than Igbo man has. They all grew
And up to tomorrow, they still worship Fulani. Up to tomorrow, they still worship Fulani people.
Yes, Rochas Okrocha, all those guys, they all grew up in the north. Even Hope Uzodimma, all of them. See, think about this. Think about this. Remember, as Biafra was being encircled and squeezed, our people were running out of the immediate conflict zone. And even before parts of Igbo land or Biafra land started being taken over by the Nigerian government, and they were even our people were initially, like my own parents, they initially ran to Ibadan. People were running to, a lot of them even ran to the same places where they just killed them from. Just because you have to, they are dropping bombing market, bombing even people running inside bush, they will go and bomb them, bombing church. People ran away. And when you hear all these people talking about how they grew up in the north, Fulani people raised them, let me just tell you what happened, because I've seen this thing happen throughout history. Even Mansa Musa, he did the same thing. In Mansa Musa's own case, it was a grave mistake that led to the end of the Mali Empire. Mansa Musa conquered some next kingdom. I can't remember their name now. After conquering them, deposing the king, the two young princes, he now took them under his wing, brought them back to Mali to tutor them, to now use them as future vassal kings on behalf of Mali to control their own land. But eventually, two of them turned against him. Or I think against his successor. Yeah, against his successor. They turned against his successor. Two of those two princes that he raised from that other kingdom. A similar thing happened after that war. And come on, let's think about this. Fulani and Britain had just spent all this material effort and lives, including genocide, conquering Biafrans. After conquering Biafrans, do you really think they were going to allow the likes of those real revolutionary leaders we had back then? Of course not. And even if initially, some of our true sons, took governance, the fact that today we have almost all our leaders come from once lived in the north, you can see that they had a program where a lot of our young boys that went to the north as refugees from the war, they brought some of them in. All those Ojus of Kalu, all of them, trained them with the hope of, in the future, maneuvering them into governance in Igbo land, which is what's played out. I mean, Hope Uzodimma and that Tanko move they did with High Court to bring him into, that just showed the agenda that they had people that they've, and even Funam writing recommendation letter for who is supposed to be head of a, come on. After that, and this is what you do in war. When you conquer people, you control their leadership from there. From then on. That's just what happens.
Having the temerity to write and impose a Hanese chief in our land was crossing the red line.
Actually,
but that just exposed everything that was going on. They are directly in charge of picking our leaders, whether it's governor, whether it's Ohanese, or whatever it is. They have a
That's
say.
exactly what I wanted to say, because most of us did not realize this thing. If you remember, a few years back, people will be telling you, why is your governor not doing something for you? Why is your governor not doing
Yeah.
something for you? Is almost like telling you, go to National Assembly, go and apply, go through there. It's exactly the same thing. Now, from 1970, from 1970 till date, there is nobody that has power in the East that has not been vetted via a particular profiling. All our leaders are profiled. People like Ngige escaped the net, and we know the story. Oti escaped the net, and we know the story. And those that escaped the net, it won't be long before they check them. One way or but people don't understand that they profile us. There is no good person that can come out in the East to be any type of leader under this current dispensation. It is not possible. If we understood this a long time ago, things would have been different. Most people are very naive about this thing. It's a fact. They profile them. Remember that before you can become a local government chairman, even at that low level, you have to go to DSS vetting. Have you heard of that before, Abi? Yeah,
They call it clearance.
a clearance. That clearance is where they check. Let me tell you what they check.
I've never heard this one. Jesus.
They
Yeah, it's true.
they check, is this guy corrupt enough? Can we control him? Is he going to steal? Once they see that you're a good guy, bam, you fail clearance straight away. As a governor, if you're running in the party they know will win, they have to vet you. They only ignore you when you're YPP governorship candidate. But if you're a PDP or APC and they think that you might have a chance of winning, or whoever picks the ticket there might have a chance of winning, they have to profile you, they have to vet you. They vet you very well. And if they think you have a chance, they even go beyond that. They will now summon you. They will now summon you to Sokoto. You have to go there. And you have to agree on certain terms. Mba is an example. Enugu State is a very classic example. When they summon you, and then you have to agree to certain terms, they will give you an assignment. And based on that, you can now go ahead. That's why when you see people that you think they are good and they're acting funny, you say, but this man is supposed to know this now. You don't know that there's another rope pulling him on the tail. When you see a normal person, a normal looking person behaving weird, it's not that he's weird. He knows what to do, but he cannot. He's compromised. All our leaders from the 70s have gone through this process. That's why we don't have anything in the East. That's why we're where we are today. And it's deliberate.
You know this style of political appointment by political
Yes.
blackmail. You know, no be new. Americans are Sekwanigigini, Epstein
Yes.
and co.
Same thing. Yes, it's same thing. It's same thing.
You know, when our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was talking about how our politicians go to the north, they can't turban nishi, can't bedsheet nishi, you put her boxers. And I was telling Obedience, wait, hold on. How is okay? So our politicians now, they've bent them over. How exactly are they going to order the people that have been bending them over around? How's that going to work? Yeah. Okay, so this insecurity now, we all know the people sponsoring it, and we all know they've been bending our politicians over. If you guys know what bending over is,
We know.
Ibu
Who no.
boxers with Vaseline.
Mhm.
How exactly are you now going to turn around, say, hey, oh, I want to end insecurity, without them leaking your video? or telling you, or even leaking your video is extreme if you too do strong head. Otherwise, they will just say, come on, will you shut up? You when you're his bitch, you tell you to shut up and go and sit down in one corner, Biko.
You know, this thing we're saying now, some people still think it's far-fetched. I'm telling you, they think it's far-fetched. It's not far-fetched at all. It's not far-fetched at all. That is what has kept us where we are today. Nothing else has kept us here but that. We know. So, I was telling them in that forum with Grandmaster that you guys are dreaming. You're wasting your time. You're talking about 2027. Are you mad? I told them, you're dreaming. You are going around in circles. You're dreaming.
My brother, you were really in the wrong space.
I was, yeah.
Wow.
I found myself there, so I had to speak my mind. So they told me I was in a camp, that I belonged to a certain camp. I said, okay, no problem.
Follow most people here. This is the real Biafran hardcore. Everybody here. In fact, if you
the for don't bend Peter be down well now.
Do you know the worst of it, or the taboo in Igbo land is for Asari to come on come on air, say that Buhari gave him contract, security contract to guide Igbo land, that he's going to one guide Nemo State, and then oh goodness, oh my God,
goodness me,
oh my God, oh this is sad. It's how the mighty are falling. God.
No, for real, for real.
Oh man, they must be destroyed. Bulldozer, guys. I'm with you guys. Let's bulldozer this country, bulldozer it from the bottom up. Bulldozer it. Now this contraption.
Yeah, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu mechara anya sị na the best thing is to tell the people the truth. Akọji wee sị na ihe ọ ga-eji wee mebie obodo a bụ eziokwu Chineke. And eziokwu anwa bụ ihe o kwuru. Kita now, the eziokwu now is now penetrating because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu just laid out those truths, even though it sounded very controversial and people didn't believe him. They thought he's a mad person. But now, when things are now playing out, you have something to reference it to. Now people are now saying, hey, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kwari ha o. Hey, mgbe aha nọgide enwe naira crunch, onye ọbụla na-enwere ego, onye ọbụla a na-achụ ego, onye ọbụla ndị na-agba ọtọ na bank, ndị na-eti mkpu na bank na-eme. Mana now watch is ka anyị na-eti mkpu anyị nwere the currency. Ndị terrorists nọ n'ime ọfịa na-egosizi anyị the ego apparent na bank ya. A bank anyị ndị terrorists enweta gị mana citizens enwetara ya. My brother, he had a much you.
No, Ojo not touching now. Oh, you can't just help but laugh.
But laugh, man.
You know, when I tell you monkey ate APC campaign money, you have to laugh.
Snake swallowed.
Oh, it 2 times. One was snake, one was monkey. One was I think it was jam money. One of the people that had access to the jam money said snake, python swallowed the money. The other campaign, yes, APC. I can't remember the governor they were chasing around for that again. Whether that governor or senator, one house and he claims monkey swallowed the chop stole the APC money for campaign.
It sounds like a joke, but he actually said it on TV. It sounds like a joke, but he said, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't hear it myself. Sound like a joke. Wow.
And then the same politicians and Rona bad debate whether cow should be given citizenship. Like that one, you couldn't even make that up. I mean, that one I would think it was a book somebody wrote. I won't believe that happened in real life. I won't believe it. I was hearing that thing here. I thought, no, this one is too far now. Until I saw the video, that Fulani woman talk, arguing. No. I thought, no. That was when I knew. No. No. This one don't pass, don't be seen.
There's something that I've been wanting to explain in, I don't know if it fits into what we're discussing now, but since we are of like minds, I think maybe either you understand it already, or maybe I'll be shedding light on something you haven't seen from this perspective before. When we talk about getting our own country separate from this current Nigeria, the issue now is Lagos. I think there's a type of delusion that is in Lagos by both some Igbo people and 90% or even not 99% of Yoruba people as well. Most people don't understand what it means if we leave Lagos per se. Live in quoto per se. Let me explain it from a perspective. What drives Lagos? Two things. The fact that we have a port, and of course, coming out of the port, the fact that we have an international airport that services the people there, and the fact that they had embassies there in the past. Okay, that is layer one. Because there's a port in Lagos, they now built all the factories that produce all the FMCGs that is consumed in Nigeria in a very small location. You know what I mean by all the FMCGs? Yeah. All the FMCGs are produced in a small location for the vast population of the entire country. If you're using Joy soap to bathe in Kano, it was produced in Lagos or in Ogun State. If you're brushing your mouth with Colgate, it was produced in Lagos or in Ogun State. So those are FMCGs. Now, you need to understand the type of volume we're talking about now, simply because the port is in Lagos. So the entire country is using FMCGs from this small location. Lagos.
FMCG, manufactured consumer goods.
Fast consuming, yes, those goods that we need on a daily basis or weekly or monthly basis. Like your soap that you bathe with, the Omo that you use to wash your clothes. These are goods that everybody needs. If you're in Aba, you must use Lux soap to bathe. If you're in Kano, if you're in Calabar, all of that is produced between Lagos and Ogun State. All. If you live in Nigeria now, if you go to your pantry and pick up a product, even your kitchen, even if curry powder, look at the label. It's produced in Ogun State. Okay?
Yeah.
That's because port, we have only one port, which is Lagos Port. Okay? Now, see where the issue comes down, or not the issue. And then, hold on. And then there is also a consumer population as well. 70% of the population in Lagos, whether they agree or not, whether there's statistics or not, are Igbos. Whether you like it or not, 70%. It's not 50, it's not 40, it is 70. Based on my empirical observation. I've lived in Lagos and I understand what I'm talking about. If you want the empirical facts, I can point them out via estates. You can look at estates, you can look at markets, you can look at the bank staff. All of that points to 70% Igbo population in Lagos. Now, these people consume. When we get our own country, we're not going to use Lux soap again. People don't understand it. Many people are ready to produce their own soaps in Aba. They already produce themselves. Well, we will not use Omo. We will not use Liver Brothers. We will not use Tamaku. We will have our own. We already have. Just that those ones that we have will now establish properly, better in our own place. Now, that's tier one. Tier two of what sustains Lagos is insurance. All the insurance companies in Nigeria that insure all the federal parastatals and all of that are all in Lagos, and they are run by the Yoruba. Have you noticed that the insurance industry is run by them? If you understand how big the insurance is, okay? Now, the insurance is supporting all those FMCGs, companies, factories, is supporting all of them, because remember that those people pay insurance by statutory, they're statutory supposed to pay. So it supports those people. That's another tier. Then, of course, you now have the banking tier that supports the masses and everybody. When we move out, let me tell you, the day Biafra gets their recognition properly, if you're paying 1 million naira for a rent for an apartment in Lekki, it will come down to 10,000. So
Yeah.
if you understand what I've just explained, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. It will come down to 10,000.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't understand this thing. People, I'm telling you, believe you me, 80%.
Why would it go down to 10,000 if you don't mind me asking?
There will be no
Because
demand.
there's no demand.
Demand and supply.
Okay, because our people went back home? Or?
No, not really. Once you remove the port, once you open up Port Harcourt, Calabar port, or any other two ports on the eastern side, and ships are mandated to deliver goods, any type of goods, in any other port, apart from Apapa port, all the industries will shift to the east. Because remember, the demand from the east is even more than the demand in Lagos for all those goods, including those FMCGs.
I see.
Okay, everything will shift. It will be an automatic shift. Nobody will be forced to go. It will make business sense for you to move your capital of importation to where the market is. It will be an automatic, it will be an organic shift. Everything will shift to that side. People will not be, there will be no more incoming, no new renter to say, I'm looking for a house to rent in Lekki. Nope. In fact, there will be empty houses. The rent will go down. So these people that are getting excited that we're leaving, Igbo must go, they don't understand. If they understood, they will be begging. They don't understand.
Now.
Yeah, it's your calm down where high BP n'abalị. It's your kind of happy tete n'abalị.
And then the other Ronu, the new Ronu thing I'm seeing in the past few weeks, they are showing the IGR of Ogun State. Now, you now understand why Ogun State has a high IGR. It's not because Ogun State is doing anything special. It's simply because Ogun State is taking the overflow of all the industries from Ilupeju and Obakran. You cannot fit everything into Ilupeju and Obakran. You have to now move it out. And they moved all of them out to Ogun State. So any new factory opens up in Ogun State, including this new Kellogg's that came down a few years ago. They opened up in Ogun State. So they're paying taxes to Ogun State. Now, who is benefiting from those? They are supplying the entire country. Again, is still the same FMCGs I'm talking about. So the IGR of Lagos and of Ogun State, there will be no more IGR. It will go down to zero. I'm telling you, because they cannot generate that. They cannot generate on their own. They cannot generate this market. Yoruba themselves cannot consume this market. They cannot produce people that will buy. They don't have the buying power to be able to warrant them. In fact, they will be like Sierra Leone, for example. Okay, if you understand the business in West Africa, do you know that most of West Africa come to Nigeria to buy their FMCG? Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
If you go to Apapa Wharf, you will see some small boats that they load every day. They load those small boats with Joy Soap, Lux, Omo, and they drop them at Sierra Leone.
Right, I want to ask you one question.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, let me turn down my music.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I want to ask is, so why do these people have to come all the way from their own country to Lagos to buy those FMCG goods you're talking about?
That's what I want to
Why
explain
is
to
it
you.
like,
That's what I want to explain to
why
you.
why can't those companies establish factories in those regions? Since if they notice that, okay, this is high consumption coming from this particular part of this, why didn't they like put all those things?
It's very simple.
Like,
It's very simple. Let me explain to you. It's still the same reason why.
and Stammer, I have a question for you too, please.
Let me let me answer your question. Let me use China as an example. An Igbo trader can go to China and order 10 containers of a particular product and bring it to Lagos. Okay? A trader in Sierra Leone or in Accra cannot do that. Why? If he brings 10 containers to Accra, who will buy? He will not sell. He cannot sell it because they don't have the population, the buying power to consume 10 containers.
And the population of Lagos alone is more than the
That's what I'm
population of
saying.
Ghana.
But not Lagos alone. I'm talking about Nigeria. So with this buying power now of 10 containers, remember, I'm just giving you an example. With 10 containers, the businessman in Accra will say, let me just go and pick my 5 bales from here, from Lagos, and come and sell in Accra, small. It might take him 6 weeks to sell 5 bales. But it will take the guy that brought 10 containers 1 week to finish the 10 containers, and it's back again to China. The Accra cannot do it. Not because he doesn't have money. He cannot sell it. He cannot turn it over. So it's virtually impossible for him to do it. Economic wise.
Let me
It's purely economic.
let me just add something to what you say.
Okay.
You see, that buying power you're talking about
Yes.
is very valid. And if you notice, you see, we Biafrans, we are very blessed. And
Mm-hmm.
Abuna sense I make business, you understand? It's
Mm-hmm.
everywhere in us.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, except if you have not discovered your own Ikenga.
Mm-hmm.
If you continue to remain like a normal human being, then it will delay. You will remain like a normal person, feeling like a normal person.
Mm.
The thing is, what I've come to notice is an Igbo man knows how to negotiate very well, in the sense that he will go to where that supply chain is. And when he gets there, what does he do? He reach an agreement with those manufacturers. All he just needs to do is just maybe run like 5 transactions with them to build that trust. And you see all those 10 containers they buy. It's not like they pay for
No.
everything. They don't
No.
pay for it. After a certain time, they can discuss with them, okay, because the manufacturer has the goods. He wants to
Mm-hmm.
sell it out. And yeah, I see a person who can help me move my goods, and we can have good and long-term business
Mm-hmm.
relationship. So what he does is he sits down with them and have an agreement. Okay, every month I want you to be supplying me 5 containers. Let us meet in the middle. How much do you want me to deliver to you
Mm-hmm.
every month? But you see, at some point they will reach an agreement. Maybe the money you will be delivering is maybe money for 2
Mm-hmm.
containers. But every month he's sure of getting that 5 containers. What does that do? And in the process of doing that, they build like a long-term business relationship. Like, okay, this thing has to last for a certain number of years. But you see, to that manufacturer, that continuous cash flow that keeps
Mm-hmm.
coming in,
Mm-hmm.
you understand, is far more better than you wait for somebody to come and buy a certain number of goods at a certain time.
Exactly.
And because when you look at it, you see the turnover, the
Mm-hmm.
high turnover is existing. And again,
It's
production
moving.
is
It's taking
taking
place.
place, is moving. Everything is just like scale of preference. You benefit, I
Exactly.
benefit. So that's just how
So
basically it is. Yeah, but
exactly.
go
So
ahead.
somebody in Sierra Leone cannot do that. Not because they don't have the money.
Nah, for una dey learn, make una dey
No,
learn, no. Una
it's
dey
not
learn
something you can
business.
learn.
Because when
It's
we
not
go,
something. It's no. no, there's another element that you need to understand. That's why when I spoke here initially, I said if you haven't read this book, Outlier, you should read that book. It's very important. It explains more about your Igbo-ness. That book was written by a Black American, an immigrant from Jamaica.
Where can I get it? Amazon, right?
Just type it now in Amazon, you see it. Type Outliers.
Outliers, is it?
Yes. Type it.
What you say the name is?
No,
Outline
outliers. Outlier. You know, it's actually a term in economics. Outlier.
Please, can you type it on the space, please, so we can check it? Thank you.
Okay, let me type it now. Now, there's an element that you are all missing here, and that element. So let me just type it out. I can't, I can't type and be talking at the same time. I'm not, these women, they can do. Yes. Can you see it?
Not yet.
I've typed outliers. Okay. So it's outliers. That is OUTLIERS. That's it. Okay.
Is it written by Malcolm Gladwell?
That's it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
By the way, Malcolm Gladwell is first cousin to Colin Powell. They are first cousins, so they have the same grandmother. Okay. So there's an element that is missing. It's not about bringing in one container or 10 containers or whatever. When you talk about buying power, there's something to do with buying power that is unique to Nigeria. You need a population that can hold cash, spend it, and get another cash in their hand, apart from civil servants. Outside of somebody that earns a salary, you need a population that Oyibo has a name for it. Is it FMCG? What's the name for it? These small businesses.
Credit, small business loan,
SMEs and all these people. Okay. Now, which population in Nigeria is able to do that outside of civil service? Remember that the civil service is sustained by oil money. When there's no more oil money, that cash cow, that civil service, that big fat civil service people will not be there again. They won't have a choice but to go lean because you need to survive. And if you don't have that population that generates money, what do I mean by this? I'm not trying to say that we are this or that, but when an Igbo man comes into Lagos with polythene bag in his hand, within 2 days, he's generating money. He's spending it. It's coming into his hand, it's going without being paid a salary. That is how the eastern part of Nigeria survives. We don't survive on salaries in the east. You all know that. The civil part.
Let me add something. You see, this thing you are saying is a very big eye opener. As you're saying this, it just draws my mind now to the economic of the West. You understand? Our own is maybe cash, but you see the way they replace their own is like credit-based system. You understand? Every citizen in the West, you understand? You are entitled to a credit card. Sometimes most of the money they spend, you understand, is not their own. And when they spend, they cannot pay. They go and declare bankruptcy. They start all over again.
Chukuma, I will not advocate a debt-based
system. No, we're not saying that.
I'm just saying like how this thing. Because I've sat down and I've studied this Western economy. Basically, it is just to me it's like audio money. You know what I mean by audio money? You are spending money, but you are not seeing the money. Like that don't make any sense to me. Yeah, that don't make any sense to me. Like it's just like audio money. A money that is being put in like a chip and they say, okay, go and spend. And you are saying you are no. To me, like I don't think it's sustainable. That kind of system is not sustainable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see, the debt compounds out of control. I think I can't remember whether they said every 2 generations. Because it is based not just on debt, but on debt with compound interest. That's the Western system. A few generations in, unpaid debts, the compound interest gets way out of control. In fact, throughout history, there are periods when, even before the capitalist age, when they were still in the feudal age, there were periods when kings will actually come up and forgive the debts of most of the citizens, just so that the economy doesn't crash. But in this modern system, because they're also using it as a tool of control of countries, all the countries around the planet, they now forgive the debt like that without it affecting them back, because everything is so
Exactly.
connected.
So is it,
you know,
The thing I'm gonna say is when Africa, when after Biafra come and Africa start getting themselves, no African country should pay any single debt. They should not pay nothing because the debt they are owing is more than what has been taken away from them.
Yeah, I
They
agree.
should not pay any single thing. You understand? If they want to claim, because
But
what is going to happen in the
my brother,
future
we
is
have to focus on
what is going to
ourselves first. We need to build ourselves like Israel before we can start making those bogus
please, I
statements.
don't like this Israel comparison. We are
No,
building ourselves like
in the spirit of kind of having a strong security army and border. I'm not talking nothing more than that.
forget
Morris,
what we are going to build there. Israel will be learning. I'm telling you, forget about.
wait. But guys, the reality is power is shifting. Power is leaving west, going east. Now, it will stay in the east. I predict for about 2 generations, 50 years. I don't think the east will have the full run of like a century that the west or the Americans had, and the British before them had, and the Dutch, and then the Spanish and Portuguese before them had. They all had like a full century where they were at the top.
Starman, I have a question for you.
Okay, but should I?
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
Let me. So, but now China is coming into the ascendancy. We all see what they're doing with BRICS. We also they are going to be the powerhouse of BRICS, and but I don't see China lasting the full 100 years. You know, the British used to talk of the British century. The Americans talked of the American century. We are literally living through the end of the American century, and the Chinese are now talking of a Chinese century. But because of China's demographic problem, them not having enough young people to pay the pensions of the old people, thanks to their one-child policy that has backfired, China, their population will decline, and with that decline will come a decline in power. And in this time, depending on what the Africans do, going into this period is the best time for Africans to start preparing themselves eventually become a global hegemon. And when it does happen that Africa, or at least tropical Africa, becomes a global hegemon, there's almost nothing those Western countries can do, especially when we come for not just our reparations, but our artifacts and all the other things they stole. Now, there will still be military powers, some of them, not all of them. There will still be military powers for a time, the ones that have nuclear weapons. But then, I found out that even nuclear weapons have an expiry date. I was so happy. Yes, nuclear weapons have an expiry date. Now, unfortunately as well, they've just discovered a huge uranium deposit in North America, Canada to be precise. So yeah, they'll still have nuclear weapons for a while. But yeah, their powers will decline. It's a matter of time. I think
Stammer. This is.
generation.
I think you're. You see, honestly, I want them to discover resources in one of their territories,
They
so
have
that they can scramble for it.
They have resources.
So that they can scramble for it. In the process of them scrambling for it, their attention is shifted.
Bro,
While we are developing ourselves and building
bro,
ourselves.
they have resources. They do. But the only thing is, yeah, they are smart enough to realize that, hold on, resource extraction destroys the environment. Why destroy our own environment when we could just go destroy those Africans' environment since we already conquered them? And if we take their stuff, we save ours. Ours becomes strategic reserve. And the more we stand by watching them taking our resources, let me just tell you, if that scenario plays out to its logical conclusion, they will not, first of all, they will not leave until they've taken the last gram of gold and the last drop of oil. And when they do leave after taking the last drop of everything, we will remain poor forever and we will never industrialize. Because remember, then they will now revert back to their own resources and they still control the prices. And with almost nothing short of other than labor and agricultural produce, we have no bargaining power.
The thing, see, stand my wait. You are doing too much Western economy. The thing that is going to happen is, you see, this system called economy is going to be destroyed. After, see, we should just understand that we are buying and selling our own market with what we are doing right now as we are fighting for this liberation of Biafra. This is our own duty as this generation now. When we are done with what we are doing, a new set of generation, a new kind of, let me say, in the future, Okonji Wildlands, or maybe the other brave people will come and bring ideas of how a new system of economy should be. Not this one that we have right now. No, not this. A whole new system of how the economy of the people are going to be run. Because you see, this thing, this so-called economy right now, it's not sustainable. You cannot be overworking people out in the name of jobs and all that thing. That is bullshit. This is not how the old people lived in the olden days. And yet they had everything, they did not lack anything, and they lived fine.
No,
Now
no, they
fast
have
forward to
always
this
been
our
having
current.
this workaholic system. That's the reason why they came and took people from Africa now. They've always had it.
So because
Sorry, yeah, carry on.
so what I'm trying to say is this system is not gonna be sustainable. You see, and now because even they came again now in order to even work you more, they took your calendar system, they changed it. Normally, you're supposed to work 4 days a week. If you calculate it normally, you will see that you're even working more and you are getting paid less. So everything they did was to get the last dropped. Most especially those are the helms of the capitalist affairs and all those things that run all these things. That is what they did, and that's what they try to achieve. So I guess let me
Yeah,
just throw that.
the capitalist system is just not sustainable. In fact, if you ask me, capitalism is a giant Ponzi scheme scam. In fact, the greatest in human history, and it's simply not sustainable because it's based on profit and debt. It's a zero-sum game, meaning that for somebody to make a profit, some people are losing somewhere else, and losing on all levels, on all sorts of levels. Either their environment is being degraded or they're being paid less than the value they are creating, but somebody is being exploited somewhere for somebody to make a profit. It's a zero-sum game. It's not sustainable. Yeah, and you know, as for Africa, capitalism will not be the solution for Africa because it's never worked. We have had capitalism in Africa since colonialism, but it doesn't work for the Africans. And the people we're going to have to be competing with in that system, the Europeans, they've been accumulating capital for 500 years ahead of us. If it's that one, we cannot compete. You know, yeah. Sorry, I see Arinze back because he's been up for a while.
The thing is, Starman, once you take away this feeding bottle, highest one generation, you will be surprised that all that wealth that they've amassed for 500 years will vanish overnight. Because number one, when you look at the rate of consumption which they live in, you understand, and also the time they will use to condition their people to readjust to a new norm. Because remember, the inflow is not on the same level anymore. So now they need to look for a way to know how to manage what they are. And before you can take away the people's mind and readjust it to the new norm, sometimes it can end up leading to chaos, which will further destabilize them and all those things. So forget about whatever they have amassed for over 500 years. That will vanish over. You see other gold Britain is claiming they have. All that thing will go away. Yeah.
Starman, can I just add something very quickly, if you don't mind, please? Please, sorry, guys. Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to what you were saying, that the business model of capitalism, modern capitalism, actually stemmed from the transatlantic slavery, and you know, because they had a few centuries to perfect that system, they discovered that it worked, and that is what people they don't even know that they are working on the system that's been perfected for a few centuries. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
In fact, actually, I'll even say a few millennia, because capitalism is the illegitimate offspring of feudalism. There is no difference between the two, other than the name and the titles of the parties involved.
Rebranding.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a rebranding. Feudalism, capitalism, there is no difference. It's the same. Come, is there democracy in a company with a CEO?
None.
Exactly. Okay, let's even compare the two. So you have capitalism on one side, you have feudalism on the other side.
Starman, please, I don't want to lose my line of thoughts. I have my question. I wanted to ask you something, please, if you don't mind. Managa Masobai, you know, after a major based on Ogwaina and Ogumwelo, right? And I know Munso to Ogai now only she ne do I. Macabnam nonso. I draw man no whim. Actually, Jobo say, on all the ma kai negabelanya, Ichotandoi, Nambada, Uzo East. Kedi Hitcher. I can never know why I shot and doy ni who had a coseta.
Well, you mean other groups around us?
No, shot and doy knows the East. Who's the East?
Oh, the blocks.
Yes.
Oyibo East.
Who's the East in the R?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I'll tell you what I heard PM say about that, which I think we should understand is as diplomatic as he can be, really. He said, because I think someone asked him a similar question, and he said, well, if the people we've been pandering to refuse to listen to us, we'll go to the other side. Yeah, and come on, it's true. I mean, why keep wasting time if the person you're chasing around doesn't want to listen to you? Why keep wasting time? So
Yam Jacob and I and that how to how. Only see in cause to Padora. I am Chakwa Ubua, I am and then I show her. Adika name way in them, we can let's assume that no teji onye isi anyị n'ime now na obodo Nigeria. Okay, hemelante ka ha no ya right. Mkpụrụ niile anyị na-eti mkpọtụ anyị na-eme. Okay, after the 3-4 years, ha bịa de tupu ofu ihe. Abịa tupu ofu ihe anyị agbagharịba. Anyị agbagharịba before ịmara ihe na-eme under 2-3 years agakwa. Before generations a na-agafe. So ọka mana anyị gakwuru ndị isi na-anụ ọkụ ka anyị nwa.
ihe ndeke West ji anyị eme ha ji anyị play game, which is what they have always done. So they see that their whole empire is crumbling, and they know they can't save all of it. They can't maintain control over all of it. So the game Haji play with now with Nigeria, and this thing they're doing as if, oh, okay, maybe we're listening. Even whether they're listening or not, let me tell you, their interest there is not to save us. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves like they love us that much. If they loved us that much, they would have given us reparations for slavery since.
Correct.
Or even colonization, if they loved us that much. They would have heard our Biafra cry since. The reason they are playing this game is typical of, this is philosophy since the age of Rome, playing both sides. Is not a new phenomenon. What they are doing is they are watching how everything is going to play down in Nigeria. They understand that we're in an age where, okay, you can't be seen to be overstepping like this or overstepping. So everything is cautious. But they still have that luxury of being able to sit back, watch what's playing. After all, you see all the reports they write about how Nigeria is a failed state, how this one, that one. They're always writing reports. And all those reports are deliberate. Those reports sometimes is to test the water or to shift opinion. What they're waiting for is at the end of everything, when they see that, we can't quite control the situation, but let's not lose from both sides. So at the very end, when they see, okay, it's like, well, just similar to what happened during that we thought we had independence. When they see that, okay, if we allow this thing carry on to this angle or this dimension, we might actually lose control on both sides. On both sides, or influence on both sides. So this whole game is so that at the end, when they see, okay, it's becoming sticky now, they'll now, okay, peace talk, or everybody come to the table, let's talk. All of us will gather at the table, and they will make it clear to us, you see, we're here, we're at the table, we're negotiating for you guys, meaning that we have to factor in their interests.
I'm not quite nation our struggle. I'm not nation that make equal ihe ga-eme no. Enwekwa ihe m ji ha eme o.
No, that's not diplomacy now. Diplomacy demands that.
I can na I'm not on nation, so you become negbura.
And again, this is why Simon was made for the job. I don't know why people kick against him. A lot of the people that kick against him, they are not politicians. And even if they are politicians, you're a politician from the zoo. Only which game, this is someone that is a politician in Europe, not just a politician, lawyer, plus soldier. All the ingredients you need for this thing we're doing. He has everything. So I don't know why people come and he's that small boy. Well, because you're older than him. Can you do what he's doing? The kind of influence he has, do you even have it?
Including the right level of color. He has it too.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let me just respond to that. Esorokwa m n'ife a na-eme
ebe ezigbo oyi na-atụ
esoro m n'ife a na-eme but ama m na a na-eje ebe a yotago onwe onye kọwaa something nkịta that na-eji anyị agbakoso yotago anyị ma na-eji anyị agbakoso but onwe ife a na-akpọ alignment bụ mgbe eji ya agbakoso
but agbazie anyị wee gbabanye anyị n'ebe mmanụ aṅụ dị. Agbara m ife na-ekwe make sense.
Yes. Yes.
Eji ya agbakoso, but ịpụtazịa ụbọchị a chọrọ ịgbaba na ndị ke ndị anyị agbaba ebe ni mmanụ aṅụ dị. Agba ya ọ bụla ebe a ka agbaje, but isi ụkoso ka a na-agba o, but ọ dabazialị gị or right place at the right time. Ife a na-eme ndị Burkina Faso na ndị Nigeria na ndị nke ọzọ ni ọ bụrụ na fa adịka smart nọ na koso a na-agba at a higher level adabagolufa at their level.
Okay. Okay.
A na-azọ ife at a higher level. Welu kezi afọ obodo ya, welu Ukraine na-azọ, welu Syria na-azọ. Onye a wee chọọ ka ọ dụọ ndị a aka n'ọdụ ọfụma. Ebe ka ndị a si ebute ife afa ji final refine ka eje n'obodo a je kpasa ndị a. O wee dabalụ ndị ne. Yotago. O coincidence dabalụ ụfa. And then no dabakwalụ fa. Fa wee dịkwa smart. Hold on to that ndaba. Wee jidesie enyi ike. Wee nyekwu aka mee na work ọfụma. Because they were ready.
Now that boy na nsogbu. That boy na
yes, because all the ready, they were ready, so they took advantage. Obro no na faje but other balofa because ana no high level or high level or kana no so India and India na ndi anwa ebe anwa oyi na atụ fa nwe uche ka ndị ojii ọbụna gị na fa emego ife before.
Yeah.
Fa na-eme ka ndị ojii afa na eme ụdị joke anyị na-eme ịmago that is ịma njakịrị fa ya aghọta ya fa ma njakịrị go ya aghọta ya. But ndị nke ọzọ ne ịma njakịrị fa na-ene ka ewu anyị na fa nọ na the same level.
They have a difference in arrogance level.
Yes.
On our western side, arrogance.
Yes.
They still see you as less than human beings.
Yes. So Fabian na-azụ sị ka fa lụsa ndị a and ịma ndị a na-alụsa well ndị ka m kụzie ya ndị French because all ndị a na-achọ okwu too much. So awezi ka etu a esi wee lụsa ndị a ka anyị jee ebe afa si enweta ife afa ji akwụdo ka anyị jee gbapụ ya ka anyị jee dọpụ that thing and ha ejego dọpụ that thing and that thing na work ya na-ekpo ndị a. So a na-adọga ebe a fa nwere jekwa na Ukraine na-adọfa that side, so a na-anọ that side. So ife that high level a na-adọzi wee dabalụzie ndị a and ọ dị ka ọ ya adabala anyị as well because ndị eso adọ
biko edabakwa achọghị m ka asị na sita Biafra
mba ọ ya adaba because ndị eso adọ bụkwa ndị ji anyị n'ọrụ ndị wee eliza yotago. So achọkwa ịdọfa too because ọfa ncha so na ndị na-achọfa okwu yotago. So and ịchọ inweta ndị eliza anyị nwa bụ the cash cow etu ndị n'isi bụrụkwa cash cow ndị French.
So yeah, so yes, there's a high level game being played, and all this is not particularly because anybody likes the Africa.
Exactly.
But the reason why that strong man obodo and the other one na obodo ndị anya hipere one. Those strong men understand one thing. They understand that the power of the West from the free resources the West needs from Africa. They understand that very well. And that the only way to weaken the West is to go and take that feeding bottle. And they also understand that there's a risk of war because the West will not be there, feeding bottle. They will throw blow back. And you can see this war even shaping up now. And like I've been saying, Women in the Sahel is just the beginning. The more you see how Ukraine is heating up. They've now sanctioned for Ukraine to launch heavy long-range missiles into Russia. And has told them, look, we are not stupid. We know that those missiles, Ukrainian soldiers do not have the training to operate them. The Ukraine does not have the satellites to guide them. The Ukraine has no facility. This is going to be NATO soldiers launching rockets at us. And if we do, we'll consider it as an act of war from you.
Yes.
If you see all these things playing up, literally, this one is just how many days ago this one happened? 3, 4 days ago. And again, those two strong men from the East, they understand that for them to win any eventual war, they have to, number one, control the resources in Africa and deny the other side those resources. Because it's with resources you win war. If you don't have enough copper to make the electronics, enough iron to make the armored tank, you are going to lose that war. Oh, it's as simple as that.
Okay.
So the game I said they want to be at our table now is so that, okay, if they see that, okay, we're too dogged, and the original plan of using Fulani Nigeria to control our gas, which they are going to need now that they are fighting with Ndigodo from the BRGIE. Now that they are fighting with them, they are going to need, you see how they were rushing to start building that. In fact, they started building that pipeline until Niger stopped their own section. That's why they want to be at that negotiating table to say, okay, we brought you to the table now, but yeah, what's in it for us? How far with that gas? How much are we going to get? That's what this whole game, this long game, Haji is all about.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
Okwimano maka that singular fact na fabata obodo ni chụpụ ndị ni ka eji wee gbuo onye isi ndị mercenary ndị ebejuru obi.
Oh yeah.
For that singular act ka eji gbuo that man.
See, me, I actually believe World War III be to go already, because if you go and study First and Second World War, you see that before those two wars, there were all these small wars happening all over the whole planet, everywhere. Small wars, and everything started building up, boom. If you look at the planet today, it's the same thing. You see all these small conflicts, you know, and it's all building up. And if you ask me, Africa, it never even starts. Africa is going to be the main front line after Taiwan. Taiwan is going to be the number one front line, but that one, in fact, see, I remember there I was thinking about what was going to happen on Taiwan, and I realized that the Americans, from all the war games, I think they had about 8 war games. 7 of those war games, they couldn't defeat. China pushed them out of Taiwan. In fact, the 8th one that China didn't win, they had to modify a lot of the rules for the war game. They had to, almost like they rigged it to, just to blunten the edge China had a bit. Now, in seeing that, I started wondering, so what exactly is America's strategy? And then I realized something. If that war actually starts, that Taiwan starts, it's going to be in fact, if global war kicks off, the number one front line is going to be Taiwan. Why? Because Taiwan has the most computer chips. Without those military grade computer chips, you can forget winning any war, because your weapons will not be as advanced. That's just it. And immediately I realized that whoever loses Taiwan is going to nuke Taiwan. If China pushes America out of Taiwan, America will nuke Taiwan. Not nuke Taiwan in its entirety. They will nuke those semiconductor foundries. And if China can't get their hands on Taiwan, they will nuke those semiconductor foundries once that war kicks off. And then lo and behold, about a year ago, I heard, that crazy American politician, what's his name again? Is it Lindsey Graham? He said, if they're not going to get control of the Taiwan or something. I can't remember how he said it, but he said they'll blow up the semiconductor foundries. I started laughing. So the China front, if it kicks off, it will be brief. It'll be a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks max. But the real front line will be Africa. Because number one, there's so many resources there. Yes, they'll be digging their own. But remember, war is about who can outproduce the other. That's a big component of who is going to win the war. So to be able to outproduce the other, every single gold mine, copper mine, there'll be extraction going on. Every single one that's operational, there'll be extraction going on to feed the war machines in both spheres. So the African one is going to be the number one. I imagine the whole thing spanning the whole continent, and you can see the way the chess pieces are lining up. Even when you see where Russian forces are, American bases, and then critically, that's that Horn of Africa. That place is highly strategic. I remember I saw a map of all the foreign bases in Djibouti. I was thinking, why? There's even Japanese base. Why? There's Italian, there's Japanese, there's Russian, there's Chinese, there's American, there's French. And I'm thinking, all in one country. Why? Okay, so the popular narrative is, to control the Straits of Aden, that into the Red Sea. Which, yes, that's one of the agenda. But the real agenda, the real big agenda, and I got this hint from listening to some Chinese military analyst. I mean, he didn't say it explicitly, but he just said something about the Horn of Africa being very strategic to moving in to any part of the continent. And I started looking at the map. Yes, it is. That's the most. Look, the Horn of Africa. If you just drive down the hills and just start driving west, you're in the Sahel, and there's almost nothing stopping you. Yeah, you're just driving over open, plain, flat grassland, all the way from Kenya to Senegal. Literally. And then if you decide to drive south, you have a similar type of environment, that interlustering region that straddles all those Kenya, Tanzania, and that's also following the trans-Saharan slave trade, the so-called Swahili coast. Straddling all the way into South Africa. So that Horn of Africa is a very strategic point to move forces around the whole continent.
Rift Valley Zone.
Right.
Coming closer to us now, coming closer to home, how does this all affect us in our Biafra quest? Who are we fighting against? For you to understand who we are fighting against, we need to study Boko Haram and ISWAP, not even Nigerian army. Nke ndị na-enye ndị a ngwa agha ha ji anụ ọgụ since, nke ndị na-asọpọtụ ha since, because ọkwa ndị anwa ka anyị na-afa na-anụ ọgụ, ọ bụrụ anyị na ndị Nigerian army na-anụ ọgụ. If you remember, helicopters now supply her ngwa during their inquisition, Hamen and Medugri, at that hot period, one the hot, like 5 years ago. Even before in Enugu State, they still saw helicopters supplying them, if you remember. And those helicopters are not owned by Nigeria. And they don't take off from Nigeria. Now, those things have stopped. Why? Achopolaha, Nebehano, Nigeria, and Burkina Faso, and Mali. Are you seeing where I'm coming from?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah. These are the people that we are fighting against. On the abundate in our forest. These are our problem. On the abundate batana, Nigerian army. posing as Nigerian army. The French. Ndị a bụ ndị a na-use to amass resources. And they use her. Ebe ọbụla resources, they will encircle that place. And I know Ziogo. Ha na-ewepụ ihe ha ji ewepụ. Or if I made the uranium in Sambisa Forest. And ha na-eme now to the gold in Kogi and Zamfara. If you know the amount of gold that is leaving Kogi and Zamfara, you will not believe it for the past 20 years. Do you remember
That's
that time?
true.
Do you remember that time that they
Even
declared?
Californium.
Do you remember the time that they declared? What's it called? That Islamic law, Sharia, in Zamfara? Because remember, the first declaration of Sharia was in Zamfara. Do you remember that time? Was it about 20 years ago? That was when it started. That declaration was for that purpose. Immediately it was declared, problem started, war started, and mining started. Yes. There are airstrips in that place, planes that take off from that place that are not registered every day as we speak till today, lifting gold
They
from
even
that
have a
place.
separate road. They have a separate rail line.
The terrorists don't disturb the miners.
No. They don't.
And let me tell you why the mining is going on. So I talked earlier about the dollar about to collapse. And I'm sure we've all heard the worst kept secret in global banking. All the central banks around the world are supposedly secretly stashing gold, hoarding gold. I'm sure we also know that a lot of our gold in Africa, which is one of the richest gold regions on the planet as of now. So one of the richest gold regions is Africa, and then there's Papua New Guinea, then there's Australia. Even though Australia, the gold rush is stopped. The gold rush in North and South America, those ones are over. They finished the gold in those places. So the gold flows from the Sahel through all these scrupulous elements into UAE, where it suddenly now becomes clean gold. And then it goes into the Western market. Now, this is happening because these central banks, they're all secretly hoarding gold, even though it's the worst kept secret in global finance. Because everybody knows the dollar is about to collapse. And in history, in human history, there's been a history of over 2,000 fiat currencies. That's currencies backed by nothing other than the endorsement of the state. And all 2,000, before this current generation of fiat currencies, all 2,000 have collapsed. Every single one has collapsed. Why? Because now, emperors, kings, all these, guys, they create fiat currencies for a reason. It allows them to spend more than they have. Because it's not backed by anything. If your currency is backed by gold, you can't spend more than the gold you have. That is just that. But if your currency is fiat, like say made of a very cheap metal, even copper, sometimes even the copper, when they don't have enough copper, they debase it with other cheaper metals. So fiat currencies, because there's no intrinsic value attached to them, they always go bust. In fact, sometimes even gold currencies, a currency where you are minting gold coins, can go bust. Like in Rome, when the Roman emperors, just to fund some of their wars, they started mixing the gold with another impure, kind of not impure, but kind of like they call it is it electrolyte or no? Electrum.
Lesser metal.
It's actually,
Lesser metal.
Yeah, it's actually a naturally occurring mixture of gold and silver, but not to the purity of when you get where some gold deposits. So they started mixing their gold coins with the electrum, and after a while, the Romans. What happened was the Roman citizens, when coinage comes into their hand, they'll pick out the ones that were, because not all of them were debased at the same time. So they'll pick out the ones that were pure gold, hoard that one. They'll never spend it again. They'll just keep it. And then the ones that were debased, they'll keep spending. And then the hoarding led to a shortage of currency supply. The emperor kept printing more and more of the debased currency till he printed the value out of it. So once your currency goes fiat or is based on fiat, it will collapse. It's a Ponzi scheme. And every time currencies collapse throughout human history, everybody reverts back to gold. Gold is the longest used, most trusted money humans, Eurasians have ever had. They've been using gold for about 5,000 years in Eurasia and Mesopotamia. So every time their fiat currencies collapse, they always go back to gold. And that's why they are now running around the whole world. Anywhere there's gold, they destabilize, like Papua New Guinea. Do you know they are now also sending they are now pushing Islam into Papua New Guinea today as we speak, just to destabilize those. There's a brutal war going on there now. The people there, because they're using Indonesia to do the addition there. But Indonesians, they are not fully me. In my eyes, they are still white people. They are not black. They are Eurasians. Eurasians, you see, when you hear white people, don't box your mind into thinking it's just people with white skin. No. There are some people classified white under that classification. White is not a race. It's a classification of continental groups of people based on, obviously, their genetics. And black is also the same. So when you hear white includes everything from as white as Scandinavia, Britain, all the way across to China, all the way to northern India and Pakistan. Those ones are not even pure white. But there's a reason why they speak an Indo-European language. Because the people in northern India today they all stem from the expansion, that Yamnaya expansion I was talking about earlier, that led to the whitening of Europe. The Indians today came from that expansion. The reason many of them look brown today is because the black people they met in India, the Indus Valley civilization, and took over from them, they mixed with them so much that there's no pure white Indian anymore, just as there's no pure black Dravidian anymore. But then there's still the racism because, you still see the legacy of that racism in India today with that caste system. So that classification didn't just come out of nothing. Whiteness has always had a kind of xenophobia against blackness. It's just a pattern. Yeah, I've never seen anywhere where black people displaced white people. It's always white people displacing black people. So yeah.
The people in South America, they are white too.
The ruling class, yes. But there's a lot of now there's two groups of indigenous Americans. There's the group that came in 15,000 years ago. Those ones can be classified white because they came from Siberia. But then there's an older group that came in like 25 to 30,000 years ago. They are the very first one.
Starman, you have started again because these people are not more than 7,000 years. You say 25,000 years. Where did they come from 25,000 years ago?
No, you missed what I'm saying. See, okay, so I said there was two groups that first went into the Americas. So let me start from the first group. The first group came from the first population that left Africa, that went to Australia and became the Australian Aborigines. But not all of them went to Australia. Some of them went via China, via China up towards Beringia. And then there was still ice over Beringia. But there's a route called the Kelp Highway that many of them sailed along the ice. Obviously not next to the ice, it would have been too cold. But they sailed island hopping, all the small islands, close to the ice near BRGIE. They were island hopping till they got to America. And then many of them followed the spine of America down into North America, into the forest. There were probably a few that stayed in North America, but most of that original population and their genetics has been found in South America. And that was 50,000 years ago. This original population were black. They were black. When I say black, obviously not, they weren't, they came from Africa, but they picked up all sorts of phenotypical changes along the way. They, when I say black, they were more similar to Australian Aborigines. Then, about 10,000 years after them, a new group came from Siberia. That's now 15,000 years ago. Now, as of 15,000 years ago, Europe hadn't fully become white. In fact, a lot of Europeans then were black populations. That whitening event from all the admixture with Neanderthals hadn't fully taken effect. But, a lot of the populations from some of the genetic testing, so you could see some of those populations developing that, losing their melanin, number one, from the admixture, number two, from being at that latitude with very little sunlight. It was now one of those, this group in Northeast Asia from Siberia, that now the second group that entered America 15,000 years ago. That's why when you see them today as Native Americans or Red Indians, which they don't call them anymore, I think they just call them Native Americans now. They're not quite black, but they're not quite white. They have that brownish color to them. But the original stock is of a Eurasian stock still. So I don't know if that's clearer.
Yes, but when it comes to political allegiance, because I think our discussion is based on political allegiance at
yes.
At this point, the political allegiance is just the first two groups or the last two groups per se. For example, now in South America, the last two groups are what you call the Caribs or the Incas and the Spanish that came quite recently to colonize them, or the Japanese that colonized the Chileans and so on, the Peruvians. In Argentina, is more recent. You have the European, just like in Brazil. The original Caribs or the Incas in Argentina colonized by the Europeans, which is quite recent. In Brazil, you have the same thing. The Portuguese colonizing the original Caribs in those forests. The people in those forests, plus the black slaves. So so politically, we're dealing with Caucasian Europeans.
Yes.
Caucasian Europeans that are in South America, which includes Brazil, Chile, Argentina, same people. And then Europe. They are the ones that are giving us problem. They are the ones we are dealing with at the moment.
Yes.
So
I'm not all white. I'm not going to say all white people are bad. In fact, like the Native Americans, they are some of the greatest victims of their fellow white brothers. Columbus, the Inca, they are victims. Their civilizations were destroyed all because their brothers were looking for gold and silver. Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
So these Neanderthals, now them be the people where mix with the black people where come born this white people. Now what you they talk, see?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that way they mix with them, they know they get you.
No. See, the thing is, the the web
But
of
how
the web of
yeah,
the the evolution of the human species is quite complex. It's not quite like a straight line like biology taught us when we were small. There's a lot more understanding now. So the original human was 2 million years ago. The one we all know as Homo erectus. He was the original, fully, as in, if you see a Homo erectus today, you will not really be able to tell the difference between him and any other normal human. He was very intelligent, upright man. He was a tool user. He was the first of the hominins to use tame and use fire. He was a very and critically, he was a black man. That's why he's classified as he's not Homo erectus is not classified as an archaic hominin. Archaic hominins tended to be very hairy, but Homo erectus wasn't hairy. He didn't have hair, almost like monkeys or gorillas all over his body. He had just like normal humans, very thin strands, thin patches of hair, so that he could sweat. But in losing his original hair, to protect himself from ultraviolet sunlight damage, he had to adapt melanin into his skin from that hair he lost. And this process apparently took about 500,000 years. But yeah, that's what led to Homo erectus, and that was the original human being on this planet. And they were very successful. They spread all over Africa and were the first of the hominins to even leave Africa. But then, because they lived in so many different regions, some dry, arid region, some forest region, their evolutions in different regions took different paths. So the ones that were in Africa became Homo ergaster, Homo heidelbergensis. Some of them left Africa and now became Homo denisovan, Homo neanderthal. Homo neanderthal was the first of these hominins to become white. They lost their melanin completely. Why? Because they were living in Europe at a time when half of Europe was under ice.
Yeah.
They were living in Ice Age Europe. And for an ice age to happen at all, yeah. Remember I was talking earlier about how Europe doesn't get enough sunlight for black people to synthesize enough vitamin D. Now, the reason Europe doesn't get enough sunlight is because of the way the Earth is tilted away from the sun at the North Pole. Now, this tilt is not a permanent fix. Sometimes it tilts even more. And when it tilts even more, that means that North Pole is receiving even less sunlight and it gets colder. And as it gets cold, seawater and vapor in the air starts freezing and getting dumped on each other, depositing as those giant ice sheets. And as the water is being deposited as ice sheets in the coldest parts of the planet, sea level drops. In fact, during the Ice Age, sea levels were 100 meters less than what they are today. That was what made it easy for our ancestors to get to Australia. Because in that whole journey from Africa to Australia, the only time they had to cross the sea was from, I think, one of those Indonesian islands. Oh, it's an island today. Back then, it wasn't even an island. It was connected to a landmass that's connected to the larger Indonesian land mass. Was one of those islands today, well, it wasn't an island then, to Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea itself was connected by land to Australia back then when sea levels were 100 meters lower than it is today. Now, the Neanderthals being in Europe under Ice Age conditions, the North Pole was tilted so far away from the sun that they were getting so little sunlight. The only way for them to survive was to evolve somehow and lose the melanin that was already in their skin. So natural selection happens. where even just the general population, the women in the population, will notice that lighter skinned children seem to have less complications in life or in old age than the darker skinned ones. And they'll just naturally start selecting for lighter skinned mates. Sometimes it will seem like it's a conscious thing, but not necessarily. A lot of times it's subconscious. It's just natural selection happening. The most advantageous traits being selected to ensure survival of the next generation.
On a lighter note, can I interject, please?
Yeah.
Just on a lighter note, I was having a discussion about something similar to what you're saying.
Yeah.
But with Igbo culture. I was trying to explain to somebody about the issue, about how or why they categorize us as traders. All of us, we're all traders. And we're not civilized, the Yorubas are the educated ones. You know that story. That sort of story. Yeah. So I was trying to explain that story. And I was saying to them that there's something very unique about us. We don't have alaye in Igbo land. If you come to Lagos now, you will see alaye. And alaye will give birth to alaye, and they'll always be alaye for life. Okay? Now, the fortunate Yorubas who are educated will also give birth to educated Yoruba.
Yep.
And most times, they'll keep it up until there's somebody might fall off. So I call that lateral development. They're developing laterally. Now, bring Igbo into the equation. What we have is probably somebody might come up with a better English for it, but we develop in a different way. Now, we have our educated class, yes, but our uneducated class is empowered, which is the trader, the person that chose to trade from primary school, who left primary school or didn't even go to school at all, or by a boy. And most of the time, 90% of the time, at some point in his life, he gets empowered. Okpata ego, onute ezigbo nwanyị, ụmụ ya eje akwụkwọ nke ojerozi, fanwe eje. You get, from that lineage, he has eliminated poverty and illiteracy in his line. So exponentially, we eliminate illiteracy as we progress. Can you see the point now? Other people don't.
I can.
Not only that. Now, coming to your own, to the fact that, to the funny part of it, we don't only do that with literacy. We also do that with physical.
Let me ask
physical.
What
Hello?
what do you define as illiterate? What do you
Well,
define? What do you define as illiteracy?
well,
Because a
yes.
man who can do his trading business and be very successful, because he did not go to school, you call him an illiterate?
No. Let me explain. There are several factors to what I'm trying to explain. When a doctor in Lagos, who is a Yoruba man, goes to PTA, okay, Parents Teachers Association, he meets an Igbo trader that has enough money to bring his child to the same school as the doctor's child. And that trader, in your balance, he's literate, yes, he's also literate, but the fact that he wasn't schooled in modern education and all that, it comes with a package. And that doctor that is Yoruba will experience what we call some level of uncouthness coming from him. And they use it to categorize all of us because he has met him. Now, me or you will not meet the alaye in your PTA. We only meet the doctors. So the assumption is that at that class level, you now assume that this is all the Yorubas as they see themselves at that level are all educated. From that point of view. However, where I was going with this, the funny part of this is that it doesn't only happen with education and all that. It also happens with physical features. Nwoke jonjo, si bendi jonjo, pụta, kpata ego, onye nụta nwaanyị mara ezigbo mma. And amụta ụmụ makwa mma. Do you understand? And as they progress, also, mma anadi more and more and more. I know ya ka anyị nwa ji wee makwuo mma ma mmadụ nne. In combination to all the Nigerians, if you see the
I'll agree with
comical part of where I'm going.
I'll agree with the first part, but maybe not necessarily the second, because that's genetics and that's down to genetics and people's choices. But then what I'll say to what you just said is remember the Yorubas have a monarchical system. That means they have a class system. That's why a doctor's child will be a doctor and their child will be a doctor or accountant or lawyer, while an Aguero's child is more likely to be an Aguero. And well, unless you do political thuggery like Msu Lomo, but yeah. But meanwhile, in Igbo society, because we didn't have any kings or centralized polity, the class system is very minimal. I mean, we have reverence for people that merit the reverence, but it's not like a class system where some people, it's all about. Okay, in Igbo land, when someone asks you, whose son are you? It's not so much they want to gauge your class. It's more like they want to gauge the integrity of the house you are coming from.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Compared to other parts of hierarchical Africa where they have kings, where it's about, which class are you coming from?
Correct. Right. The integrity of the house. Absolutely correct.
Yes. So yeah, that's that. And then to Igbos being traders, there's something I discovered. Again, I know a lot of people, when they hear me talking about Neanderthal, Homo erectus, to them is like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Yes, talk ever. But look, if you don't know, you don't know. Ancient history, sweet die. Especially if you are following it to your own mind and not just falling for every, you have to enjoy ancient history. You also have to have a certain kind of analytical brain. See, first things first, I don't know if you guys have heard of some genetic testing they did on some people in Cameroon, and they said they discovered some ghost DNA. Ghost DNA. Now, ghost DNA means that DNA is not Homo sapien, but somehow it's become lodged within Homo sapien DNA. But they don't know what particular type of hominin is. It must be a hominin. If not, it will not be compatible with Homo sapiens in the first place. Remember, all these hominins I've mentioned, Homo sapien, Homo erectus, Homo sapien, Homo neanderthal, Homo denisovan, Homo heidelbergensis, and Homo ergaster, they are all children of Homo erectus, meaning that genetically they will all be compatible to interbreed with each other. That's why when white people mixed with Neanderthals, they took in Neanderthal genes, and that accelerated. Now, it took Neanderthals 500,000 years to go from the original black Homo erectus that migrated into Europe to turn white. And not even all of them turned white. It was the ones that were closest to the ice sheets that turned white. The ones that were like in places like Israel, they were still kind of like brownish, not black like Homo erectus, but they start losing their melanin. That Israel is quite a high latitude, so but not all of them were like all white. Some were darker than others. Some Neanderthal populations were darker than others. Now, it took them 500,000 years. Remember, I was talking earlier about how it took Homo erectus from Australopithecine to Homo erectus. Sorry, Sorry, I think, sorry. From from Australopithecine to Homo erectus, it took him 500,000 years to lose his body hair and adapt melanin from that body hair into melanin under his skin for protection from sunlight damage, UV damage. It also took Neanderthals about 500,000 years to lose their melanin under conditions of very little sunlight, so that they could synthesize enough vitamin D from that very little sunlight. It took them 500,000 years to go through that whole adaptation process. Now, with humans, Homo sapiens, on the other hand, it took them 50,000 years, a tenth of what it took Neanderthals. Why? Because they took in Neanderthal DNA that was already adapted for those conditions these modern humans were moving into, those Ice Age conditions, because modern humans got into Europe still during the Ice Age, and they met Neanderthals, and they bred, they mixed, they banged each other, and they were compatible, at least. Apparently, I think the female Homo sapiens and the male Neanderthals were compatible. Yeah, I can't remember now if it was the other way around, but one of them was sterile. One combination was sterile, one combination was viable. And that's how Neanderthal DNA got into humans, from that admixture event. And then the humans that were in Europe at the time, them now having these genes that had been selected for survival in Ice Age conditions, and they're now living under the same Ice Age conditions, those genes got turned on. They got switched on. And over time, over generations, those black people that are taking in those genes, because those genes were actually advantageous for survival, they began to become the dominant, at least, gene for melanin production in those populations. So there's two types of melanin. There's, in fact, I think there's three, but one is only in the brain. That's neuromelanin. Then there's two types that is in the skin, and everybody has the two, red and black melanin. Red melanin is like in your tongue, your lips, or in your private parts. That's red melanin. The black one is your skin. White people too, they can produce black melanin, but very tiny, very, very, very tiny. And then when you see those white people that can't produce it at all, you see them very pale. If you've seen those white people that are so pale that it's like they're almost like pure white, yes. And it's some sort of extreme adaptation. I won't call it abnormalities, like an extreme adaptation. I'm getting somewhere with this.
Starman,
So
all this thing you're telling us, all this thing, no, yeah. Anyway, go ahead. But
I know for you, Chukuma, you probably won't, agree. But yeah, so I was talking about the ghost population they found in some Cameroonians. Now, like I said earlier, when Homo sapiens met Neanderthals, they mixed, they bred, they interbred. The same thing happened everywhere on the planet. Everywhere compatible hominins met each other, they mixed. And that ghost population, there's strong theories that it's probably Homo erectus, or some, not the original Homo erectus, but one of the later forms of Homo erectus. But they've not actually discovered enough information and archaeology to isolate, okay, and say, okay, this is the type. But that particular part of that DNA in those Cameroonians, it's not Homo sapien DNA. Clearly, we've mapped the genome already, so they can tell that it's from a different species, albeit compatible. So everywhere different hominins met, they actually mixed. And then I'm saying this because talking about Ndi Igbo and trade. Now, there's one thing I know that our genetics has largely been around that area since its inception, which is about 200,000 years ago. That's the haplogroup L1, the pygmies. Yes, we have 25% pygmy in us, believe it or not, and that's more than most other West African populations.
Stammer.
Yeah.
Stammer. You know why I'm laughing? Because
yeah.
Onugucha science in the ocha. Stammer. This
Yeah.
time you're talking, I don't understand though. I don't agree with you because so now we are only 200,000 years old. The first people is 200,000 years old.
Yeah.
No. Ndị Miana told ndị lab project apụtara na lab. Otu a si eme bioengineering all na lab kapụtara. I don't know why because you know Chineke kere mmadụ just created people different. No.
See, Chukwumeze, yeah, digital. I see you, Arinze. I see you, and this.
I don't know,
guys.
Starman. I'm sorry to intrude, but can I just say something on what you're saying?
Yeah, go on.
When it comes to the black race and the Caucasians,
yeah,
because the Neanderthals are not pure humans. You understand? And you know, when you go back to history and the original African history, you understand that the people called the Neanderthals or the Caucasians, they were created in lab.
Thank you.
They were created in lab with different DNA of different animals. Now, let me give you a proof.
That's why they chase them to the mountains.
And we chased them into the mountain, the Mount of Caucasus. Black people created white people through genetic engineering, which is what you call using the DNA of the black man to formulate the Caucasians. Now, let me still give you an instance. Do you know that when a white man impregnates a black woman, there is an injection till today. There is an injection that the doctor will have to give that black woman. If not, the child is going to be aborted naturally because the white people are not complete humans. They are a mixture of so many DNAs which are formulated in labs.
They don't have, sorry, bro.
Yes.
The 6 neutron, the 6 proton, and the 6 electron.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, this injection that they give to this black woman is called Rogam injection. You have your phone, you can research it there. Now, it prevents her body from trying to naturally abort it. If the doctor fails to do this, like fails to give her this injection, automatically the body will develop antibodies that could attack the positive red blood cells of babies. You understand? So, which will cause HDN. And HDN can cause serious illness, brain damage, and even death. Like, you understand, in all this that you're calling half caste. So this thing not be common knowledge. We don't know for a long time. So that is why when black mothers will they expect babies, they go ask them first, which race is your husband from? Which race is the father of the baby from? You understand? So it's because of these people. They were created using different DNA. The only pure humans that you have on earth is the black people. Now, when it comes to the issue of the black people, there's the home.
This goes DNA.
Yeah.
DNA you are talking about is this DNA that they cannot trace the origin because
Yeah.
those DNA came directly.
Yeah. Now,
Himself.
okay. Now, can you hear me? Now, this is
Those
because
DNA,
of
most especially you find it in Biafra. Happen
yeah.
can not in Cameroon. It's in
I'll,
Biafra.
after I'll tell them the difference between Biafrans and other black race. You know, I've tried to say this thing before, but some people don't understand. See, let me make it to understand. You know, this injection that I'm talking about is because of the Caucasians. There's something called ROH called rhesus monkey. It's a secret between the white people and yourself. This is one of the biggest secrets kept in the white world. You understand? It's like a blood group for the Europeans, and that blood group is called the RH factor. That is, the RH is standing from the rhesus. The rhesus is short for rhesus monkey. That RH factor is a plasmic like agglutinogen antibody first found in the bloodstream of rhesus monkeys. Are you seeing that the white people have connection to rhesus monkeys? When you make all these researches, you begin to understand that the only full-blooded humans are the black people. Now, the white man has this RH positive, while the African person has the RH negative. So automatically, when a white man pregnants a black woman, the baby will go out without this Rogam injection. Understand me? So we are genetically different. Now, when it comes to the Homo erectus, our fathers told us something. They said that nobody knows the beginning of Igbo people. Nobody will know the end of the Igbo people. They said the Igbos, or what you call present day Biafrans, are they are the beginning. If you understand, there's a woman that wrote a book. She wrote The Lived Before Adam.
Yeah.
Understand? Now, have you read that book before?
Yeah, I know about it.
Thank you very much.
Arinze, sorry, you didn't. You said when Oyibo impregnates a black woman, you didn't say the other side. What of a black man impregnating white? Is that, do they inject the Oyibo woman?
Yes, because of we have RH negative, they have RH positive. That RH negative means that we do not have the DNA of these rhesus monkeys, but they have ROH positive because their DNA is connected to these rhesus monkeys. So automatically, when we pregnant them, their babies automatically go out.
I didn't say, sorry. Now, you see, that's why
Thank
I
you.
was laughing when Starman was talking. Now you see where that narrative of man originated from ape is coming from.
It's
Now you
bullshit.
see,
They are
where that
trying.
narrative of
Yes, the white man is trying to tell you that
now you see where
okay.
that narrative of they tell you Adam and Eve was born 7,000 years ago because this biogenetic engineering that was used in producing them
Yes, in the
happened
lab.
like 7,000 years ago. So
Yes, in
that's
the
why when
lab.
Starman is saying what he's saying, the Igbo people, they came through UFO, the thing that they are calling UFO now that they are even studying. They
Yes,
came
the
through
Igbo.
UFO,
Yes, we came
Estapando,
from different planets. We came from
direct
different planets.
to
Some
the
of us
earth.
came from the moon. Some of us came from the sun. Some of us came from different planets. And when we came on Earth, we use something called egede to emerge here on Earth. So
Telepath.
the Igbo people are not originally from Earth. We are extraterrestrials. We are extraterrestrials that we emerge from different planets.
Yeah.
These people that you call the Igbo people are even older than the Homo erectus that you're talking about. They lived.
You guys are laughing at me. Say my science is far
Almost
out.
man, you go far for your science. So.
No, wait. No, but how far could I have gone when their own is so far that it's coming from that planet? Oh boy, I'll go far.
Yes, that is
Oh
the
my
truth.
God, not true.
That
If
is the
we
truth.
think and we
No,
When
Starman.
I go
You
far
see,
past me.
when you see, honestly, to be honest, when you give that narrative, if in a man in a Marichuku, that's it.
Thank you very
That's it.
much.
You are just
No. See, look,
no, it is
look.
it.
See this. We see here. At the end of the day, we're going to have a Ministry of Education in Biafra. it will be their duty to evaluate what we are going to put in our children's heads. And Shebi, I said, my Biafran dream is to have my own school. Yes, I will present the curriculum I intend to teach. And I'm sure all sorts of educators all around Biafra land will all present their curriculum. And there will be, dialogue, there will be analysis, there will be examination. And I think for the best of our people, we will not teach them bull crap. So ultimately, we'll see whether, things I'm talking about. Huh?
First of all, unu ga-abụgodu ụzọ wee rapụ all these things ndị ọcha kụziri. Most especially, ndị ọcha na-ebunye gị history. You gotta be, ị ga na-enyo ya with
Yo,
one
Mr.
eye.
Starman, are you still speaking? I can't hear anybody.
No, it was Chukuma speaking.
Enye gị history, you gotta use one eye, they look am. No use all your eye look am, because remember, the history is to tell you that you are more or less of a human than them. So that's why I asked you that question. Those people that has tail, how did that tail disappear? You brush it off, say no. Because I'm trying to head in somewhere.
That's the Caucasians.
Because
Thank you.
because and this our melanin skin. Oh my God, that journey that we came from a different abstract plane.
God bless you.
That made us develop that melanin skin.
Everybody will present their evidence to back up why they believe this and this and that.
Stand my own evidence. They will put it in dustbin. Don't bring this.
Yeah.
Chukwumeze, you this guy.
Easy. Well, the thing is, I would like to see your own evidence and to know where this planet we came from is, what the name of the planet is, the design of our UFO, and how come we can't.
That's why they tell you,
how come we can't make this UFO again? I mean, with such technology, it's amazing we got conquered by primitive.
I think I'll get me now. We'll go sit down.
Starman.
Because we're trapped in Nigeria.
Starman.
We're still going to do it. We have the resources, I think. Yeah.
Chukwumeze. Sorry, let me still make this impression. See, the reason why we are doing all these things is because we have deteriorated.
Can I say something real quick just to verify what these guys are saying? Rinze is saying. I posted things inside of the chat. The tail is true. It's a disorder that few whites have. That's one thing. Another thing is, please study the Cambrian explosion. Scientifically, all species on most mammals on the planet arrived on Earth at the same time.
Right.
So there is some truth to say that maybe we came from a different planet, stuff like that. I don't know. Some people say that our circadian rhythm is more aligned with Mars than it is with Earth, but let me not get deep.
It's not a lie.
Bro.
The pyramid.
Starman.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
The two pyramids that brought us out from the earth is still in Igbo land today.
That's called Nsude.
Yeah, it's still in Igbo land today. And that's why when when it became dawn on me, when I compare the Igbo cosmology, and that aspect of they tell you the Big Bang theory, that the world just came out from a Big Bang theory. That's when I knew that they ate our brain.
And they just found a telescope. They created a telescope that disproved the Big Bang theory because they found energy older than the original. Because they said that the universe started 13-something trillion or billion years ago. They found planets and universes behind that point that are older.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me.
You know the new telescope they don't release for space. You
Okay,
prove up.
bro.
They're trying to speak things, but I can't see who it is.
It's Arinze speaking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do you ask yourself, how did your ancestors name all these planets, even without telescope? Okay, what's the name of planet Mars? Planet Mars is called the Kenga. The name of Saturn, our ancestors called it Ele. The name of Jupiter, they called it Umbu. The sun, Anwu. The moon, Onwa. How? Because our ancestors, we are very spiritual. They did things called astral travels. You understand? You are asking for proof. See, okay, what do you think all these deities are? They are energies. And when you come down to Igbo land and you swear that Igbo people are Jews, you are going to die. I swear to God. You are going. If any Igbo person comes out, in front of any deity, which is an energy that is inside you, and swear that you're a Jew, you die. It's like insulting your ancestors. That's why we call them Ndembu na Ndegede, the first people. That is why when you come to Igbo land, they'll tell you this.
Wow. That's
They will
so
tell you
deep.
this. They will tell you this, that onye ọbụla nwere ebe o si bi ụwa. Everybody has where he came into the world from. Some people came through the water. Some people came through the sun. Some people came through the moon. Some people came through different planets. That's why they'll tell you that you should go and align with your brothers and sisters. Because the same way we have black people here on earth, there are black people in other planets too. But they are not the way we are today. When we journeyed through the first place, they say that our ancestors told us that Ndi Igbo Wundembo. That is, the Igbos are the first humans. And Ndi Igbo mgbe ha bidoro, ha sị na ha bi na mmiri. That is what you call the etheric waters. When you look above the sky in the night, there is a dark thing. You see, that's the waters that is above the firmament that you are seeing. That was where the first Igbo people were living, and they were not like us today.
Chuku Goziegi, because you know that this earth, this Ekakarowa that you see us now,
Yeah.
it's in between waters.
Yes.
And every human being, you see all those stars you see, the others Papando, is as soon as a man pregnant his wife, one will jump out of that water. Organa, see, Starman, please, don't bring that scientific here.
Guy,
we are talking about Igbo spirituality here.
See, guys, I'm not here to romanticize my history.
We go at that different level.
Wait. I'm not here to romanticize my history or to be emotional about it or to hail myself like I came down from another planet like some sort of god. That
is what you are.
We are going to have to teach our children our origin. And I'm sorry, I don't think just telling them a story is going to cut it. Oh, we came from this planet. Daddy, what planet? What's the name? Where is it? You just point to the sky. Oh,
in about Starman, Iwo Igbo.
Come on. Yeah?
Iwo Igbo, Starman. In Abakwafa.
Oh, 3 questions in Ajuma or what?
In Abafa.
Also,
now,
Abafa.
That thing.
I didn't see.
That thing and the Abafa.
I didn't see.
What do they call it?
I didn't see. When they non buy, ebitogo aka na buy, ha na-agba afa kịta. So what masị na maka na onye Igbo onye Igbo. Ịgba afa wụọ maka so onye Igbo. Yotago.
Bro, do you know that what you are speaking now is not even the original Igbo? Please.
100% facts.
Because more now so my own dialect. All the different
No. See, let me make you to understand.
No, there's ancient Igbo.
The Igbo that I'm talking about is what you call Afa. Afa, listen. Afa.
Afa is just like a programming language.
Yes, that is the original.
Yes.
Simple.
It's just like how you have the Freemason language.
Yes, that is why. Do you know that
It's a
every day?
programming language.
Do you know that every day of your life that Chukwukabiama sends message to you, but you do not understand that Usafa? That is why you will not understand what he's saying. The Igbo people told you that even before this universe came into existence, that they were living with their God, Chukwukabiama, in the waters above. That was after the explosion that took place in the beginning that made Chukwukabiama to become separated from us here in the physical realm. In Igbo cosmology, it was this explosion that had us to separate from Chukwukabiama. And we migrated from that waters above. Ndị Igbo na-akpọ ya ete. The white people took it and called it the etheric waters. Our ancestors told us that in the moon that they built pyramids, a na-akpọ ya ugwu. That is ugwu.
Okay, and I'm happy you said this, because in Biafra, we can actually build a telescope or a space program, go to the moon, and take photographs of our ancestors'
Bro,
pyramids.
listen to me. This is not
You cannot
physical.
see it now.
This is not physical.
The moon has a permanent dark side.
You know why? You know why? You
Oh,
know
come
why?
on, guys. Why not they shoot
Let me
goalposts
wait.
this now?
Starman, let me tell you why you
Come
will
on, you
not
want to
see.
send us back to the moon?
Starman, let me tell you why you will not see it. Because I am putting at that form of energy. I am bagging at this energy of Madu, this Uga
Yes, the
kind of Kita.
physical. We migrated from the
So
spiritual world to the physical world.
Well,
That is why you cannot listen, bro. Anybody that told you that he has gone to the moon with rockets is lying to you. You see this firmament up here, you cannot leave it physically. When we emerged from the moon,
God bless you. God
Thank you
bless
so
you.
much. I
we
swear, I
were
don't
pure
live in this
spirits.
thing.
We were
You
pure
know, this
spirits.
is consciousness level.
We were
Our
pure
consciousness,
spirits.
yes.
We were
And I
pure
heard a white
spirits.
man saying all of this NASA shit is conspiracy theory by the white man. I heard it somewhere by a white man.
Bro, do you know that many white men have shot nuclear bombs in this firmament and they cannot shoot it down? Anybody that told you that any rocket left this firmament, because what is up there is pure water.
I heard
That
it too, man.
that Chukwukabiama used to separate, to separate the waters up there to the ones down here. None.
Well, I don't
They are
believe that.
that
We are
sounds
on a
no,
globe sphere. We are on a globe.
sounds like
There's no edge of the
sounds
globe.
like flat Earth
You
and
go
Bible.
to, even
Jesus.
though I don't believe in flat Earth. We are on a globe. It's been scientifically
So,
proven.
Starman,
bro.
can I speak, please? Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Starman? Let me know because I'm in a
But
noisy
the
environment.
atmosphere is mostly water. So maybe
No,
that's what
bro.
our
Can
But
you
ancestors
hear
were
me,
talking
Starman?
about.
Someone wanted to speak. I think it's digital juju.
Digital juju.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So, Starman, I have a question for you. In your background, are you a geologist, a paleogeographer, or paleoanthropology? Are you any of this?
I'm actually an engineer, but I
Okay, so yeah, I like your submission earlier. You know, when you talked about the sun and all that, and also when you talked about you know, our early ancestors. So it's a fact that our early ancestors you know, were discovered somewhere in the Rift Valley in East
right.
Africa, you know, because of the geological environment over there. So the environment there was able to help to preserve those bones, you know, because at the end of the day, we are all carbon creatures. So what I mean by carbon creature is, you know, if you look at the isotope of carbon and the carbon dating, so we carry that print with us, except when we die. So it's just like this. We eat cow eats the grass, and you know, the whole photosynthesis, carbon dioxide reaction from you know, the plants and all that. So it gives us a fingerprint and it helps us in dating. So our early ancestors were discovered somewhere there. It's called the fossil name I think is called Lucy in Ethiopia. Yeah. So yeah, you're right about when you said something about we in Africa we are old. We are older than all the whole thing that has been, you know, that has been indoctrinated, or the false education that has been taught down passed to our people and all that. Then there's something else you also said about the sun that was impressive. Yeah, the climate is going to change. It's not all this whole thing they say about our CO2 level, our human activity and all that. We understand the politics that is being played by the Western world and all that. But the fact still remains that the climate has changed. It changed earlier. If you go back history and you read about the Milankovic cycle,
Yeah.
the Siberian astrophysics, when he talks about
Right.
obliquity, the 23.5 north and south, and also the fact that our Earth is eccentric.
Right.
So because our Earth shape is eccentric, that means this particular sun, which has given us energy, is racing towards a star called Deneb. So in thousands of years to come, the North Pole right now is called Polaris. It's not going to be Polaris. It's going to be Vega. Vega is one of the bright stars. You see them up in the northern hemisphere. So the fact is, things will never be the same. The Earth is constantly in
Yeah.
motion. It's always going to be what it is. Then when you talk about the moon, yeah, if you do the geological dating of the moon rocks and the earth rocks, they show a similarity that, yeah, something happened. The moon went its own part from the earth. That is why we are in this tidal lock. So when you get moon rock, you can still differentiate the moon rock from the isotope of
Right.
oxygen. It will tell you that the rock from the moon is different
Right.
from the rock from the earth. Yeah, the earth itself is it's a lot of stuff going on. We are constantly in
Right.
motion. We are constantly in space. Things are moving every day. Like sometime in 1962, even in Nigeria, we had this meteorite that made its impact on somewhere in Castilla. It's called the Zagamani meteorite. So from Mars, we had this rock that was able to make its impact on our own. But we are in a space, we are in a stage of planetary astronomy. Things are moving. There are tendencies that our civilization has peaked. And that is why you see all this infighting that we are doing. Yeah, is there a possibility that we are not the only one here? I am a strong believer that I think we are not the only one here. If you go by the mediocrity principle, because if you look at our position from the sun, we are on Earth, Jupiter is there, Saturn is there, all these planets are all there making their movement. Just like even the sun itself is also
Yep.
making its movement. The sun is not
Yep.
constant. The sun has its cycle. There was a time in the 16th century when the sun had no sunspot, bro. There was no sunspot. So what it means is that every 11 years, every 22 years, the sun is going to move from its north-south direction and rearrange itself again. So we are not the only one here. I strongly believe in that. A lot
I
of
have
people
a
are there doing
question for
research
you.
also.
He's
Go ahead,
he's
sir.
100% correct, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Digital Juju.
Wait, let me ask you a question. In that 16th century, who were the people that held the history and the research?
Oh,
The sun, the man who did the research was called Monda. Monda was able to do the research because he looked at the eclipse. He contrasted the eclipse as of then and as of now, and he realized that a lot of people were focused on just the sun and the moon listen together. But they weren't able to see the halo.
Let
There is
me
what we call the halo.
let me
Come again?
let me make something clear to you.
Go
You
ahead.
see, most of all these, yeah, you are very knowledgeable in what you know. But one thing I want to tell you, most of all these words that you are using to describe all these things, how the sun is moving. I don't know how the sun is moving. I don't think the sun moves. You understand?
No, the
All
sun
these things
definitely moves throughout the universe for sure.
Right.
It does. It's already been verified, and our universe is actually going to collide with another universe, but that's a different conversation. But yeah, the sun moves.
well, what I'm trying to say is all these things is narrating. As long as the original words, the original language that was spoken is not used to describe it, then I will not agree with anything you're saying. I will not agree with anything you're saying.
So you are entitled to your opinion, but the fact remains that the sun will rise from the east, it will go down in the west. There are people who know when the sun is going to come out. There are models every day. If you want to know when the sun is going to set tomorrow, wherever you are, you can put it on Google. It will tell you when the sun will
I,
set. People have been following this science. And you listen to me, sir. We are not here to say, oh, if you believe or you don't believe. When you go down, but we are trying to educate and enlighten ourselves one after the other.
I'm an Hausa person, but be talking. I'm not
No,
doing
It
but
this.
don't matter. But science is
Look,
science.
we
Science
move
don't care about all that.
we move around the sun. The sun moves throughout the universe,
well, throughout the galaxy, and then the
the
galaxy,
galaxy.
the universe. So,
Anyway,
Bro,
so
how now go they talk all these things, self? How now
I
go
not just
how
understand
now
them,
go
but
see truth?
anyway,
How now why white people they do better? How now go
anyway,
see truth?
make una talk with you now.
Nah,
Anyway,
okay, I want to ask a question. When you pour water in a flat plate, Is that water gonna move? No. Thank you. Now, but when you pour water on top of a ball that is spherical, it's gonna pour. If the earth is a globe like you claim, all these waters that you're seeing, none of
It's
them will be
relativity.
stable.
Study relativity. Study
Bro,
relativity.
stop
So,
all those things, bro.
so,
Study relativity.
so, so, Mr. Man, the thing is this: the whole volume of water that we have in the Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, they are constantly in motion with us. They are making this movement
First
just as
of
our
all, I
Earth is moving
disagree
around the
with
sun.
you because
And the
This is
moon
the
and the
map you are using
moon
to measure
gravitational force
the
uh,
map you
pulls
are
on
I
using
those
mean,
to measure
whoever
those
oceans.
things
whoever disagrees
is
with me,
very
have you ever
inaccurate.
looked?
Please,
Have you ever
please,
spent? Have
can
you
they
ever
speak?
spent your time looking at the
Please,
sun
can
the
they
whole
allow
day,
one person to
following
speak
the
so that
sun?
we will understand,
Have you
please?
ever pointed a telescope to the sky? You say you disagree. Science don't believe in your feeling, man. This is what it is.
Because you are
Chukuma, Chukuma, you see,
anyway. Can we talk about
you're doing
Biafra?
something.
Because
See,
can we talk about Biafra? Because if we start going into all these things, the people that existed after the first people cannot come and tell the first people how
Nah,
things were.
our ancestors tell us
So
the earth they flat. Like they talk all this one that they
Me, I
talk.
won't
So,
even
The
hear what
earth is
Arinze
not
talk.
flat.
Arinze
It's
never talk
not
anything.
bro,
flat.
prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
America
Where's the edge? Where's the
is it
edge?
Americano
Prove
that
me
is talking?
wrong.
Who's
What
talking?
are you saying?
Who's talking? Or
Nah,
is it
chuka
truth?
facts. Chuka facts.
Okay.
Now they talk.
Now
Well,
me the talk. Now me the talk. I beg. The earth is spherical.
anyway, we are
We
gonna
don't already
anyway
prove this thing long time ago.
we are gonna be in Biafra, to checkmate all the knowledge you people are gonna bring back for us
Thank you
because we
very much,
cannot
my
be
brother.
we cannot be teaching our children this kind
That
of
the earth is
things.
spherical.
That the
How?
earth is globe. Which one is globe?
Which the
If
earth
it
is
is
very
globe,
flat.
all of us supposed to be shaking now. We'll be going from
Yes.
left to right to
Again,
Yes.
study relativity.
Nothing
So
like
what you
use
are
that
saying don't
relativity
make sense.
something, my
Study
brother.
it.
2,000 years ago, a man thought,
Njwangina.
listen to me, listen to me.